Honestly, why I'm saying I think Vanitas has way better abs than Tony, honestly.
Are you serious?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Welcome, everyone, to the Texas Regional, here for Grand Archive, here for the Mortal Ambition season. I am your commentator, Derek. Joining me today is co-commentating.
I'm Eric.
And thanks, everyone, for being here. We are going to go ahead and get things kicked off. We are currently waiting for everybody to trickle in. We have a lot more people than expected for this regional.
Yeah.
So we're just going to kind of talk a little bit, start getting things started before we get into it. So obviously, we have a little bit of time before we get the first feature matchup here before we start running it. And let's talk a little bit about this meta. Let's kind of talk about the elephant in the room, and that's going to be obviously talking about water.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, today you can see I'm wearing blue, and I think it is just, I'm preparing for this deluge of water, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, you have to talk about it. You have to go over, there's a reason why the ban announcement came out. We saw Icebound Slam just go straight into Category 2, I believe.
Yes.
Or I think it's Category 1 still. I have to double check here a second. But the card is absolutely nuts in terms of play. If you play Grand Archive at any point in this more recent season, you've seen it. You play the card, if you're water, you're going 5 cards deep, you're probably hitting floating memory, and you probably have control tempo for most of the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think, obviously one of the big things is it comes out pretty early. And any of that floating instantly sets up quite a few things. Not just plussing on your material, but also potentially setting things up for a stratagem or for just more polar depths nonsense.
Yeah, and honestly, that's actually one thing I want to bring up is I think one of the scariest plays that I can possibly deal with in this game right now is you go first, you don't have the blocker. You're not playing water, you don't have any way to stop this aggression that's going to be coming at you, and you eat the Icebound Slam on their turn 1 for 8, and at that point, they mill 4 floating memory, you now have a 50-50 call on your turn. Do I level to level 1? Hopefully I survive a second Icebound Slam, or do I make a protection trinket? Do I make boots if I'm Sylvie? Do I make something to try to stop that stratagem from hitting me? And it's just, you have that 50-50 call. What card do they have? And most of the time, they have the other one you didn't call. Every time.
Assuredly, if you're playing me, it's 100% of the time, I think.
100% of the time.
100%. Yeah, no, for sure. And I think the worst thing is, of course, making the wrong call, even if they don't have it, it's just going to set you behind because you've just made the wrong choice. And now, suddenly, their lanes, their paths are continuing to be open, and yours are worse.
Yeah, in all honesty, in this game, losing over half your life on turn 1, being on Spirit, you're
Not
forced.
fun.
You're forced to level. You are forced to go into that level 1, or in this case, you have to put up defenses. You need shields up. And we've seen, especially with this decks like Water Ari, you've seen now the Nico Sylvie, they have those allies to not just. You can try to put up those defenses, and you're going to probably see a Frostworn Paladin. You're probably seeing that stupid turtle hit play as well.
It's Terrapin.
You have a lot of things you have to deal with, and they have floating memory to just decide, do I want to use it for stratagem, or do I maybe want to go ahead and just level?
Yeah, they're going to level up, and, I think we've also seen a lot of decks, they can just win on Sylvie too, right? Because they're not going to push Nico until they're ready for their Ravishing, and that Terrapin is especially terrifying with that Sylvie buff, with the floating memory coming out, giving them back a card, and just sitting on the board with the, it's just a real tough, 2-7, I think, right? Yeah.
It is.
Or
it is.
3.
Yeah, it is definitely a setup you want to fight. And right now, we've actually seen, because of these type of decks, we have seen kind of Fire very quickly move out of this meta.
Oh, absolutely.
You see 1 or 2 Fire Merlin here and there. You might see a Wind Merlin here and there, but honestly, right now, it's just kind of that deck that used to be kind of the boogeyman. You've also seen things like Norm Sylvie. You've seen Wind Sylvie also kind of used to be that boogeyman of the format, just not really that terrifying anymore.
Yeah, well, so what do you think about Fire Sylvie in this format?
In terms of this, give me 1 second.
Of course. Over here. Yeah. We're just continuing our setup here, just making sure that all our players are ready.
Yep. Talking to our head judge, getting everything wrapped up, ready to go here. But no, coming back to it, in terms of Fire Sylvie, I did play Fire Sylvie into our locals. I actually played it into our store championships, and I felt like I did much better on the list than playing Norm Sylvie. I felt like you had a lot more options in terms of drawing cards, taking that extra turn off just to say, you know what, let's go Baby Gray, let's sack it into Cremation. It did feel a lot better, but I will say the same thing. we kind of had that idea of we played it so we could play an extra blocker by playing that Stalwart Shieldmate to just kind of put it in the way, stop the Icebound from coming in. But of course, with Nico, not getting that 8 damage is kind of backbreaking. But with Water Arasana, they don't care. They're going to be like, yeah, I'll kill it with an Icebound Slam because I still want to go 5 cards deep.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, right? Arasana is they're just rolling the dice. They're just trying to gamble for, as much plus floating as they can get in the graveyard. And yeah, just next turn, make you have that defense against Stratagem.
Oh, 100%. And I think Kai puts it the best. Arasana they will essentially go Arasana, and he says it. He goes, I'm going to waste some time. That's all that deck wants to do is I'm going to waste some time. This graveyard's going to get real tall, and we're gonna mill you. We're going to either do some spell damage, or you're going to eat every Icebound Slam in my deck. And that just...
Oh, yeah, no, that's the worst thing, right? The longer the game goes, the more you can see your demise just sort of build next to them.
Every turn just feels worse and worse and worse. But, I mean, there is another deck, of course, we have seen play a little bit more, and that is the Razorgale list.
Razorgale. Yeah.
It is obviously, it's not the monstrosity that we saw in Toronto. The changes to,
which is good, of course.
definitely a good call. We have also seen Nullifying Mirror kind of back things up from that wind monstrosity.
Yes.
So there are some other lists that are out there. Of course, we do see the occasional Faiza get played.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see a Faiza today.
We have 2 of the most prominent Faiza players outside of Once in Love himself being here. So we have Vin in the room. I'm probably gonna bet he's probably playing Faiza. He loves that list.
I would put money on that for sure.
We have Miles, very likely on probably some form of Faiza.
I think more money on that.
So we will probably see that list. Outside of that, it's a crapshoot of what we're going to see. I think we're going to see a lot of Arasana. I think we're going to see Water Nico.
Do you think we're going to see any Wind allies today? Right? So people trying some Wind Tony, perhaps, or maybe even Wind Diana.
I think it's always a list you're probably going to see. It is a boogeyman list that you have to respect it in terms of seeing it. But I think we also have to talk about the other elephant in the room, and that is Polaris. Polaris has essentially made it so that if you were playing against an Arasana, that matchup becomes so difficult because they have the on-demand, play the Polaris, they wait that turn, they sack those herbs, and they're sweeping the board for 4. And
it's 4 guaranteed with, usually they're going to go up to maybe even 5 or 6. It's possible,
And of course, with the Wind Ahri, we will probably see that list, at least 1 or 2 of them here tonight. I saw some people shuffling up. It looked like I saw one out there. But when their play pattern is essentially, most of the time, against allies, go level 1. We're going to make Polaris. We're going to go level 2, get those herbs, and then we're going to pass back to you, and we're going to see what you do. If you try to go for us, we're going to sweep the board. If you try to sit, I may sit as well if I'm not in danger. So it's going to be that kind of list you're going to respect as an ally player, and it's going to be I think going into this, you do not want to see your opponent level 1 Arasana. You do not want to. You do not want to. see that.
No, of course, right. I think especially as a person who's played a lot of Oath allies, Polaris really did sort of, change what I'm seeing here, right? On the board state, coming in, even if you have the horse, that nice 4 there, they will build 4. And getting your entire board blown up on turn 2 or 3 is not so great.
No, all 100%. Yeah. And it is the worst feeling in the world when you have a full board state. You feel like you are top of the world. You are ready for that Oath to hit board, and then it's just, and then that Polaris hits play, and I'm a turn too late. I'm not getting it.
I mean, to be honest, these days though, right? It's not even necessarily just Polaris. You got Refracting Missile out there. Just take out one of your allies before you can Oath.
Yeah. And then of course, even with allies as well, it's if you have to play into that Razorgale's also it can be difficult because other lists because that's another we can kind of talk about the Nullifying Mirror. With the Nullifying Mirror, we've seen the card come out of the Toronto incident. It is the first card that has gone into the Proxia's Vault as a card we're going to get in the next set.
As a future card, which I thought was very interesting.
Which we'll say, I think it's actually one of my favorite cards to play in the game overall. Yeah. Just because I don't think any card in the game so far has put the mental pressure on my opponent more than just saying, I'm going to materialize Nullifying Mirror. And you watch that Wind player, they look at their hand, and you can tell if they have it in their hand at that point. And they look at it and they go, this is my only shot to play Veiling. Do I play Veiling right here, right now? And then there's even been times when I was playing it in Norm Sylvie, I would materialize that card. I didn't have lethal. I had nothing to kill them. I just wanted that out of their hand, and 100% my opponent looked at me.
I mean,
they start counting my cards. They're like, if they have Storm, he can do this, and I hear him like doing the math in his head, and I'm having to sit there stone faced and being like, I don't got it. But I hope he plays that Veiling, because this is so much easier if he does. And he played it. He played Veiling Breeze.
Yeah,
he played it early.
I mean, and I just gotta take that risk that he does have something, frankly, right? Because otherwise, I'm not gonna survive.
Oh, 100%. And because of a card like that, it does kind of warp when you're playing allies. Because normally you were afraid of that Resolute stand. You were afraid of being able to push a bunch in and then say Resolute.
Yeah.
And stop that. And the player meeting got started, so we'll kind of bring it down a little bit as they get that started. So we'll get started here pretty quick. But kind of talking about that, it's whenever they play something like a Resolute stand, they're losing something. Most of the time, they're playing it for the free cost. They're losing a draw, so you can still keep that tempo as the ally player. But when they play Veiling, you didn't gain anything. They didn't lose anything. They essentially showed you a bunch of cards, and a lot of times, it's almost every time it's happened, they show you Veiling, and they show you another
They show you another Veiling. They're going to show you another Veiling.
They're showing their Veiling down.
That's right.
And it feels real bad. I think that's why, right now, Allies is in a really rough spot, but I think you do have to respect Robots still. I think it is a list that...
Yeah, Robot's definitely a deck checker.
Oh, 100%. Right? It is a deck. It is a deck that tests how much you know about the game, and you know what that deck can do. If you don't respect that list, you can just get blown out. I've even seen veteran players play against this list and just be like, they do the math, they're like, I win next turn, and their opponent just goes, I'm going to attack you 3 times for 5 damage, and you just go, yep, I lost. Cool.
That classic wind erupting, they call it. You just go in with the second wind, rallied.
Oh, moving the mic back a little bit, thank you. Sounds like a little bit of an echo coming from mine, so we'll just kind of adjust them a little bit.
All right.
Just kind of give it a little bit more room. But I think outside of that, I think that's probably the most list we're going to see. Of course, I would love to see the Water Sylvie. It is a list that we saw in Michigan. We got to see from one of the Sylvie Masters of Pickle Sword. His list, piloted by Noel, going to that. I was able to test it into one of our locals. I had so much fun playing the list. I would like to see it. It does give Sylvie a possibility of winning those water matchups, because we learned that countering or stopping the attack on Icebound Slam is the best thing you can do against that card.
Yes.
And I think unfortunately Sylvie does have to make that transition where we have to adapt with the meta. But it's kind of cool that we have a list like Slimes that we could flex to one of those different deck types. We can go, we want more allies, we can go the wind side. We want super aggressive, we can go back to Norm. We want that draw a bunch of cards, we can go fire. It's like really cool that we can kind of adjust these almost every element now. But again, that also might be just off Sylvie players living off copium.
I was going to say, I'm sure people who live through that heavy Sylvie meta really enjoy you talking the fact that you can just pivot as you desire.
100%. They're not enjoying this.
Yeah, I mean, Water Sylvie is definitely, so I don't know if we'll see any today, but I think it's definitely a very interesting deck as far as what it can do, and especially for the Water Mirror.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully, yep.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Let me see. Pairings are up, so we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, pairings are up.
As we find our first feature match here. Yeah, go ahead and cut the store. So we will be right back to the feature match here in a few moments. We're going to go and get the last bit of stuff set up on our side, and we will be right back. No, that's why I think, honestly, I think Diana is going to take the World Championships this year.
I really don't.
We're back.
We're back.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're getting the feature match set up now. Players are getting ready to start kickoff round 1.
Yeah.
Players meeting is over, ready to get things going.
How many players do we have today, Derek?
I believe, let me double check that number.
Yeah,
49?
49, wow.
49 players.
49
today,
players.
Which is crazy because I think when last regional we were sitting at like 30, I think.
Yeah, just about 30
just
here
about
at the
30.
Texas Regional.
And then going into the week prior, I think we were last Monday, we were sitting at that 30 number. We're like, okay, we're good. And then we woke up this last Monday and it was like, oh, we have a lot more players than we expected, which is good.
It is very good. I think as you can see on the store cam, it's quite the majority of the store actually that we're using here.
Oh yeah, 100%, and it's cool because I mean it's when the game first started. I think we had up here for our locals, we'd have maybe 3-4 players coming up.
Yeah.
For like the first year and a half of the game, even our biggest local would be maybe 8 players.
Yeah.
And now we're at a point now where one of our locals is consistently anywhere from 12 to 16, even some cases 20 players.
Yeah, sometimes it's 20.
Weekly.
Yeah.
And it's awesome to see the game growing like it is. It is awesome to see just kind of like how the developers are applying. They're actually kind of adjusting things. And I think, as we talked about before, the cards in the Proxius Vault kind of help alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, looks like we're going directly to our feature match.
Awesome. We are ready to go, so let's go kick it off.
Round 1.
Awesome.
All right. Coming down, looks like Spirit of Water.
Yep, Jesus starting the Spirit of Water, and he is playing Water Diana, which is not a list that we game a lot about.
Yeah.
Seeing, but I will say in locals, in Store Championship, he made it to the last round.
Yeah, second.
Very, very close to taking down Water Ari with this list. So
absolutely,
I'm really happy to see what it does, and it looks like he is currently sitting with 2 dungeon guides.
Yeah,
currently in his hand.
Bringing out an Academy guide here, looks like, and his opponent, Wind Lorraine, and actually it seems that he's on those robots that we were just talking about for deck check.
Yeah, and we were looking over the list, and it is something that Peter did take down one of our store championships with Wind robots, and it's true. We talked about it earlier. It is a deck list that you still have to respect as a player here. Mm-hmm. You can't just say I'm just going to steamroll this ally list, or I know what they're going to do. You have to know that there's a chance you're at 20 life and you're just going to die. Like that's just how it goes.
Absolutely.
And you see Peter thinking about his play here.
Yeah, I can see a Verdigris Decree. I think is that a heavy swing?
I think it's a heavy swing.
It's hard to tell.
If it is a heavy swing, that is an update from his list that we saw at Store Championship. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be prepared for that personally. All right, we're showing a Verdigris, 2 Verdigris for I assume a Windmill. Or no?
Nope. Oh, main deck.
Wow. Okay. Eternal Magistrate coming out.
I guess it is on robots, so I do understand that
it is a robot. It is an automaton.
Yeah, I mean, I do get it. It is probably a good call especially in this meta where we are seeing things like Polaris is getting made outside of for free.
Yeah, absolutely right. You want them to take that turn instead. Stifling looks like Turbocharge, and it's hard to tell.
You can tell he's debating. Does he put the card down? Does he put him down?
Yeah, what's he gonna put down? We have an Innervate Agility. It looks like as well.
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah. And I think because
well, let's see on the other side here. We have a dungeon guy.
Yep. Oh. He's definitely he's charging. He's getting that power cell. That's what this deck wants to do. Yeah. Definitely, if in this situation, if you're a Diana player, you know what you're playing against. Seeing the Magistrate come out main board, you see the power cell production. Yeah. You know exactly what you should be doing at this point. Regardless, it is still a scary situation to be in. Yeah. It is something that, and we did see. I think that is actually the escape. So that. Much like Song of Frost, it does let him end the combat phase, so you know he's going to be holding that. He's really going to want that. He wants to stop those triggers from going on the stack. And he's going to be really thinking about not keeping these cards up, but at the same time, you got to clear that board. You got to get things out.
Oh yeah, no. If you let him have that wide board, he's just going to ping you every single turn, and it's a clock. Even now, honestly, the clock's already started, right? You got that single automaton out, and the power cell. And I just saw that he picked up a Rallied Advance from his deck there.
And I think we pass it over. Oh, yep.
Passing, okay, for a backup charger. Going down, yeah, doing that backup charger thing.
Yeah, going that backup, getting the extra card, get that advantage, and I think at this point, it's get cards in hand, get the dungeon guide out, get those levels out there. Which
you got to clear that magistrate though.
Which I will say one thing here is not going for the level, for the free level when you have it guaranteed is a little bit of an odd call.
It is interesting. I'm not sure what he wants to do with that.
I think he just wants to have the interaction. I think he's confident that he can keep that Academy guy alive, I assume. But
I think that might be a tall assumption, honestly, against robots, though.
Listen, there's a chance maybe he thinks of something different, but...
Second power cell. So we're already, this is beginning to be danger range. And, of course, all of our locals with the alternative power cell art there, just flexing.
Listen, this is actually the one. I think I'm the only local without the alternative power cell.
I think I believe you are, because I have one too.
I think I am still using the Lucky Lukey power cell.
Just the Lucky Lukey.
Yeah,
power cell, which we do see one here on stream. Let's see, what do we got? A Zephyr, it looks like, pulled as the draw for this turn.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of allies in his hand. I saw earlier, we saw the Cloak in hand, or the Shimmer Cloak Assassin.
Yeah.
So he did have at least one.
And I think he just put down an oath for his to pay.
Which I think he has another oath. I think it's his second oath that he has. Yeah. It's a lot of duplicates in this hand.
And put in the agility. That's fine, right? Because right now that's a dead card.
I think it's you don't need it this early. I don't think so. I don't think, even with the double Dungeon Guide hand, I don't think you're in threat of lethal. Again, I could be wrong. This deck, we've seen this deck just push out an insane amount of damage very, very quickly. So
going in for Shimmer Cloak, going in for another 2 damage, it looks like.
Yeah, is he going straight to face, or did he go for the Academy?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, we see him 4 damage already
decisions
for the turn, so it must be going at face.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see Jesus' hand, but I did see a tactical retreat in there, at least. Okay, he's free leveling up to Diana 1.
Which, hey, he called it. He's like, maybe I'm going to keep it. Maybe he knows how Peter plays. Maybe he's like, I think Peter's just going to go face. He's going to let me keep out this Academy Guide.
Yeah. That would be a very tactical decision on his part, considering that it's obviously not hard now to just take that out. Force him to pay some more to level.
Listen, I'm in the boat of, man, if I'm playing against the Ally players, I have an Academy Guide out. I'm assuming I'm not keeping that Academy Guide.
Oh, yeah, no. Why would I let you keep it?
No.
Of course.
That's what I think we saw in turn 1 for Peter. I think we saw that where he was just like, maybe I go for the Academy Guide. I think that might be what he was thinking about, of just getting the Shimmer Cloak out and just dealing with the Academy Guide, but also knowing that there's a chance that he's got the counterspell in hand.
And if you do that, and I believe, Snow Fairy. Yep.
Take down that Shimmer Cloak. That's
a good idea. So that's definitely been a strong water card, right? For pretty much all water decks, even water into water. Something as simple as just tying down like the Bovine, for example, really slows your opponent down immensely. And Wynn has a kind of tough time dealing with the Snow Fairy here, unless you want a Stifling, which I believe Peter does have in his hand.
We did see it earlier.
Yeah, there it is.
We didn't see it come out to play the Snow Fairy, which is interesting. But I think maybe he's just waiting to get that, see if he plays anything else out, see if he overcommits his hand before he plays the Stifling. He's also got the Zephyr as well, so if he just needs to turn it, if he needs to free it up for a turn, he can do that.
And the Eternal Magistrate, of course, once again, being in Tom, it's still a threat, right? It's just 1 less damage going in.
I didn't even think of it that. I was like, man, he's got the double Dungeon Guide, but I think Peter feels real safe right now. He's like, I don't care.
Yeah, if I'm Peter, I think I'd let it be for a second.
Oh, 100%. And the more I think about it, that Magistrate does so many things for him in this matchup. For one, it stops the Dungeon Guide from going. He's not getting the free gun, even on level 2, while that's in play. So right now,
or the free bullet. The free bullet.
Oh, the free bullet. Well, he's not getting the gun either.
I guess that's true. He can't get the gun or the bullet.
He can't release to materialize the gun either. So you can tell that he is currently looking. Jesus is going to be dead.
He's going to stifle it. And he has 2 to pay. What else can you see in Jesus' hands? A little tough for me.
It looks like he has 2 of the escapes to kind of just stop that turn. I gotta remember what the card is specifically. I think Jesus is the only one I've seen actually play this card, or Diana in general, in the last couple of weeks. And I think the Dungeon Guide and Escape the Wreckage, is that last card in hand. And then there's a Crystalline Archer.
Yeah, Crystalline Archer. That's right.
Which shocked. I guess we're not floating yet. So
we don't have floating yet, so there's no particular reason to bring it out. It looks like that Stifle did go through.
Not much he could have done in that situation, I don't think, anyways, with what's in his hand. I guess he could have, if it was he escaped the Wreckage, I guess he could have escaped it, especially with Peter only having 2 cards in hand.
And Peter's going to go up to level 1 Lorraine here.
Oh, with 2 power cells out, you know what I think it is? I think he's respecting the possibility of just eating the double attack in this case scenario, because right now we have 2 power cells, so that means that Shimmercloak Assassin's coming in for 6.
6, and then with the rallied, so that's going to be 12.
Yep, so at this point, already 4 life. Going to 16 is not...
Oh, there, yeah. Okay, yeah. This is... I mean, he's gonna go for it, right? Regardless of what's in his hand.
I mean, I think this is the best time. We can bring up... We all know what the Texas motto when it comes to this game is... If you got it...
If you got it, you got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
And a 100%. We throw all risk to the wind. We will look. You could have 5 cards in hand, but if I see that shot to kill you, I'm taking it. I'm going for
absolutely. Because what if you don't have it? If you don't have it, then I win the game.
What if you don't have it?
If you don't have it.
And you can definitely tell that he's really considering.
Let's bring up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
bring up a few cards here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and quickly bring up. Let's bring up that rallied advance because that's probably what he's looking for to use here, especially
almost certainly
going for this level 1. Because Rallied Advance is really kind of the card that makes robots work. Rallied Advance as well. Is I think he's running both options for unreading.
Yes, there it is. Second Wind.
Yep, Second Wind is already in his hand. In both of these cards, both Rallied Advance and Second Wind, they essentially allow him to pump up one of these robots, which he's already done. This robot is currently going in for, I believe, 7. And in either playing the Second Wind or the Rallied Advance means he's going to double up. That's 7 damage.
And Second Wind played correctly actually gets you that +1.
Yeah.
On the first deck too. So.
Yeah, because you can do it in response to
right.
To assigning the damage. You can ready it up, and you're going to get that extra damage in, and it is a terrifying situation to be in. And you can definitely tell that he's currently debating. And this is actually kind of one of the cool things I like about this list is you can tell that he hasn't played the Second Wind. He didn't just slam it on his turn, which he needed to do in that situation here. But you can tell that he's holding it because he thinks that he has a way to stop the combat.
That's right.
And why lose the card?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I can don't put all your eggs in one basket.
But Jesus did the right thing, and he waited for it. And I think this is where we end that combat. So did we? Are we?
Well, he took the damage on the first go. We'll see whether he's going to play that tactical.
Oh, did he update the magistrate? Oh, he pumped the magistrate.
He put the magistrate. He did pump the magistrate.
Oh.
So yeah, before that, Jesus is taking like the sort of free 2 damage because he knows that bumped the magistrate. There it is.
Odd that he played it here. I think I would have done it in response to stop the first attack because if you would have done it in response to the Second Wind while Second Wind's on the stack, you could end the phase and banish the Second Wind. So he's losing the second attack.
Yeah.
He's losing the bonus.
Well, yeah, but see, there's robots, so we got that rallied. And of course, at the end, you can just come in with that ornamental for an extra 1 there, and that'll end it against down to 1.
And we're going into a very quick game, too. Yep, Peter, it's 1-0. Which I am shocked that he did not do it on the stack. I don't know if that was forgot that he could do it there, or... because I believe it just ends the combat phase, right?
Yes, it does. So I think here's the thing. It wasn't on the stack, right? Because like you said, Peter actually held back his Second Wind and played it just as his first card for turn after Recollection. So
I'm looking up one of the cards. Oh, actually, let's quickly bring this up.
We'll bring up some sideboards here.
Yeah, let's take a look here real quick and see. In terms of what we're bringing in. First, we'll look at Peter's list here.
I think the Viridian Trinket likely coming in just in case.
Yeah, Viridian Trinket I think is definitely coming in. Yeah. Adds that extra math to him. Scavenger Raccoon I don't think is doing much here. Dream Fairy I don't think is doing much here.
We don't need the Scatter Essence.
No. If anything, I think he's going to bring in maybe the 1 extra Stifle Trap.
Yeah, 1 extra Stifling. He might side out a Vertiger's Decree, depending... he's only got 2, right, main board? So
he's got 2 main board. Yeah, I think he's going to
leave them in.
Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if we see him take out the Vertiger's Decrees for the 1 Stifling, 1 Veiling. Honestly, in this case scenario.
How many Veilings is he running main?
I don't think... Or two Veiling main.
Veiling main.
Just because I'm not sure what the Vertiger's Decree is targeting, per se.
Yeah,
I think because it is specifically allies target.
Right. So your number 1 thing in this match is really just going to be giving that +2, right?
Yeah.
But it's not that important, especially if you're going to already have all your power cells out, you're going to Second Wind and rallied. And, even that board state there with 2 Automata, it's just such a tough position for the opponent because, okay, great. You've avoided one of my attacks. I'm just going to rally. They're going to get back up. And if not, I'll rally the next person. Just put some more pressure on you.
Yeah, and then looking at Aquarius here, looking at Jesus' list, kind of what he's got going on, we're going to see the 2 Frozen Dismissals come in. Frozen Dismissal out of ALC Alter.
What a card.
That is a game-changing card. In terms of where we've seen kind of this effect, kind of that play. Of course, we're going to see the Lunettes come in, or the extra Lunette come in. Because, man, turn 1 Lunette into an ally matchup, it's going to feel great. Outside of that, Heavenly Guide's not really going to have any value to him here. We talked about this earlier, he did put in the deploy gun shields.
Good.
He did put them in.
Jesus famous for not running deploy gun shields for some reason, but they're in now.
We made jokes about it during the Sword Championship. We're like, man, did you play deploy gun shield? And he's like, nah, man, I don't want to. And it's like, man, I would consider it. So most likely we're probably going to see...
we might see some Freezing Hail, if only to deal with Dream Fairies as well.
Yeah,
just in case.
The thing is, I don't know if you're Jesus in this situation, if you care about Dream Fairy, per se.
Yeah, that's true. What are your allies looking like here? They're already putting down water.
We're already going right back into it. Yeah. I mean, looking at the list, he's got Krishnala Archer, Frostborn Paladin. I guess you don't have a lot of ways to deal with it. You have Mystic Purifiers in the main, so we probably saw those. Probably leave main board.
That's probably left.
For those options. So actually, drop in the Mystic Purifier to put in the Freezing Hail might have been the call.
Yeah.
In that case scenario. Just free up those Paladins in case you do have more than one.
And we get that classic water turn there, where we just pass on turn 1.
put stuff down, pass it over. And you can tell, man, Jesus is not happy about this match. He's not looking forward to what he has to do from this case scenario.
Well, for everyone out there on the stream, Jesus always nervous during these sorts of things, but he's a really great player. So let's see here. Is it another turtle match rate?
Opening up
and showing the Andronica.
Another just opening. That is gut wrenching.
It's not just a threat, it's a promise. When you flip and show that Andronica, we see a Song of Nurturing there in hand.
We do see the Song of Nurturing. Definitely
Charge Mannequin.
We saw a lot of work during Santa Clara with Kyle Warple playing that card there, and it's caught so many people on that card. It was just and especially Arasanas, because Arasanas would be like, you got 3, I'm gonna go to 4, I'm gonna sweep the board. Even if you favor wins, I'm getting this board. And you watch Kyle just go, I'm gonna get +2, and you watch every Arasana just go, huh? Yeah, I guess that is
that's a card.
That's a card.
That's a card you can play.
And at that point, you just go kick them back and kick them down, and it is definitely, I think, honestly, if you're willing to trade out the floating memory, I think it is a better option, especially into this meta. If you're the allies players we talked about, you're worried about Polaris. I don't think you're as worried about getting that floating. I think that's probably the call. You're just playing that over the favorable wins.
Yeah, he's using a little bit of a bind here. Looks like he's played his backup charger, looking through his hand. See a Sweet Start Diver, a reposition. See a D-Guide, Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. The head shake there, he knows he's got to play something.
Looks like Lost in Thoughts.
Are we seeing that come the diver come out?
The diver come out?
Nope, he's putting it down.
Put it down.
Putting down, is that 4 or 5 cards?
It's paying 4 right now.
Oh, nope, there's a second one in hand.
Okay.
I didn't see the second one. Yeah, he's putting it out. He needs the ally on board, but
I think he is at a certain point kind of desperate to clear that Magistrate and on every other robot that comes out, right? Has got to be dealt with. Which I guess another thing, Freezing Hail might just take out one of those assassins when it comes down.
Oh, 100%, which I don't think he has a Freezing Hail yet. We do see the Lost in Thought. We see the Fracturize. I don't know if the Fracturize is going to do much in this matchup.
He's probably just going to Fracturize his Power Cell.
Most likely. We're probably going to see that Power Cell get Fracturize at the end of turn if he doesn't need to interact. Which, at this point in the game, not a likely going for lethal here.
Nope, there's the Viridian, of course, being signed.
Yeah, we call. If you're against water, you got to have it. Which I've seen a lot of lists more recently start mainboarding. Viridian.
I think absolutely right with our water meta, our water heavy meta. You've got to really consider whether or not you're going to put in Viridian in the main.
To be fair, we saw it in one of the Australian regionals. We watched Limelight do very well on the list, playing Water Nico and mainboarded the Viridian. And it's just, sometimes you're like, if I'm going to see nothing but water, then why sideboard it? Just have it main. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those meta calls that we see a lot of these top players just kind of know The card's just too good. And it's actually, we're seeing another one of the new ALC cards currently in Peter's hand, which I didn't even think about. That card is a robot. It is another option.
Yeah, Charged Mannequin coming in. It's going to get that boost from the Power Cell.
But I guess, is he playing it just for the fast activation? Because I did not see a Ranger in his sideboard or his main board. Yeah, so he's straight up playing that new card for the fast activation robot, which,
interesting.
Being said, if you have 2-3 Power Cells in play, you have
you put it down during Recollection, you get that body out there, and then you take your own turn,
Yeah, I mean...
Second Charged Mannequin coming down.
That could also, I mean, you can definitely, yes, we thought we'd see the Fracturize coming out. We're probably going to see the level 1 here to get that health pool.
Past turn. So on board, looks like, 5 damage there for Peter.
Yep. And this is, we had 2 Charged Mannequin. I didn't even catch the second one come into play.
Very tough position now for Jesus here. Freezing Round in hand, looks like. Draw.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be this is not the... Oh, and is that a Deflecting Edge in? Oh, no. This is...
the second wind and the... Oh,
yeah, this is
the classic question, how many in hand?
You don't want to see this. And he already popped Backup Charger, so we're not going to see the Backup Charger play into the possible double pop.
One, and then he's paying 2 down right now. One in his new Fractal 3, paying 3. Or is he 4 for the second Sea Sprite? It's a tough one.
I think, unfortunately, this one... he can't... Yeah, because he can't Dungeon Guide. I think you can see...
right now.
I think he might have caught himself on that as well. You saw him kind of moving his hand to that Dungeon Guide. And I think about it, he goes, no.
He felt it.
That Magistrate's in play.
He remembered.
Sometimes you muscle memory.
Absolutely. You know, when you think the line is clear, you just start playing the line. Okay, there it is.
Yep,
That's second Sea Sprite Diver. And it's, here's the thing. Peter has essentially, no cards in the graveyard. Every card is hit and stuck, which is just real tough, right? That board's getting big.
You have nothing to banish. He's got no floating.
I think he's going to take out the Magistrate here, probably. But
and we're probably seeing the save, which...
I'd be surprised if we didn't. One and... Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Deflecting.
Yep. That's unfortunately...
Yeah, looking at the hand there's nothing else he can really do about it.
No.
We've got Lost in Thoughts, Freezing Round, D-Guide, and what's the last card there, Derek?
I think it's another... Yeah, it's another... I think it's the other Stop the Attack.
Tactical Retreat?
Yep, Tactical Retreat.
Great.
I think it is a Tactical Retreat. We talked about it earlier, so we should
let's go ahead and pull it up. That way a big thing about Tactical Retreat, of course, just like Derek mentioned, it stops the combat entirely.
And because you're Ranger, it is floating memory. It's another way of, as we talked about, you need to deal with the Icebound Slam. Sometimes these robots, you need to deal with these big attacks, and sometimes just playing it out and saying, hey,
at worst, in Ranger, at least the unit becomes distant. You're looking for some, there's some pretty silly plays that can be done here with Tactical Retreat.
100%. And we've even seen it where you just go Diana 3, you get that gun, you hit them for the full distant trigger, they eat a ton of damage, and then you kind of think about, okay, maybe I just crack back and kill here. You just eat that card, and you just go, cool, the phase is over. You've got distant again, and you're probably eating another 7-8 damage.
Yeah, looks like Peter's probably going to level up here, it looks like. He's choosing the card.
Yeah. At this point, I think
there's no reason not to be Warrior right now. Okay, yeah, and that Innervate Agility is totally fine to leave.
And I think we saw him keep the favorable winds in hand. Or not favorable winds, but going for the second wind in hand. So I think same thing.
We might see basically the same end here. That Power Cell is going to... the Power Cell is going to come up. It's going to unrest. It's going to wake up.
Because I think what we're going to see here is if he goes for the Sword of Seeking, which he is, he's definitely more of, I don't think he has the end. He can't end it here yet.
He's not going to play the second wind, likely.
But getting it out there, just kind of, and now at this point, this can set him up as well.
So he's got 6 damage on board. Sword of Seeking with 2 durability, so, he's free to swing it one more time.
Androidica's probably coming out here.
Androidica will probably come out here. Let's see, his hand's at a weird angle.
Yeah, I think we could...
Well, we know he's got the Androidica. We know he's got that second one.
Fairy Whispers, I think we caught the Fairy Whispers. Really nice SP2 Fairy Whispers.
Yeah.
Seeing the Androidica, of course, as we talked about, we're seeing that 2 of that new fast activation automaton in hand.
Yeah, very interesting.
And then, of course, We see the block, which I guess the only reason we may not see the Androidica hit play here is it is a lot of cards down. It means all your shields are going to be down.
3 cards down, and if Jesus is the counter, you got to pay that extra 2. The good thing, of course, 4 cards in hand. Oh no, actually, Jesus could play a Frozen Dismissal even and just absolutely ruin that. I guess another thing for Freezing Hail is you can Freezing Hail the Androidica before it actually gets its last counter.
Yeah, you will still get the trigger on somebody else. So I mean, at that point, one of these robots is definitely getting out of lethal range in that case.
Right. Even for 2.
Yep, and I think as we kind of just talked about, we're seeing him playing the more safe route. He knows that if he puts down Androidica and it gets stopped, then I was wrong. We're seeing it.
He's got that DFW spirit in him.
He goes, you got it.
If you got it, you got it. He's trying to show 3. 2 of the new Ranger Automaton in the second wind. So he's also, of course, he's once again, that is a promise. This second wind.
And we see both players laughing. They're like, the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, he's like, there we go. Androidica, of course, ridiculously strong, giving that extra buff counter, and 3/3 with Faker is
giving
nothing to sneeze at, even in this current meta.
Yeah, we can bring up this real quick as this big swing comes into him. It's we've seen this card before. It was the Boogeyman during early ALC.
Absolutely.
It was a card that you had to answer. We had to kind of figure routes around it. But even now, as we talked about, if you do not respect this robot list, it just compounds and compounds and compounds, and then you're just looking at a board that, cool, I can't kill anything, and I'm eating 8 damage a turn. Like, it's unfortunately the nature of this deck.
Yeah, and the big thing there, of course, you try to run into her with that Vigor, she's just going to answer one of your allies, so you're going to, a lot of times you're just going to look to trade, which is still pretty bad. This wide board, 4-2. He's just already on 12 damage, so...
Which, at this point, I think the desperation is going to come into play. I think on what he's going to be doing here is... Because I didn't see an Androidica swing at one of the deep side divers, which I think right now is what...
Yeah, well, we're seeing... Okay.
He put the wrong card there. There it goes.
Right.
Yeah, and the attack. Because I think right now what he's wanting is he's wanting to swing that diver, both those divers, take out that Eternal Magistrate, level up with the Dungeon Guide, and then try to... Which, did we see the shotgun in his list? In this case,
I don't know. I'm also wondering which card became distant there. I'm wondering if his desperation, he chose himself. I wonder, because if he comes in distant, he'll get that extra 2 off of Diana too.
Yeah, and that's the thing is looking at the list. No, he's running either the shotgun in sideboard or mainboard, so he's not going to be able to get that 2-for-1 to try to clear the board.
That's tough.
The best he's going to probably go here for is if he only goes to level 1, or if he only goes to level 2, he gets the bullet. He gets the Secret Rifle, which actually going level 2 here on the materialization even feels worse because he doesn't have a bullet yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely don't think he wants to do that, but he might bring out the
okay. So we're seeing
Flash Grenade.
We see one card come down from. Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
Because he's distant for the turn. Is that what he's trying?
Well, no. What he's doing here is he saw the last card go down. He saw he has no cards in hand. Let's just dig some cards.
Yeah.
And at this point, you're Peter 0 life. You have 4 dudes on board. I don't think you're worried about what your opponent's trying to do.
He's going to show him a Reclaim off Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, let's just progress our board state. Let's just keep kind of doing what we're doing.
Yeah, and real quick, because he put him back on top, I missed the second card, but we know that third card down there is actually a Veiling Bruise.
Yeah, I think at this point, honestly, I think you're a Peter. You're not too worried about the other cards.
No, absolutely not. I mean, unless something real crazy comes out, what do you draw there? Is that a Frozen Dismissal?
Oh, it is a Frozen Dismissal.
Just a little late.
Just the turn too late.
That's unfortunate.
It's every time. It's, man, I need that Dungeon Guide to level up.
Hey,
I'm on a hard level. What do you first draw? Dungeon Guide. Every time.
Water is about rolling those dice. just hoping. That's a lot of water.
As we talked about earlier, water is like, let's waste some time. And you got robots who goes, no, it's not.
Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure, right?
I don't think I will.
Robots, a big thing about their deck check is they can be pretty fast, right? You let them build that board, and then they just go, oh, sorry, here's, 2, maybe even 3 power cells if they're real lucky. It's just out of hand. And Andronica giving that extra buff counter.
Standing up every turn.
Big problem here. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't know if he's, because if he clears the Eternal Magistrate and then goes for a D-Guide, What's his?
He gets the bullet
here? Yeah,
he can release Diana to get the Seeker's Rifle.
Right.
And so he can take, realistically, he can take 2 dudes off board.
All right, and looks like he is going to go for his... All right, well, no, sorry. They just swapped out a buff counter there for recognizable versus the...
Yeah, just
I assume the die meaning the imbue.
Yeah, imbue for the die, as we saw earlier in game 1 with the
Yeah.
Androidica, and then using the buff counters, which are 2 buff counters. I guess still same thing. We know if it's +2, it's got the buff. So we still know what's going on. So.
You know, I think the most unfortunate thing, honestly, if you're Jesus, and not that he has it, but of course, if he had another deflecting edge, having that sword out now makes it free, and that would just soul crushing.
And you know he's thinking it. Well, the thing is, I guess
he's thinking
he does know what it is because he did show.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He knows it's reclaim.
He knows it's reclaim. We're seeing, going through Magistrate.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And then
One
we're
from the
probably
Fragile.
seeing the dungeon guide.
Lost.
Most likely here.
It's got to be, right?
It has to be.
That's the way. That's the number one way to save yourself.
Let's link to the damage because we saw he already revealed the second win. You know he's got it. Yeah. You know he's got the second win. If you get the Seeker Rifle with the bullet, you're taking out another one of these robots.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves him with 2 in play. He's got the power cell. So we put on Androidica. Androidica goes a 5. If you materialize the sword, it goes a 6. Second wind is now coming in for 7 twice for 14.
Yeah, and that'll sew it up.
Yeah,
that'll sew it up. If it's, you got to take out that Androidica, and that might be what he does here. He might just eat the damage, and just sort of hope that.
Well, I think eating the damage here off the Androidica, because if he eats the 4 off the Androidica, then he's going to be eating.
Well, it'd be 3.
Oh, yeah, because and the mannequins lose off.
Yeah, the mannequins will lose off the power cell. So
you're eating 2 off the first attack. We pop the power cell if we do it during the main.
You could also pop the power cell in response to the attack and give Androidica 5, and thus popping up to 18, which would be very unfortunate, actually. Because then, the 2 mannequins and any one ally would sew it up.
We're probably seeing with him playing the Fairy Whisperers, getting the 1 card in hand, the reason he does not care is he's ready to pop that cell on his recollection phase.
Yeah.
He's ready to go to his turn.
That's fair.
Get that Claymore. Well, give Androidica +1. Pop the cell on it. Get it to 6.
So we are seeing the Seeker's Rifle come out, loading the cascading round.
Yep, going for it. And again, I think he did the math as well. He knows if he swings in 4 for the Androidica, that's putting him closer to that lethal range.
It's not good. Taking out a mannequin.
Milling a card. Oh, that feels... man, you can feel that in the room.
It's rough. Yeah. All right. And D-Guy coming in for...
Every Water Ally player just straight to the heart. Man, we feel that. Now, the big thing is we talked about it a second ago, and we can kind of bring up this...
Yeah, let's bring up the card.
Let me bring this up one more time. Let me bring up this Tactical Retreat. As we talked about, one thing we have to remember about ending the combat phase is that it is going to banish all triggers, activation, materialization, everything leaves the stack. Meaning, if he does this right, he can wait for that power cell to pop, put all of his resources into it, swings with the Androidica, and then if Peter gets very greedy on this, and he goes for the additional +1 damage on the second wind, he can end the combat phase right then, right there, while that is on the activation of second wind on the stack,
stand up,
and it will remove it.
Yep.
And I think that's what you have to bake on as Jesus, and hopefully he realized that from game 1.
Well, here's the Viridian.
And how many cards are we sitting in hand? I think we're only sitting with... Are we sitting with 5?
I believe it's 5.
If we're sitting with 5... Well, it's a 3 cost. So, yep, he would need the 6 card.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think that's
that might be the killing blow here.
That's the writing
on
the wall.
Up entirely. All right, there's that veiling.
Yep.
Going for 2.
2, get that damage before we pop that power cell. We're going in for 1.
Going sword, looks like, yeah.
Just going into face. And yep, there's the Androidica swing coming in.
3, 4.
Currently coming in for 3.
Yeah, let's see if he pops it.
I don't even think he needs to pop the power cell at this point. I think he only needs to do it if it...
319. Yeah, okay, yeah, that would seal it up if there's no response at all.
Which, knowing that you now have, and knowing that he's probably on the Tactical Retreat and not playing the Song of Frost, you know at this point that he probably can't play.
Yeah.
He cannot interact with this case scenario.
Got to reposition. Oh, he's going to use a flash grenade.
He does have the flash grenade to stop 3. Yeah. Yep. It does keep him alive for 1 more turn.
But, of course, Peter holding back. that'll just basically very much like a Resolute Stand, just sort of end our turn there.
And with Flash Grenade, this is a card that is going to work, as we kind of talked about an earlier card with Resolute Stand. It is going to work the exact same way. It is not just going to be that attack. It is until end of turn. Anytime you take 3 damage on a distant unit, you're reducing 3 of that damage. Yeah. So it's any sequential attack that's coming in is also going to be reduced. And we saw Peter here. He still sends it.
He's still going.
He's still sending it.
Power Cell, looks like.
That takes Androidica up to the first attack was for 3. This is taking up to 5, 6, 7. So 4 damage coming through. There's a 20. And I think we're just calling it there.
That ends it. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just really no response, especially when you have that Viridian out.
Yeah,
so.
And I think we didn't see him hit the life total, or he didn't bother because he knew if he had the extra pump that it was over.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately it is a matchup that you just don't want to see as Water or Asana. I think you're okay to most other ones, but when another deck bursts just as much as you do, where you're taking that extra turn to get to level 3, you're taking that extra turn to set up the guns, versus when robots is go, look at my power cell, and it's unfortunately sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, Water Diana, unfortunately, taking a beating. But, I think we're always glad to see someone, give it a shot. Give it a try.
Oh.
And Frozen Dismissal, of course, very, very strong. One of those new cards coming in.
Yeah, and I will say, it is the Frozen Dismissal, if you would have had it a turn earlier, that could have been
that would have changed the entire
Androidica.
Game. Right.
Because we would have not only saw the Androidica get countered there, we would have saw him crack back, most likely take out... taking out that actual Magistrate, getting off the board, being able to Dungeon Guide level, and at that point you're down to 1 robot.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, of course, you can't know, but Peter didn't actually draw any other allies after that fact.
No, he
it was
didn't.
just Second Wind to Veiling Breeze. So yeah, I mean, that would have been actually a really nice board state to at least try and stabilize in. Of course, we probably would have seen different things out the Fairy Whispers, but who knows? But that is round 1.
Yeah, that's round 1.
Yeah.
And robots taking round 1 in our first feature mat. And again, there's a reason we talk about this list so early on. It is a deck you have to respect.
Absolutely.
Even if you are teched into different, you're teched into different allies, you're teched into these. And it's Reprogram is essentially the card that I think every single person who has played any competitive Grand Archive, you have put your sideboard together, you are ready to go play Ascent, and then you look at those 3 reprograms off to the side, and you're like,
oh, they're always calling.
Do I put them in? Do I see it? Because, man, that is a card that is if you see it and you see it into the robot matchup, it feels so good to play.
Absolutely.
But if you don't see
Get that floating.
It's man. I don't want to look at that.
I mean, that's if you don't see it, it is unfortunately 3 wasted slots in your sideboard, which is quite a lot. But yeah, like you said, if you do see it, you have basically beaten the deck check. You're gonna get out of it, and yeah, I mean. Every reprogram is not only a minus for them, but a plus for you. It's kind of ridiculous.
It is a card that is scaled in the way that I like to see cards in this game get scaled, where it answers a problem that the game has. You get a lot of value for answering that problem, but it is not necessarily strong into a lot of these other
right.
decks.
It answers only that set of problems.
Which you still can reduce an attack by 1 as a base for it, so you can still get that value off it. But what you're really looking for is to be able to just kill that robot, go +1, stop anything that, like in this case, what we saw with the Androidica. You could do it in response to the trigger of when the imbue triggers on the stack.
Yeah.
Remove it, so they're only getting 1 buff counter. They're losing Androidica, and it feels great.
Yeah, especially when people just go all in, right? If they, you go all in on Androidica, it's 3 cards, put them down. If you only have 2 left in hand, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, 100%. And of course, let's talk a little bit about Jose's list, because it is it definitely did sell the matchup he didn't want to see.
By the way, it is Jesus. We do have a local thing where we just call him every
other
name
possible.
But just shout out to Jesus.
But it is a list that we have seen do well in our locals. It is something we meme on Diana a lot for being probably one of the worst decks, unfortunately, in the format, just because the gun is so interactable. There are so many things that just say if you remove that gun from the board, it is very hard to get any pressure with that list.
Especially right now, right? With Water, of course, you're going to go Fracturize, and with any of the Rogue Wind decks, especially what we saw here, right? You just Zephyr it away. And it's really hard to game back that tempo as well, because a lot of times with Diana, that's going to be your explosive turn. Is just having that gun out, shooting it, and hoping that they are able to do anything about it.
Yeah, and the cool thing is we didn't really get to see it much from his list, but we did see it kind of in other games. He is playing this very ally-focused early game list where he essentially puts pressure on you. He forces you to answer his board, and then when you feel like you're comfortable, you overcommit into that push. He goes, cool, I've got Dungeon Guides in hand. We're leveling to level 3, and I'm going to hit you for 7. And then if you draw a second card, you're taking 4 more.
Yep,
and it's
getting those curses.
And I think we had one where we saw him going up against Kai, and he kind of put everything down to get that board state cleared off, and he cracked back for like 13 damage into Kai, and it was the back foot for him.
Yeah, when the deck gets running, it's actually really great because that overcommitment of resources, unfortunately for you, you feel good. You're like, okay, great. We're finally clearing this board. We're actually going to get somewhere here. And he brings out, he brings out Shadow's Twin, and just lays into you.
Yeah, and with the Shadow's Twin trigger, you're just like, you see that come into play, and then you look and go, do I have anything for this? And you're like, I don't. I'm taking this damage.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's definitely we saw that opening of. Luckily, we saw wind robots be able to take down a waterless, which is really, really good to see. Seeing more than just water controlling out the game. And then, of course, let's talk about it. Peter had some insane openings in this game. With just...
Oh, man.
He knew as soon as he started, he's like, let's get this Magistrate out. Let's put the pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely.
He played it out. He got every answer he needed. He drew game 1. We watched him have that Stifle Trap ready. So as soon as that Snow Fairy hit board, he's like, cool, play it, tap it down. I don't care. At the end of your turn, we're getting rid of it. We're going to put that pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rallied Advance in his first hand, and then his third card drawn being second wind, right, like one turn just before he needs it. Perfect.
It is sometimes, I mean, it's unfortunately, right, sometimes you high roll, and you put that pressure on, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, going into game 2, we saw almost the exact same thing, opening up the Magistrate. Now, we didn't necessarily see the Shimmercloak Assassin hit play, but I think it's actually worse.
I mean, double mannequins.
That's
real rough, right? And that's after his backup charger. Like he has a safe play. He's coming out. He sees that Jesus' hand is mostly down. Mannequin.
Plas Deflecting Edge ready. And we also we watched the commit to say, I need to get this Magistrate off board, and you just kind of watch all the light leave his eyes as soon as he saw that Deflecting Edge come into play. He's like, man, it's over.
Yeah, that extra turn with the Magistrate being on board is just too much.
If your list needs to make things outside of your materialization, it is a very, very hard card to deal with.
Yeah.
And Diana is probably one of the most notorious for getting cards out of it. Which actually, did I think about it? Does this stop specifically the materialization phase? Because I think he could have actually gotten to level 2.
Yeah, it does allow you to go to if you want to bring it up. It does allow you to actually still materialize things, of course, but only during your materialization phase. So there's actually quite a few cards that are stopped by Internal Magistrate.
Yeah, so we actually spoke a little bit too early. Yeah, he could have actually gone level 2 Diana to press it and actually have gone for still gotten the bullet because it is still in his materialization phase. While Diana is resolving, he can still grab the bullet, then clear, and then go. And I think going to level 3, giving you that health boost might have been... Now, you have to take a huge risk, because I think he had the Dungeon Guide down at that point. So you have to take a huge risk to do that, but that might have been what the play was.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, I think it's pretty hard to say, especially because at that point he would have had to gone 2 cards down, right? I don't think there's any floating left in the graveyard. And so I guess your plan there really is, I'm going to bring it out on 2. I'm going to get the bullet by releasing my Inner Lineage. And then, look at the board state. The thing is, unfortunately, without that shotgun, you're still only going to clear 1 ally on his side.
Yeah, I think I'm maybe putting too much on the 3 health bonus in that case scenario.
Well, I think the problem is you're going up 3 health, but you're already at 14, right? Your pressure is already ridiculous.
And I think how much did he overkill him by? Because I think he started that turn at 14 damage.
Just a bit, though, because of the tactical retreat, actually. So I believe it was just by 1 or 2.
Maybe the level 3 would have saved him for at least a turn. Now, again, you have a full board to have to deal with at that point. And, of course, 1 ally hitting the board with you tapped out is lethal. Yeah. So he just has to draw it. So you're banking on that. But, yeah, it was we saw a very well-played robot game by Peter.
Absolutely.
He was kind of like, if you want to see textbook robots, how did that play that deck? That was 100% turn by turn.
If you want to learn about robots, tune into the stream and see that one game.
I mean, it was like, now to be fair, not every hand is somebody who's tried to play robots before. You're gonna have hands where you're gonna look and be like, man, I got no allies in this hand.
You don't love hands that are just 4 rallied advances?
I've had it where I've had 2 Androidicas as the only allies in my opening hand. I'm like, man, this feels real bad.
course, you can play Androidica over Androidica for the buff.
Well, yeah, you're gonna lose one for the unique ally. Really,
yeah.
All right. Okay, looks like we got 5 tables currently wrapping up. Here to kind of wrap up round 1.
Yeah.
We can kind of see some of the results coming in.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these
results.
results.
Kind of see where we're kind of falling in terms of this. See where we're wrapping up these top tables.
Let's see if there's a cool surprise for us.
See if we see any upsets for here. As long as we can see these. A lot of those some of these top tables still playing. Of course, we have some. If you tuned into Santa Clara, you know Kyle Warple, top 8 out of Santa Clara. He is here playing today. Still looks like he is still wrapping up his match. We have Beautiful Kai, also another player you may see kind of on those leaderboards. Amazing he's also wrapping up his. And again, we have so many Ascent level players here at this event. Which
absolutely.
Which is insane.
This is, I think, a very high level event as far as things go, especially just for, for us, our local regional. It's pretty crazy.
100%. And it's one thing that we see a lot of new players come into play and they kind of join the game and they're like, man, this game is pretty tough. This is pretty rough. We have to kind of say like, hey, just a heads up, there is a lot of really strong players in the Texas area. We have, of course, as we talked about earlier on, we have Vin, which is kind of a lot of his plays, a lot of his mechanics have helped define how FISA is currently played right now.
Absolutely.
We have, of course, seen Beautiful Kai, which we make jokes of all the time. In our locals, he has run some of these lists before we even see him at the Santa Clara.
This man predicted quite a few lists, and we did not listen to the Oracle.
We didn't listen to the Oracle. To be fair, the Oracle himself told us these lists are too high roll. Let's not do it. We watched him before Toronto. We watched him play the Razor Gale list.
He played that Razor Gale,
and he popped off once, crushed on turn 3, and then kind of looked and goes, nah, not too high roll. We watched him go that Sylvie Nico. Crush with it with him and Robotron working on the list, and they're like, nah, too high roll.
They told me to my face, I don't think anyone's gonna play this.
And then, man, both times we get crushed by it. So I think we just have the in-house rule here for Texas that if Beautiful Kai runs the list and he says it's too high roll, we bring it to whatever.
If Kai is running it and tells me not to run it,
we're running it.
He'll stop and I will run it instead. There's no point in not.
100%.
Yeah, and actually, Robotron Wyatt, one of our judges today.
Yeah, he is. He's one of our judges today. He saw that Arasana.
He said, I have to judge.
He saw that promo, and he's like,
I have to judge an event.
He's like, I'm a judge now. I'm sorry. I need that. I need that Arasana.
I believe he took the judge test literally the week after.
I believe they announced it. And he looked at that judge exam and he goes, I'm passing this exam. He's like, I'm passing it. I'm becoming a judge right here, right now. And it's a dedication. Listen, I get it. Yeah. If they told me tomorrow that the judge promo is going to be a Sylvie card, at that point I'm like, all right, cool. I'm a judge now. I'm an official judge. We're doing it.
I mean, you gotta get your girl.
Listen,
whatever card you're looking for, you gotta get it. Right?
You got it. And this is Grand Archive. we are an anime card game. You gotta find your waifu. You gotta find your husbando. You gotta back them up.
We do not hide who we are.
Wow,
here.
we do not. We do not. And that was kind of cool. That's actually kind of one of the cool things we saw at Ascent Santa Clara. You saw a lot of these players. It wasn't just about I enjoy this game.
Oh, absolutely.
It was they loved the characters. They love just the story of this game, and you saw people like just have custom art for a lot of their things, like their spirit. You saw custom art for their champions.
Absolutely, their tokens. We saw one here on stream actually.
Yeah, we saw Lucky Lukey, who is one of the artists making custom tokens that hands out there. People just love these characters, and it's kind of one of those things about you don't see a lot in other card games. You see people they like a character. You'll see kind of other games they like a style, but you'll see people who are going to be, you could tell some of these people that Tenoris is the worst deck in the format, and they don't still bring Tenoris to a high-level event.
So, I mean, even here, we saw that, right? Diana isn't necessarily like a super high deck, but Jesus, he grinds Diana. He works on Diana all the time. Champion. Yeah. And when it does work, he's going to be right on top because he has worked on it pretty much the entire season, except for a few events.
Oh, 100%. And I think that you see a lot of dedication to deck lists in this game. You see a lot of people, they will adapt. Instead of just switching to the best deck in the format, you'll see a lot of players want to try to adapt their list to deal with a lot of these problems, which is really cool to see. Now, necessarily, it may not be. There are certain lists you'll know going in that I'm probably not winning this. I'm probably not doing this, but that's the thing. If they have fun if they have fun on the list, they have fun mastering a lot of these champions. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, especially with the new level 1 Neeko and level 1 Polhawk coming out, and the level 3 Vanitas. You see quite a few people trying to make it work.
Yeah,
100%. even if it doesn't quite, they're giving it a go.
They really want it, and that's one thing that we're gonna probably see, especially with more champions coming out. We have not even seen the release of a very particular champion on the way. But we have seen a certain Terra cleric, and man,
there's a fan club already.
We have a fan club. We have watched Cam already jump ship from an Arasana main over.
Don't mention.
We've already seen it, so it is something that you'll see. Just we don't even know much about it, and I will say that's with the preview of the new card for it. We got the reveal.
What is a Wither token?
I don't know what a Wither token is. I don't. There may be somewhere they've explained it and talked about it. But
I don't think honestly, I do not think that.
I don't think I've ever had a reveal in this game to the point. Well, I guess Tenoris, when we first got the reveal level 3 Tenoris, that they were like, you can make a pillar of creation, you can make a pillar. And we looked at the card and go, wow, this tells me literally nothing.
What does this do?
I'm making cards. That's cool. I don't know what it's doing. And I think we're in another situation of they revealed a card, we looked at it, and we go, that's cool. What's it do?
Well, I think, honestly, right, especially here locally, it was, that's cool. I just want the CSR. I just want the CSR. I don't even care. I don't even care. Just hand it to me. We'll do very good.
Which I'll say, we got Lubu. Yes. Hopefully on the way. I am on that boat of man. If they show that CSR and it looks good, I might be losing some money.
This man is manifesting. This man is manifesting a card. I think we'll take a small break here just before round 2.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time here before round 2.
Yeah, players are finishing up.
We'll take a quick break. We'll go ahead and kind of cut over to the store stream to kind of see what's going on out there. We have 10 minutes left from round 1, and we'll be back here in a few moments to kick off round 2.
Yep. And so that's why I always put Mordred in the sideboard, just so...
Okay, we're back. Hey, welcome back, everyone. So we are wrapping up round one. Overtime is just wrapping up, so those final entries are getting in. Yeah. We definitely saw, kind of looking over the current list of players out there, kind of seeing kind of how reports are coming in. Not really too many upsets. Strangely enough, in this.
A lot of them are, for better or worse, like expected.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah.
Which, to be fair, I mean, going into round one, unless you see like a high value, like one of these higher ranked players playing a higher ranked player, you're probably not going to see one of these get dropped down to game one. Yeah. Or you see that most of the time we'll look for those kind of decks because a lot of times they're a deck list we haven't seen before, or they have some sort of tech that is very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the most exciting thing would be if we saw a tech, especially with some of the new Alk altars.
Yeah.
And just something that I never thought about. I think that'd be very, very fun.
Yeah, and it's one thing that I'm like hopeful to see because I really like the foster mechanic in the game. Getting 2 more foster cards, but I think I do like the new one. Being able to play an ally and get the foster, I think is really, really good for the game, especially for people who want to try that style of deck.
Yeah.
Of course, the new foster getting a 3/4 vigor is really, really strong.
And coming out as a 2/3, I mean, there's no reason not to run it essentially in any Guardian ally deck. Yeah.
But it's one of those things as well. I think we have to come back to that same point of playing allies is very, very risky because of Polaris.
It is rough out there for allies. And, you know, it's funny, of course, that we say that because we just saw, you know, robots on stream.
Yep.
But I have a feeling, I don't know, we haven't checked every deck, but I don't know if there are any Oath allies here today. Or any other wind?
We kind of walked by. I think I saw one getting shuffled up, getting picked up. So I think we might have one. Again, that could also be just any wind allies list. But we probably will see at least one here. We did confirm that there is in fact the 2 people we thought would be on FISA.
2 people on FISA
are in fact on FISA. So that was not unexpected to see.
No, and both FISA winning actually.
Yeah,
which is great.
Yeah. And again, it is something that we see of, and we talked about before we kind of took the break, is we see a lot of these players, they love a deck, they love the type, and they do not care where it stands in the meta. They will perfect the plays, they will perfect the routes.
Absolutely.
And they know how to play those matchups. And it's one thing about this cool about Grand Archive is there is a lot of skill expression in these lists. Knowing when to materialize a certain card, knowing when to like hold certain cards back, and when to use things as removal versus putting pressure on your opponent.
Right. Even those mirror matches can be, you know, really interesting, not just because, you know, what they're drawing different, but also, like you said, their materialization order is so important.
Incredibly important. And it's one thing you don't see in a lot of games because there's really nothing out there that is kind of like this type of game where you have these game-breaking materialization, these game-breaking cards either within a champion level or with a card that just prevents damage or stops a certain interaction coming into play, and it's something you have to take into consideration every single turn of this game. As we saw, again, is going back to this one we just watched, we saw with pairings are up. All right.
Yeah, we got some pairings.
Just got notified pairings are up, so we'll finish this thought after we kind of check to see who we're going to bring up. So give us one moment. We're going to go ahead and cut to a quick break as we kind of get this next round kicked off, and then we will be right back. All right, and we are back.
Yeah.
So we picked out our feature match. We have two, mistakenly, we have two more of our locals.
Yeah.
We have Kevin, better known as Hayuka.
Yes.
Through a lot of the people on Discord. If you've been a Grand Archive fan for a while, you probably heard the name. He is probably one of the Fire Rai players.
I mean, he is the Rai guy.
I mean,
this man swapped to Rai at Ascent Santa Clara 6 minutes before they made him not do it.
He almost switched. I will give him credit. He almost switched off Rai, and he's like, nah, if I'm making it, I'm making it on Rai.
It's true. Exactly as we were talking about. He's one of those players. He wants to see Rai succeed, and he has the will and determination to do it.
Oh, 100%. And he knows these routes. He knows how he needs to play.
Absolutely.
And at this point, I think he goldfishes Rai in his head when he sleeps. At this point, like
he probably does.
He knows the routes. He knows exactly how many cards he needs, where to push damage, and it's.
All right. Oh, looks like we're going to cut directly to our feature match.
Oh, they're getting right into it, so we're going to cut on over.
And Kyle, our other one, is going to play on Water Lorraine.
Yep, and it's
in Soul.
Yeah, Water in Soul Lorraine.
Yeah, here's Spirit Water coming out.
He talked a little bit prior leading up to this that he wanted to play this list. He really likes it. He really enjoys playing it, and he wanted to do something he is known for. He was on Oath Allies for multiple events.
He was on Oath Allies.
He's like, man, I want to do something different. I'm going on. I want to play a Lorraine.
It's a little different. He told me privately he'd join the evil empire of water. All right, coming out Fire. Is that
Serene Fire?
Yeah, Serene Fire.
So he is going to go ahead and dig, which is actually odd a lot of times because we usually see in a lot of these matchups where when you are on Rai, you want that 8th card in hand. A lot of times will go, and we did see in his list does
he have a normal fire?
Yep, he is running both Spirit of Fire and he's running Serene Fire. So I'm assuming he believes in this matchup. Either he knows what Kyle's on and he's worried about the pressure, the big kind of push to go for a kill.
Yeah.
Or there is a chance that he thinks it's Water Allies, and he's worried about that pressure.
I was going to say, I have a feeling he thinks it's Water Allies.
And he might just be playing it safe.
Yeah. Increasing danger.
Yep.
Classic card. I mean, a straight up DOA classic card.
Which it's weird because that card when it first came out is when the game was a lot smaller, when we didn't have as big of a card pool. You weren't as worried about having your opponent draw an extra card.
Yeah, I think especially when I joined the game, Mnemonic Charm coming out, extra memory. When I first joined the game, Increasing Danger was just a card that you just sent because what are they going to do? What are they going to draw?
Yeah, what are they going to do? And now we watch his decks like Slime Sylvie, where you give them an extra card and it's backbreaking.
Yeah, we've got a Refracting.
Refracting one, putting out the floating, going ahead and go in the free level.
Yeah.
I wonder what card he put down because there's a lot of situations like this that I would have probably.
Ooh,
okay, he's just going backup charger.
He's going backup charger right here.
Gonna go ahead and draw that card.
Yep. Looks like he's gonna. Oh, he's got to bring out his token here.
Busting out the full deck box, going into box number 2 to grab that token. Oh, and he's got I believe that is a Bay from Hololive.
Yeah, Bay from Hololive.
I think that's actually my token. Actually, let him borrow. All right, cool.
Should get that back at some point.
Probably get it back from some point.
Yeah, so that'll be his Rested Power Cell.
Oh, is that what I think it is? Yo, is that? Oh, are we seeing the cards go down? That's 1. That's 2.
1, 2.
Are we going for the full 7? Are we sending the 7?
Kevin's got 2 in hand. And on Fire.
That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7. Here we go, baby.
Icebound Slam.
There we go.
So this is our first Icebound Slam for today. If you just want to bring it up real quick.
I don't want to bring this. Was that any floating at all?
Man, we just saw. That was a total miss. Now, that being said, it is, of course, still the 8 damage, which is, that's unfortunately, in a weird way, almost a fringe benefit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just saw 2 slams go in, as well as, what else went into the graveyard there? I just missed it. But yeah, I believe there was no floating. Yeah, we see only the 1 floating there with a Refracting Missile.
Yeah, and it's...
That's tough.
It is tough. But, to be fair, I think in this Rai matchup, you want to have that early damage. You want to have the pressure on Hayuka here. You want him to be...
going down. Mm-hmm.
You really want him to be kind of forcing himself to level, which, to be fair, he's Rai. He wants to do it anyways.
He's gonna do it.
But there are times where you give him that extra turn to just draw that extra card before he even gets to 3. Mm-hmm. It can essentially give him the difference of having 5 Arcane versus 6 Arcane.
Yeah.
And it's something you do have to think about.
Going back to Lorraine after the Rai turn, it looks like it was just the Scry, so just a little bit of filtering there. Yeah.
Is that 3 Icebound Slams in his graveyard?
Yes, because he milled 2. Yeah, an Inundating Clash. Okay, so Inundating Clash, pretty big card for Water Warriors. Very, very strong. And it's really unfortunate, I think, to see 2 of them go.
Yeah.
But that being said, he's now Warrior, so they're going to turn to floating. And
going for the Chilling Touch, banishing a card.
All right.
Which, I mean, to be fair,
that's a good...
into Rai, he probably put Arcane cards down. And it's getting rid of it temporarily, getting it out of the way, and forcing him to, now at this point, have to make a decision. Because if he wants level 2, he needs to get another card down. And he's also, at this point, when we can see his hand from here, he doesn't have that many Arcane cards to put down for this level.
He's sacrificing fire at this point. Yeah. Really. Frostworn?
And going into the Paladin, eating that floating memory.
Getting that card.
I mean, it is one of those things. It is one of those cards that when you play Frostworn Paladin and you put that out there as a 3/4, there is not many things that you are going to use to answer it that easily. And it's...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of times it's going to take, 2 out. We see a Nullifying Mirror in there, so a little prep for wind. A lot of times it's going to take 2 allies, right, to clear that Frostborn Paladin. And Rai, a lot of times, not... I wouldn't say not worried about your allies, but he's not gonna do too much to it right now.
Yeah, and you can see him putting the backup charger down upside down.
we got a mirror here where we got to figure out where our tokens are.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that when you kind of just have to... in our locals, we're so used to it. We flip up the backup charger because you're not really interacting with the card. It's not changing anything you're doing after you use it. So it is something that's kind of a habit of our group, and it just happens.
Yeah, but something nice about Jay, of course, your tokens can be anything, including another card. So 3 going down. We see the D guide. Oh, that's interesting now. So we have a D guide to level 2.
He may...
He's frostbinding it.
He's frostbinding. He's like, because he knows. He goes, you put 3 Arcane cards down. You want those Arcane cards. I'm going to make it so that you're going to play this gamble, and you're going to see if we're actually going to... he probably read the situation. He knows if he's dungeon guiding here, forces him to pay it, he's not going to be able to dungeon guide again. He is not going to be able to dungeon guide the 3.
That is true. He's
giving
only 3 cards left in hand.
Turn. Did hit 2 Arcane, so it's still...
2 Arcane out. Well, with Rai, you just take the small victories. They're not going to play those cards against you later.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you can hope for.
And this is something we do, going into this type of matchup, is normally we don't see a lot of Rai because the format is so much faster. But in this lucky situation that Kevin is in, is we do have this deck that traditionally is Water Lorraine is a little bit slower. It is going to be taking that extra turn to draw the cards, try to get up to that end soul turn and play it out. And maybe that extra turn is what he needs to be able to just kind of end this game before he can ever get that end soul off.
He's going to scry again.
Didn't get to see what he scried. Yeah, did it pretty close.
He held it pretty close to
pretty close. There. Not really showing. You can definitely tell Kevin has played in a stream before, has his cards tilted, doesn't want his opponent any knowledge of what's going on. So
let's see. All right, we're gonna
both floating going out.
Yep, both floating.
Going to level 2, getting that bonus on the play, which he has a dungeon guide out, so he's probably going to kill that dungeon guide, get that draw off of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 cards left in hand for Kevin, so there's not really too much an answer that Fire can present here.
Not really much, in this situation.
It'd have to be something genuinely surprising. Let's see what the Water has in their hand here. Let's see what Kyle has.
Which we may not see anything played yet. I think we might just see this. We might just see Lorraine turn sideways. Get that?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well see that next card, right? If you think you know.
Oh, wait, is that another... Hold on. Was that another Icebound in his hand? Did he have the 4th one in hand? Okay, no. I missaw.
All right.
I was about to be like, no, don't do this to him. Don't do this to him.
All right, 3 going in. Let's see.
He is at 22.
That's going to be the face.
So I wonder if he's doing the match.
Just straight pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
He wants to draw. He wants that card.
Of course. I mean, yeah. If you put out the dungeon guide and you're not offering anything to protect it, of course. All right, let's see what we have going down. 2.
He's probably putting the 3 cards that he knows.
Sword Saint of Eventide.
Sword Saint of Eventide.
Okay, yeah, but let's bring that one up. Probably a kind of rare card that people haven't seen.
Let me pull up. Here we're gonna look up this. There we go. Sword of Saint Eventide. This is a relatively new card that we need to see come in AMB. It is something that is weird. It has always held since its release, held a fairly high price point.
Yes,
yes. At its release. I mean, the card is a very good card. We just haven't seen a list that can really utilize a lot of the pieces it does, but I think Ensoul Lorraine is probably the card where it does fit the best.
The big thing, with that class bonus for Warrior only, I think is the big thing, right? A lot of the cards we saw in AMB that really came up are dual class cards. This one being only Warrior only, right? So you got to be Water Warrior. I don't know. Have we seen it in Water Merlin previously?
No,
I don't think so. Yeah,
we saw some play on the card. We saw some people messing around with it on like Water Allies.
Yeah.
But again, that's a deck that, weirdly enough, doesn't have a lot of water cards go to the graveyard. And if you do, you're in a really bad spot, right? Because you probably just lost 5 allies at that point.
And of course, you're obviously more hoping that you're fishing for floating that are going to leave the graveyard anyway.
And having the Icebound,
the second dungeon guide.
Yeah, and you can, as we talked about, we probably saw Kyle know that he's like he's got the double dungeon guide. He wants to get that early level 3. But the other issue we're going in here is Kevin's going into level 3 with 5 cards in hand. And I think we've hit nothing but Arcane so far. So we're going to see Riot, level 7? Level, higher than that?
There's three cards level right there
8.
in Banish.
Yeah, level 8, and we do see the Arcane Blast already in hand.
3 down, I assume it's Cerulean is going to be shown. Yep.
Cerulean Creek, again, he's looking for here, and then you might be a situation of he's not getting the counter, why would you play this card? Kyle knows very, very well here that if he gives Kevin too many cards in his hand going into level 3, there's a chance he just dies.
Oh, yeah,
there's
absolutely.
a chance he just gets double Arcane Blast and they're going on to game 2.
Yeah.
So making him put down 2 cards in response means, for one, if he doesn't have a grip of full Arcane, you're probably getting a whiff on one of the banished. 2, you're going to force him to have to take that extra turn to try to set up that kill. And again, I think it's the right call.
Too bad.
Arcane, but the Arcane Blast.
The Arcane Blast is gone. Yeah.
The Arcane Blast did go, so that is actually. You don't like to see all Arcane go, but this is probably your best.
If it's gonna be Arcane, it might as well be Arcane Blast.
Yeah,
that's right. Careful Study coming out.
Coming out for free as he is. He is level 8. That is 5, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is exactly level 8.
Exactly
so you get the free
8.
play.
So he's gonna get a card.
Draw the card.
A second.
And we did see another study. Fireball is in hand.
And just, rolling back real quick, we saw the book come out for the materialization. Obviously in, preparation for the second dungeon guide.
Yeah. And this is actually something really cool about this book that I didn't even think about when we were first talking about this, because anybody who may have played Rye in the first set was that the first time we saw this, we would actually see that book we see the original book come into play, give you the extra level, and then you would just banish it to get the extra level.
Yes.
And to get, the Arcane tome out there to get the bonuses. The cool part with this tome, instead of using the original, is when it comes into play, you draw a card to memory. And because the Arcane tome inherits all the effects of the original, you get to draw another card to memory by swapping those out.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Which is a really fun interaction. And it gives Rye that extra card draw that they desperately want. So
yeah. Looks like we got... Okay, yeah, I was going to say it looks like we still have 4 Enlightened, but we're down to 1 now, drawing an extra card.
And did we see the Saint die in something in this interaction? I think we may have missed it.
Perhaps so. Well, we see a Gloamspire. Okay, of course that's going to go down. Mnemonic. Cards in hand. Kyle's 2 cards in hand.
I didn't see any kills. I didn't see any clears.
Yeah, it may be a little ambiguous what that second die is for. We're going to see an Empower. Okay.
Going for the Empower. So get the free Empower, then sack it as we talked about. We're going to go ahead and get this Tome of Sacred Lightning. Cool thing about this card is because he has the Tome that he's banishing to pay it, he gets to get it out for free, and he's getting that extra card draw into memory.
Yep. And it comes in unrested, so he's just going to tap it again.
Yeah, and you can see Kyle said, "Hey, no, you tap that Tome to pay." And it's like, no, it's a new card.
A new card.
It's a new card.
Another Arcane going out there. Arcane Sight, it looks like. Just barely make it out.
Oh, I think, did he banish the... Or he did banish the Arcane Sight.
Yeah, so 6, he's level 9 now then, right now.
Which he does still have to pressure at this point with the 1 here. He still has to pressure 22 points of damage.
Yes. Which, of course possible, but I do not believe he has it in his hand. We see an increasing danger.
And I think right now, he's debating the Fireball on the Frostborn Paladin. You don't want to throw it away on that, but I think Kevin's heavily debating is, does that 3 extra damage he has on board, does that kill me? Because taking that Paladin on his turn is meaning he's putting him at 20, and realistically, a level 3 Lorraine
it's gonna pass.
Could push lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, and we still have a sword on board. Okay, ring's coming out.
He's going for the ring.
GCR, 2 in hand. He's not. Is he gonna pop it during? Pop it pre? Let's see if there's a response here.
Likely, recollection, he's likely asking if he's got the stealth, if he's trying to play the Vanish from Sight.
Yes.
Most likely asking that because that's going to kind of determine...
that would determine your turn. He's going to draw a card here. Oh, hard to see.
Frostbind, Fracturize, and I can't tell the last card he just drew.
Yeah. I think he flashed it for a few frames there.
It was very, very quick.
Yeah. All right. Well, so we know Kevin has a Gloamspire, Increasing Danger. Those are 2 cards we can see pretty easily, which are unfortunately both not answers.
No, but
Fireball.
I think at this point you have to respect that currently he has 5 cards in hand. He's got 3 down, meaning even if he doesn't play any cards to draw cards going into Kevin's turn, that he's probably looking at Kevin playing a 9 to 10 card hand on his turn. And
that's true.
If I'm playing into Rai, that is the last thing I want to see. Fractal Rain coming out.
I'm not for Trapper.
Yeah, I'm not really sure in terms of what we're digging here. In terms of it, maybe there just is another play, getting cards out to go to level 3, possibly.
Yeah, that might be it. The Frostborn, pretty much first order of the turn, going in for 3 damage there.
Which it looks like there is no other allies in his hand. It does have the looks like the Ghost of Pendragon is in his hand. And that might be why he went ring, is he didn't want to risk losing the Ghost of Pendragon. But I think into Rai, I think you have to be very, very greedy in this matchup. I think Rai's going to be greedy. You need to be greedy.
Rai is going to be, and especially now that he's already level 3, Rai being greedy is very, very dangerous.
Oh, 100%. Because it is a deck where we have seen these. We've seen with things like Slime Sylvie. If you're a more recent player, you've seen it where you give Sylvie a big enough hand, they can just win out of nowhere. They can show Storm Sun at the top, you die.
Yeah.
We've seen it with, of course, robots in the last round. That if you give them the opportunity to just pressure damage, they're going to die. And the thing with Rai is we saw, I think it's 2 more Careful Studies possibly in his hand, is what we saw. If I'm seeing that card from that angle correctly, he has a chance of drawing at least 3 more cards here.
Yeah, I believe it's just 1, but...
Even then, just 1 is 2
even
more
just
cards.
1 is ridiculous.
But he's going to filter for free. He's going to turn 1 into 2. So you've got a terrible, hand you're only looking at. And yep, we're going to see the Fireball.
A Fireball in response. I wonder if it's in response to the Fracturize, though.
I think it's the end of his turn.
End of turn. Okay, end of turn.
I think it's end of turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
He's just running up on his, getting ready to go.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. What we?
Yeah, as we said, he's going to ring.
I'm interested. Is Rai running the Chalice of Blood?
So
he brought up the ring. I thought I had seen a flash there of Chalice. I'd be interested because he is a 21.
No, it's actually not on Chalice of Blood.
Okay.
What we may have saw is he is running Nullifying Lantern and Nullifying Mirror in the main board.
It might have been the Mirror. Dungeon Guy going in for just, take that extra little Dungeon Guy damage, of course.
Yeah. Getting it at 13. No, you're at 11 from Lethal, where at this point, Arcane Blast off the top is it.
Oh, yeah. That's it. I mean, that is Rai's magic number, 11.
You never want to be at that 11 number.
That's 6 and 9 there. That's
You can see they're mathing it out now.
Yeah. And of course,
Oh, did he play? I think he actually resolved Advent of the Stormcaller here. Maybe.
Yes.
Yes, I believe an Advent.
No. That's just a scry.
Okay,
that's just a scry. He's got a 9. He's a 9 level scry.
That is 2 Arcane Blast.
Here's the thing: Arcane Blast, Fireball as well, because we got that Mnemonic Charm out there. And I think, not that players will forget it, but that +2, it'll hit you hard. It'll come out of nowhere.
Yeah, we're definitely...
We've got a Arcane Spell Shield in hand. Rings going out.
Pop Ring draws the card.
And
Arcane Sight, get him that level. Yep.
Temporary levels, it looks like.
We're at 6, 7.
Second die was.
Yeah, we're level 10. That Arcane Blast is only going to cost him 1.
He's going to turn the book.
Yep, we're right now we're watching an episode of Reading Rainbow, and yep,
okay, there it is. So once we get a response here, yep, all right, we're gonna go to game 2.
I mean, without many cards in hand, there's not much you're doing.
It's tough. So I think a big thing here, and let's take a look at the sideboards. I don't know whether or not Kyle necessarily could have gotten, enough allies to really pressure out that.
I don't think so. We'll take a look at his list here in a second. But looking at what Kevin's playing, in terms of it, I don't think there's much in his main board that he's necessarily want to lose in this matchup. Probably maybe the Underfires we could see come out. Maybe in this case
see the Terrafring perhaps go in, depending.
Maybe.
Although it's tight. It's tight in the material board, so.
Yeah, we'll probably see, knowing that he is on Lorraine. He went level 2. So the real question is, did Kaio give him enough knowledge for Kevin to know that he is on Ensoul, and maybe he thinks he's just playing Water Allies? Because if he thinks he's on Water Allies, there's a chance he may not care about bringing the Resolute stands in.
That's true. Yeah, and having not shown enough, you might even consider the idea like, okay, well, maybe it's just Water Allies, or maybe it's just like a Bayleaf type dispersion deck. Where we're gonna bring back one sword and just smack you with it.
Yeah, and then I don't think the Disintegrates are gonna come in this case. We may see him play. He may bring the Fireballs in. He might bring the
extra Fireballs. Kevin's got 2 extra Fireballs on this side.
And there's a chance he might be really overthinking this, and he could think that maybe he is on Water Hybrid. That we see like the old Fire Hybrid, Lorraine, Merlin. Maybe Kevin is maybe he's on some Water Hybrid. Maybe that's how he stole last match. So
that would be some interesting level of overthinking, but it is possible, of course. The information that you've seen really is just, I am a warrior. Yeah. And I got a few of these standard warrior water things.
Yeah, I got these allies, and I've got counter magic.
Yeah.
And you saw Icebound Slam.
You saw Icebound Slam. Well, okay, and I guess let's chat about that real quick while they're deciding. You're always going to see Icebound Slam right now in water, of course. I don't think there's a water deck that doesn't run it.
No, I think maybe Water Allies might be your only list that is not necessarily. So I think that might be the key.
Yeah, that's fair. Just that Water Allies.
And it's, I think, even in his. Well, he did see the dungeon guide off of the Icebound Slam mill, so he does know he is a level 3 list.
Yeah, he's a level 3 list.
So I think at this point that if he puts 2 and 2 together, he's going to know, I think this man's on Ensoul. I think we're going to put these Resolute stands in, and we're going to blank this entire turn if he tries to go for it.
Well, so let's take a look at what Kyle might sideboard in real quick.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And, of course, going into Kyle's list here, we're going to see on the sideboard, we're definitely seeing the Safeguard Amulet.
Hit that. 100%.
We're seeing that come into play. I don't necessarily think we'll see the Morgan Soul Guide in this case scenario, because you're not necessarily protecting your allies in this matchup. You're not as worried about your allies getting targeted.
Yeah, if you brought it in, it would purely be because it's just another little bit of pressure that Rai would have to deal with. But honestly, Rai's probably not going to deal with it,
Yeah.
If that one damage was going to end the game, well, guess what? He was just going to let it in anyway.
Yeah, true. And then we're probably seeing the incapacitates come in for sure.
Absolutely, right? Incapping a Fireball. Incapping Arcane Blast.
Even in some cases, being able to incap some of those first turn plays. Just stopping them from being able to replace the cards in their hand is just...
it slows Rai down because, Rai's biggest weapon, of course, is his hand size.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see that's where Kyle's sort of getting really nervous, that even slowing his opponent down, trying to say, I want those extra turns to try to stop you from going there. He kind of knew the writing on the wall. He's still going into Kevin going in 8-9 cards into Rai, and it's a situation you don't want to be in. You want Rai to be playing out cards to try to stay alive. You don't necessarily want Rai to just be looking at you in the face and being like, I'm going to play my game, you play your game of solitaire, we'll meet in the middle and see who dies. That's the worst thing you want, because that's...
Yeah. I think, Spirit of Water, a big thing we saw there, though, is that Icebound Slam miss. A pretty bad miss, in fact, unfortunately.
It was... I think we did end up seeing 2 cards get milled. 2 floating, we did kind of miss that. It was once he was Warrior, but we did not see.
He had to be Warrior in order for Inane Clash to come. Fractal of Rain showing a Fracturize,
and then the Glare kind of hit us on the other one too. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, it is one thing about kind of, especially with being in a card shop, sometimes the lights are just going to be. You just got to fight them.
Hey, as long as the players can see, I think we're happy back here.
Yeah. And we can use context clues.
Yeah, we are free. We are free to yap as long as they place the cards in the middle.
Yeah, and we're going to try to also as well, for some people in the chat coming in, comments, we hear you. We're going to try to hopefully get some of that fixed up in round 3, do a little bit of more changes on our end. So players resetting that life total. We're not going into this game 1 with 21 to...
Yeah.
As much as Kyle would enjoy to have
that would
Riot
be very,
21
very
right off the bat. Which,
we're seeing that same refracting missile play, this time with an actual fractal out. Okay, Scepter
and this time
Luna.
he's bringing out the Scepter. And I think...
That... Okay.
Actually, I think it might be the right call because I think he did the math last game and he thought if I would have had the Scepter out a turn earlier, I might have had lethal.
Well, milling rain. I think one thing though, then I think many people are going to have to forget that is Serene Fire down there, right? So the calculation has to become much different.
We were off. We thought it was 4 damage for lethal, and it was 6 damage. Or it was at that point 10 damage.
Yeah, 10 damage from lethal. Yeah, that, and of course the Serene Fire catching pretty much everybody all the time, and not just, you can catch yourself, of course, because you take out that Serene Fire from your lineage and suddenly you can't play fire cards.
Yep. And then,
level 1 Rye coming out.
Well, we've even had it where we've had it in locals where I'm like, yeah, I'm dead. You scoop up your cards and you look at the table and go,
yep, I wasn't dead.
That's Serene. I was alive. I just scooped to my opponent for no reason. And then, of course, we've on the opposite end of it. We're like, we do the math, you go in the tank.
You do all the math, and they are, so they have 6 life.
You get that Zach Galifianakis gambling casino scene going in your head, and you're like, math is perfect. I'm going to swing. I heal 6. I guess I don't. I guess it's over for me.
So, I mean, speaking of gambling, right, we saw that Rain mill another Rain, which is just, as always, unfortunate. Mnemonic Charm coming out. So, yeah, very much the same, general opening, minus the danger.
Is this a main phase? Back up? No, because back down. No. Okay, so he's backup charging. Get the card, draw.
Yeah.
Drawing here, and I think, at this point, fracturize.
He's going to fracturize it in Recollection. So
get him that floating memory. So he's, at this point, setting up that Kyle wants those clean levels. He wants to go level 1 by just playing floating. He hopefully wants to get level 2 by just playing that floating. And he just wants to apply that pressure to hopefully hit that 31 damage that he needs to end this game.
Yeah, and of course now, I think the calculations really changed with that Scepter of Lumina coming out. That 4 damage is nothing to be sneezed at.
Yeah,
that pressure is huge, especially just for something that you're already wanting to do, right? With the level 1.
Yeah, and it's one thing. And especially if he has the dungeon guide, which I think he just flashed it, he does. There is a chance that he could go level 1, go level 2, dungeon guide to level 3, and that's 12 damage.
Yeah, it's that thing we used to see with a lot of Xanders.
Yeah, 100%. We saw that water. We saw that we would see in those water ally lists. They would take that first turn off, they would just get out that Scepter, and then Xander's like, I got level 3 in the deck, but that's because I'm going to dungeon guide twice and kill you. And it felt bad, especially when they would dagger you and you would take the extra 1.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Goes up to 5. He actually, I mean, thanks to this floating, he's going to be able to keep quite a lot of influence. I believe 6 cards here.
And I mean, that's what you want, especially when you are playing this in Soul List. Your goal is to get to that 7-card hand at level 3 as quickly as possible. And that's kind of the reason why we did see that deck kind of fall off early, like as the meta kind of progresses. The more and more you had to interact with your opponents in this game, it was harder and harder to keep those 7 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 3. I think that's something that people, we're always going to fret about the counterspell and such, but it definitely is, a card that's leaving your hand. And every card leaves your hand, your influence shrinks, and there's a lot of plays you kind of stop being able to do, essentially. Which is why, of course, worth always thinking, make them have it.
Yeah, 100%.
Refracting coming out? No, okay.
Oh, it was the mill off of the... so this is actually the perfect mill he
that's
wanted.
Great, yeah.
This is exactly what Kyle wants to see in this situation.
And Kevin just took the 4 from the Scepter.
Which he knows here, at this point, put a card out, get an ally on board, let's put some pressure.
There it is. Yep, Frostborn.
Which, is he going to... If he's doing the floating, he does want that extra 1 damage onto there. He wants to get that extra card in hand. And there's the dungeon guide in hand as well. Yeah. In this case scenario, is that his first dungeon guide or is that his second? I think it might actually have been his first. I may have missed all the first card.
No, I do believe it was his first.
Oh, yeah, because
in cap there.
Yep.
3 damage going in. 10. So this is a position... I believe Kevin only has...
And he only put one card down, so I think if that's the one card he's willing to get rid of, then his play may be go Lorraine. Oh, and he's actually on and forgot that he's most likely. Let's take a look at which Lorraine he's playing, because there's a chance he's going to get that sword if he swings it for 3. He's going to get it back.
Ah, okay. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look at which level 3 we're on. Looks like we're bringing out the tome again.
We are on Spirit Ruler. Is actually who we are actually on.
Okay, yeah, let's bring up Spirit Ruler real quick.
Listen, it's been a while since I've even seen a Spirit Ruler.
Yeah, we see a Resolute stand and a fractal of. Yeah.
Yes, he is on Spirit Ruler. Is in fact the Lorraine that whenever if we want to bring it up here real quick, it's. Unlike some you see with the original list for this, where they would want to go the other Lorraine level 3, where they wanted for every Sword of Banishment they would get +1, he has actually opted to get that Sword Regalia that he has banished back out into play, which means, as we were kind of looking at this board state here, he's going to go level 2, get that +2 on the attack, pressure 3 more with the Paladin, of course get the 4 off the Scepter. That's a lot of damage right there. Dungeon Guide to level 3 and even get that sword back, so that if he draws something like the Ghost of Pendragon or Dispersion as well, there's a lot of options he has to just burst down Rai here before we even get to level 3.
He's gonna Frostbind.
Oh yeah, Frostbind coming out on the Dungeon Guide.
And we saw this last game where he's just trying to force Kevin to put down some cards here.
Yep. And it's actually a very smart call here, because he wants Kevin in this case scenario to a second Frostbite.
Okay, he doesn't. No. He wants him at that low health. This changes quite a bit here. That 10 damage is over half his life.
That is.
Let's take a look. So if he levels here, that'd be another 4. He's presenting 1 with a sword, 3. So yeah.
If he kept Dungeon Guide, if he kept Dungeon Guide in hand here, and that is not a Resolute stand in his hand right now, I think the game is over right here.
The game is over if that is. Now I have a feeling we did not see it, but I do have a feeling that he did keep it.
If he hasn't, that card is definitely Resolute stand. He's level 2, so he does get to play it for free. We're seeing the Scepter trigger takes him to 14. Yep. Don't forget, of course, Serene is still under there.
Oh, yes,
Serene is still under there.
Serene's still under. That's right.
But don't forget, he's got the Dungeon Guide in hand, meaning currently he's gonna push just the 3, and then we didn't see the Resolute come out. So this.
Okay, let's take a look. He's placing. He didn't attack with his sword.
He didn't attack with the sword.
He missed his sword.
He missed the.
All right, we're gonna pop the Serene to heal up, but it's not. It's not gonna be a great line, unfortunately.
We are missing some value there. And I think there was the other Dungeon Guide in hand too. Yep. We are missing.
Right, so we got the 4. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take the Scepter trigger.
Did he pop the Serene to go to? I think
he did. He did pop the Serene.
Did pop the Serene. So
we did pop the Serene. We're gonna take
for 1.
For 1. Of course, very famously, we do work hard to not mess up the ordering there on the Dungeon Guide.
Correct.
Ghost. Okay, Ghost. Okay.
Which, man, he missed 3 damage here. He could have had.
Yeah.
And the Ghost. So.
But ghosts are not. It's not a huge problem. It's not going to get him there. I think
he missed. Actually, in this case, I think he missed lethal.
Never mind. There's our second.
There's the second Ghost. Never mind. Okay.
Unless there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay. So it looks like Kevin was just sort of baiting him to take all his resources.
But he's gonna pop the Scepter back into the deck to draw 2.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
What else are you gonna do?
So yeah, I mean, to be fair, I guess missing the 3, I guess doesn't change too much.
It doesn't change too much.
I definitely think at that point it could have if Kyle would have swung with the 3. Played the Ghost to get the sword, he can keep up interaction still, or at least threaten interaction. Yeah. Even though you have revealed 2 Frostbinds on the turn prior, you still have other water cards that you don't necessarily as Rai want to see them play.
Yeah.
So in a case scenario, maybe missing that could be kind of the difference in this game. But at the same time, we are definitely kind of seeing Kyle in the spot he wants to be.
There's our tome. And this is still looking pretty good, of course.
Yeah, because at this point,
careful study.
Kevin needs to stop the damage coming at him this turn completely. And I think we're going to probably.
I think he knows.
Writing on the wall. Yeah, writing on the wall, going to game 3.
Yeah, no, pretty smart. Yeah, game 3.
Yep. And as we kind of shuffle up, we have a couple people in chat asking some questions of the game. So take it here. Is Grand Archive similar to MTG? And we did get a reply in the chat already for it. But there are a lot of elements of this game you will see from MTG. The developers of this game are actually very big fans of Magic the Gathering. Kind of hint at the name of Weaves of the Shore.
Weaves of the Shore, yeah.
Is their company name. So they're really into like these type of interaction. The big thing that they wanted when they designed this game is they didn't just want a one-sided I hit you or you block, kind of like you see in Flesh and Blood. They didn't necessarily want a solitaire style that we see in some more things like One Piece in some case scenarios. They wanted something that was more of, I want to be able to respond to what you're doing, and I want you to interact with what I'm doing. Now, we see decks that kind of obviously go against that, or we call solitaire style. But yeah, we do see a lot of that familiarity, and we see a lot of Magic players coming into this game because it is familiar to them, and of course they like anime. That's the other big thing.
I mean, I definitely, myself, when I was much younger, played quite a bit of Magic, and coming over to Grand Archive, I felt very comfortable actually coming in from Magic. It's not very difficult to learn. The biggest thing is you gotta really buckle down your math because sometimes 5 is not equal to 4, and you gotta put down those cards into memory.
Oh, 100%. And that's also, you also have to think about is with other games where you're kind of relying on playing on certain lands or you're relying on certain resources lining up for you, you look at your opening hand in this game and you can kind of math out where you want that game to go based on what you're looking at. Of course, drawing certain cards can really turn the tides of that. You have certain cards that can really affect kind of what your end result might be, but at the end of the day, those first 7 to 6 cards, depending on what spirit you're playing, kind of define what you're going to do, and you can save some of those cards for later options, and you're not forced to have to say, man, if I draw this plains, I'm going to be able to do this, but I need to draw this plains. You're able to play pretty much everything that you have, which is really cool about this. So you do get a lot more, or we talked about earlier today, you get a lot of skill expression, just knowing your deck, knowing what it can do, and what options you have.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the spirits, even just the 2 games on stream here, we've already seen, Water twice with just 2 different champions, and of course, they just play a completely different way.
Yeah. It looks like we have the players currently getting ready for the last game, and we are cutting back over because they looks like they are ready to get this going. They're ready to wrap this up. They want to get this.
Some fire first.
And we are seeing Spirit Fire. At this point, we talked about in game 1.
Yes.
Fire knows at this case scenario. Sometimes they don't necessarily need the heal. They need to kill you before you kill them. Yeah. And now that Kevin has essentially now had a little bit of that fear of God put into him, now that he's seen that Scepter Lumia come into play, how much damage that card alone is putting pressure on him, you can tell at this point he's like, you know what? We're going to level 3, and I'm going to try to end this game before you can do anything else to me. Yeah,
it's sort of the, in a way, like the opposite of game 1, right? Where now he actually finally learned enough information to understand what he should be afraid of.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
We saw a Resolute in his hand there, Mulan Charm coming out. What else did we see? We see a Fractal Rain, likely? Or no?
Nope.
What is it? Chilling Touch?
Chilling Touch. We're going to try to get rid of a card. Definitely banking on, hopefully, that one of those cards that he's getting rid of is the Arcane, and that the other cards are not Arcane.
Yeah.
But knowing Rai...
those are almost
every card is Arcane at this point.
Well, that being said, it is a blind draw from Harmonic into memory.
And then, of course, we're seeing the original classic. We didn't need the Lost in Thought back in the day to do this. Play the Chilling Touch, play out the Paladin, put in the 3.
So nostalgic. All right, Arcane Spell Shield's going to go out.
Now we just play it for 0 and we draw the cards like,
that 3-4 back in the day, or even now, right? That stat line is ridiculous.
It was a point where Water early on was a deck you didn't want to play. You didn't have a lot of options. There was no counter magic in set 1. You didn't really care about Water. But you, of course, Paladin, that stat line, 3-4 was insane.
Yeah. I mean, once again, still good. We definitely don't want to discount Frostborns. We're going to see a lot of them today, probably.
Oh, we're going to see. That is a card that, even now, it keeps that stat line. 3-4 is a very hard card to deal with.
Well, and of course, another big thing, it replaces itself. Draws you a card. And in Nico, of course, you're going to take out one of your floating memory for that lash counter.
We are seeing the Gloomspire hit play.
All right, yeah, let's pull that one up.
Yeah, we know for a fact on this one, this is the whole reason to play Gloomspire, which hopefully there it goes, is, as we talked about early in this game, There it goes. Taking a second to load up. With Gloamspire Black Market, we are back to that point of we said when we started this game 3. Kevin does not care about trying to stay alive at this point. His goal is I want as many cards in my hand as possible. I want to be level 3. I don't care about your counter spells. I want you dead. And that's exactly what Gloamspire is going to do.
Yeah, you're going to start seeing cards just, it's the spell fling. You're just going to see cards come out, and then he's going to say, you know what, I'm going to Gloamspire. And, right now especially, Water is one on key cards.
Yeah.
For influence.
There we go. Icebound Slam coming out.
Icebound Slam.
No floating.
No floating.
No floating.
And a D guide. Oh boy, man, it's been a day. 3 going in from the.
Listen, we made a joke about the mispronunciation or the shorthanding of Icebound Slam. But listen, after that show, maybe we go back.
Maybe we should say. I mean,
maybe we should shorthand that Icebound Slam, but oh boy, that is, it is a card that we talk about early today. We talked about how powerful it is.
We're going to keep talking about it.
We're going to talk about it all day today. But man, there are times where you will play Icebound Slam, and it is just miserable.
It'll either crush your opponent's soul or it'll crush yours. There's only 2 things it can do.
Oh, it's one of 2 things. I'm going to be in the best state in the game that I'm possibly going to be in. I'm going to have the best game of my life, or I'm going to show you every good card in my deck, and I'm going to cry myself to the next round. So,
well, at the bright side, even if you miss, it is going to turn on that Sword Saint of Eventide.
Yeah.
And potentially, I don't believe he is, but no, there's not going to be any Zhu Yings in this deck.
I don't think so, no.
Point, yeah.
Which, I do not think, because coming on, Kevin plays his hands real close to the chest, so it's hard for us to tell what he's sitting with and what he's not. But I did not see a dungeon guide, necessarily.
I did not see a dungeon guide.
So, we may not see a dungeon guide level here. You can definitely tell that Kyle doesn't want to see that dungeon guide hit play.
Well, especially the last game. I think we definitely all saw the manifestation of that.
Yeah.
5 cards left in hand.
And then, of course, and that's the thing. That is as we've talked about prior.
Oh, there's the Under Fire.
Under Fire. Okay, so he's just answering the Icebound Slam damage, maybe? Oh, he was answering. Oh, he's answering the attack on the Spellstorm Paladin. All right, just giving him that extra turn, that extra time. And that's one thing we've also talked about with
cards. Ghosts coming out.
Oh. Did he make Scepter or did he go? He's going Lorraine.
He's just going to go Lorraine.
I guess at this point you don't need the Scepter. He doesn't have the extra 6, so you are taking 6 off of him just by him not picking that Spirit. So maybe that's Kyle's logic right now.
Well, and it might be, depending. We haven't. It was hard to see some of the cards in their hand. I wonder if he's just going to try to rush up to 3.
He might be at this point. He may
Turbo to 3.
Turbo to 3, and then I think he wanted to keep that Ghostman Dragon there. You can definitely tell that he wanted to see it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, regardless of the outcome on this turn, I'm sure Kevin's very happy that that Ghost left.
Yeah. Oh, Askin Influence. It looks like we have a judge call possibly on the table, or I think they might just be chatting about the... Okay, they're just chatting about the state of the game.
How much influence, yeah.
Okay. Drawing the cards, going up.
For that Ghost left. Seeking coming out. I definitely saw Lost in Thought. There it is. Lost in Thoughts.
Throwing the Lost in Thought. Are we going to see... I think it's another Paladin in hand. Maybe he's just like...
Oh, yeah. I mean...
We're going to go allies. We're playing allies.
Sometimes the old ways are the best, right?
Yeah. I mean...
See refracting...
I mean, you even called it earlier. Even with the Sylvie Nico. Sometimes... You don't even go Nico.
Sometimes you don't go Nico.
You don't go Nico. You hit him. And that's exactly...
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. So 6 damage presented on board, 7 with the sword.
And there's another Lost in Thought put in there.
Yeah, I believe.
So pushing that 3 more.
Yeah, another Lost in Thought.
And then I think at this point he's just banking on Kevin not having control pieces, not having the kill. But even if we see Kevin hard level here and not do the dungeon guide level because we've seen it, we are probably gonna see him just go that hard level 3.
Yeah, just hard level 3. I mean, why not, right?
Roll the
this is your chance. We see a Gloamspire going out
and 2 more Arcane, so we are at 5 Arcane, giving us to level 8. Level 8, yeah. So we are definitely level 8 is where you want to be on Rye. At least that's where you want your starting point to be.
Yeah, so you get those careful studies. We're in Creative Shock during Recollection. Oh, is it Cerulean? Yep, Cerulean.
Take a card out of hand, get rid of it. Don't let him sort.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, right? Stopping that creative shock is a big deal, especially after that hard level of 3.
Yeah, because not only this point where you would creative shock, possibly pitching, in this case, normally we'd pitch a floating memory to get that value.
Yeah.
But in Arcane Rai, if you pitch certain arcane cards,
yeah,
you can
for value later, like real value later.
Yeah, real value later, and it's kind of a situation of sometimes it is just the better play to keep him off the extra card draw, keep him off the extra card.
7 influence there against Gloamspire.
So Gloamspire is only going to work for Kevin, not for his opponent. One
classic.
of the downsides. Trust me, as a Sylvie player, I am all aware of they were just essentially tapping Gloamspire for free, and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Where we joke about of like, man, I replace every card in my deck until they play Gloamspire. I feel great about that, and then it's like,
hey, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm not above playing a card, like a fast cure or something, just to draw a card. I'll filter too. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I will get floating memory in there. I will heal.
Yeah, exactly,
I probably won't heal 4 at that point, but I'll try to heal 4.
Yeah, I'll try to heal 4.
And then I'll draw a card with you.
Yeah, we'll just see what happens.
It's our card draw. Is what we like.
You and me.
You and me. We're in this together. We're trying.
We're both trying to win the game.
We're trying to win the game. We're going to both be here.
It's counting graveyard.
He's like, how many Icebound Slams did you show me? And he's like, oh, let me.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't see it either. I could swear that there is 1 Icebound Slam in that memory there on Kyle's side.
If there is.
That's...
Which I don't think, unless he stealths the board or he plays a Peaceful Union, which we didn't see in his list.
Oh, yeah, let's pull it. Usually,
I
mean, a lot of Rise will play Peaceful, of course. Let's take a look.
I think he opted out, which, again, with ally lists being more terrified of this meta and people trying to go away from allies, yeah, there is no Resolute stand.
Yeah, he's just looking at Resolute stand.
And as we talked about earlier, when having its Under Fire and the Resolute, we're not seeing the traditional play of taking out the Peace Reunion. We're not seeing the Vanish from Sight that we saw some of the Rise go as well. We're seeing more of... This is actually a lot closer to what we saw with the original Rai of, we're just going to send it.
Yeah. All right, so we get Arcane Sight. We see a D-Guide now, a little late, but that's okay.
And I will say that I think we've all been in the position Kyle's in this matchup, especially playing against Kevin, where we have every card down against him, and we're just like, we have to put our...
Oh, it is terrifying.
You lean into your hand, and you just go, man, does he got it?
When you see a Rai go to their deck, and because they're going to draw some cards, and you're all, your shield's down, you just, honestly, you're hoping it's not that careful study.
Oh,
pulling up, because that is the chain. That is the start of a terrible, terrible roller coaster down.
I think the worst play I can see is putting the shields down, and then my opponent just goes...
Oh, it's got to pass. Kevin's going to pass. Interesting. Okay, Safeguard.
Oh, and there's Safeguard. Yep, that is the fastest Safeguard I think Kyle's ever thrown on the board at this point. He's like, we're not going to risk it. We're throwing this down. And I think you might be right, because normally you might try to close out the game here by going level, getting that extra 3, because you would have 9 on board.
Yeah.
Which would put him 1 away from lethal, and we saw the Sword of Eventide in hand, that he may have tried for lethal.
So we've seen Soul in hand.
I don't see the slam, though, unfortunately.
Well, maybe I was wrong. What we do see, of course, just this board pressure here, right?
Yeah.
So once again, we got 7 on the board.
He does have the Fracting Missile, but he does not, I think, no Fractals, unfortunately, because that Power Cell is still standing up as a regular power cell, I believe. So we haven't seen it change.
Yeah, last game we saw him bring it in when it was fracturized.
So he's definitely, that missile's only going to hit for 1. Not going to be the 1.
Let's see if there's a response here.
Which, at that point, do you, in this situation, knowing that if you give the Fire Rai another turn, they have a chance of just killing you.
Yes.
You know they don't have the Serene. Do you just go the Texas tradition and say, if you got it, you got it? And just play into the Resolute?
I think you do. I think you have to.
Because at this point, with not leveling, he's 18 from lethal. At this point, even if he goes for the actual amulet here, he's reducing it by 4. I still think 3 fireballs, or in this case 1 Arcane Blast, 2 fireballs, I think is still lethal.
Yeah, okay, so we've got 5 in the banish there, so 8.
Oh, coming down. There's Resolute.
Okay. And, and paid Resolute, I think, is the most important thing here.
Yeah,
right?
so he is going to be able to draw a card in his turn, so he's not giving up anything.
Yeah, Kevin's still got to try to fish.
Oh, I think he's 1 card in hand. Is it the counter? Yep.
He's 1 card in hand.
Oh,
He's going to fracturize it. Okay.
Kevin got nerve. You could see in his eyes. He was like, "Oh man, he's got it."
Yeah.
Which, I guess, there wasn't a Cerulean Decree in the hand either. That is unfortunate. But I will say, having the Rai have to force to throw cards down does make the Rai think a little bit about kind of what do I have here, what can I play, what can I draw, to kind of get me out of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. This is a poor board state with two powered up Frostborns, right? They got that buff. But like you said before, Rai can always turn it around.
Oh,
there does not take very many cards for a Rai to flip the entire script, and you're out.
Listen, we saw it at Worlds, even with a lot of people playing the Win Rai into that team event, where you would see the Rai being like, they would lean to their teammate and just be like, man, I'm about to lose this game. They go back and they draw one card and go, I'm winning this game. Yep. And so it's a deck that when it swings really, really hard back in your direction. So it's something that I think Kyle's respecting that. He's keeping cards up. He knows that he may need to just kind of use some small pieces to stay alive.
Yeah, this one's very interesting. So him going for the book right there, of course, drawing him something into memory. I wonder if that sort of presents an extra threat, right? Just that extra little 1 damage to get you over that safeguard.
Yeah, pop the charm, gets the 2.
Yeah, it's just tough to see what he's got in hand.
Because that turns that fireball into what now? We're going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 plus 1. So is that a 13 damage fireball?
13 damage fireball for the first one, 12 for every other one.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry. It would actually be 10 because the Monarch Charm also is an Empower.
Which, at that point, if it's 12, it's like 10 plus 8, that's still lethal.
6. Yeah.
That's still lethal for him.
Okay, yeah. Of course, we're going to go for the Tome. We're going to get another... Okay, so right here, the Charm and the Tome are just going to bring you over Safeguard by themselves.
Which, if you'll notice this, Kevin put the card in memory, didn't even look. He's like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what it is.
This is... Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there's an Arcane.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things, right? Like, it's this turn or nothing. I think you can really feel from Kevin.
Oh, 100%. And I don't want to call it desperation, because I don't think he's necessarily desperate to try to end this game in this situation, but he is definitely, he sees the writing on the wall. He knows that...
Yeah, he knows that there's a clock out there, and he cannot stop the clock.
I'm 10 from lethal. I can do quick math on the board and say, if he levels a 2, that's 9. Yeah. Right there. And he goes, I don't want to risk him not just having 1 damage.
Yeah. And not only that, a free level, because he's got the floating memory in Graveyard already, so...
Well, yeah, does he have 2 or he's 1?
He has 2.
Oh, he has 2, so yeah, it is. Yeah. He's not losing any value from his hand to do that. So he wants to ship it. He wants this kill. He wants this game to end. And then we see this a lot, especially from Kevin on Rai, is he's going to think every single point of damage out here. He's going to maximize as much as he can. Absolutely. He essentially wants this route to be. And also something that I also noticed here, that why he's thinking, because I saw him draw the Arcane Sight. Normally, if on a Rai, you would slam that card down to draw the card. Mm-hmm. But in this situation, I think Arcane Sight is a spell. Or is it a skill?
Well, let's pull it up. I believe it is a spell.
Let's look at it here.
Yeah.
Because I believe if it is a spell, he is going to lose that. Yeah, it is a spell, so he will lose that imbue if he plays Arcane Sight. So that's why, and so right. he knows he has to trade it out.
All right, so see the bolt go, Arcane Blast. Go in.
Yep, going in, Arcane Blast. That does still does eat the imbue there. It does pay for the last because it does count it as the cheaper cost, but...
Yeah, and that's why we only see the 1, right? We see the Tome imbue going away.
Which, these are the kind of moments I love in Grand Archive right now, because Kevin's thinking about it. I don't think he has the other Arcane Blast in hand. He doesn't have the Fireball. All he has... Oh, no, what is that last card in his hand?
Next to the Danger? It's hard to say. It's Norm, though, isn't it? That might be
it's his last... Okay, so he does have lethal in hand. He does have lethal in hand right now. Because that is not Arcane Blast. What's the name of that one? Banish 2, play it. You banish 2, draw 2. It's 4 cost.
Oh.
It's essentially Arcane Fireball.
Yeah, I forgot what that card is. I mean, a testament to how often we see Arcane.
Yeah,
even here at Locals, Kevin's the Rai guy, but he doesn't necessarily bring Rai to every match or anything.
And he's like, I'm going to draw this card. We're going to see. Which
Safeguard going up.
Which is strange that we didn't see the Safeguard get popped earlier.
Yeah, I think he might have been trying to bait some more resources to see how much Kevin would commit, but that 11 damage going in is already so much. That being said, let's see here. 6 cards in hand.
Which right now he's sitting with how many cards? I think he's still. If I could be terrible at math here, but I think he's sitting level 11 right now. So that is coming in for at least 11, I think, is what we're looking at.
10.
I don't want to look at the.
Yeah, let's have a look at some cards.
Let's take a look here. But I think if we saw that card correctly, I believe we were looking at Erratic Bolt. And it is level damage, so it is 11. Yep, and we're probably gonna see he's doing the math. He sees 11. Let's take off the 8, or let's take off the 4 from that. Yeah. Sitting with what, 7? If I'm anywhere close to be able to do quick math, right? And 7 is actually. I think Lorraine's at 20 health.
Yeah,
so
Lorraine's at 20 health. That would be exact lethal if played. And he's stressing. He doesn't.
Oh, he's thinking about the. Does he? At this point, we're back to that thing. Does he have the counter spell?
Okay, hold on.
Does he have the counter?
I think he's going for. I see some cards going down.
Because he's got to think about it. Because he knows if he commits this, if he puts everything down, and that is a counter spell. Which we know he has how many cards in it? Because he has
6 cards in hand.
But he has the tome he can sacrifice to draw a card at any time. I think, right? Or no, because it's not the.
Oh, not anymore.
Tome.
It's not the other one.
It's not the other tome. Correct. Yep.
So he's just got to risk it, basically.
Which in this situation, we know the Texas motto.
I mean, look, you see the cards. You got it. Look at that. 4 in hand there.
He knows. He's like.
He's done the math. He knows it's possible through safeguard, and plus, of course, he could just pop the charm. But he's holding out for just to see.
And that's the thing. We'll call it out in the chat. Somebody goes, "How close are you to Magic in this?" If you've played any Magic before, you've played against the water player. Sometimes the most he passes. Sometimes the most powerful blue card in your hand is the island that they think is a counterspell. 100%. And I'm pretty sure Kyle may have just bluffed it.
I think he bluffed it. I did not see. Yeah.
I didn't see. I mean, there could be a decree kind of tucked in there, kind of padded back in his hand, but I didn't see it.
Get the on enter here.
Which now he's like, Kevin. He's like, hey, Kevin, you got it. You got the card.
Yeah.
You got the response. Power overwhelming. So he's going to use those 2 to get 2. Or he's doing it. Oh, he's digging. He's like, I need something here.
I mean, so here's one thing. I think if you're Kevin, you might try to just present a fireball, right? During recollection.
The problem is he didn't see if he saw the Arcane Blast.
Oh,
that is the card he wanted to see.
That's rough.
Yeah. Which you can tell that he's kind of kicking himself because he's like, if I would have just.
And I definitely want to know. We actually are in overtime. Missed that ourselves. We're 1 minute into overtime, meaning these players are in turns. Or is it not? Oh no, my bad. I'm so silly.
Yeah, we still got 4 minutes.
Never mind.
Which, to be fair, we are at the end of this game.
Yeah.
This is the turn that decides it all. If he passes to Kevin, the game's over. Like, it's 100%.
Ooh, yes.
And he knew how long Kevin was holding those 4, and he was thinking about it. Kevin's not going to fall for the bluff twice.
Wow, so we'll see a Frostborn here going in. 3, 4, under 5. Oh.
You don't want to see that.
Okay.
So he's taking the 3 to do that, keep himself alive, prevent the 3.
It'll be 4.
Is it 4?
I believe so.
Is it only preventing?
I believe so, but I couldn't read the timer, so.
Yeah, let's pull up Under Fire.
Yeah, let's pull up Under Fire real quick.
Under Fire prevent 4 damage to your champion, meaning currently 1 more prevention still on him. So, but he took 3, so there's a chance he could just send it.
In clash.
Yeah, and we're seeing that clash come in, and again, we talked about it.
Yeah.
He's unfortunately, Rai is not tapped. He's not getting the extra damage to do it, but it is pushing him. He is 2 from lethal now. Does he have the last 2?
He needs non-ally damage.
We saw the sword of. I thought we saw the sword of Saint Eventide. Did he put it down?
Did he
put the sword of Saint Eventide down?
Well, sword of Saint Eventide, or sword of Saint Eventide is still an ally, right? So currently, Kevin's stealthed. So really, what we're looking for, and I thought we had it, was a refracting missile.
Oh, yep. I thought we did have the refracting missile.
He passed. I guess not. I guess he doesn't have it. Take a look. See if you can see it. Arcane Sight.
Did he put the missile down when he played?
I think he put the missile down. I believe he put the missile down, which is a disaster. Oh.
Yep. There it is.
And
he shows that he goes, I put it down. I put it face.
I was going to say, he had it.
Because that is a look of somebody who knows they just messed up. And it's, again, we've all been there.
We've all been done there. That's a shame. Okay, well, a fantastic Game 3.
Oh, a fantastic Absolutely Game wonderful. 3.
And you know what? Rye winning on stream. There we go. In the year 2025.
In the year 2025. We have 2 non-traditional meta decks going at it in this event. And, of course, we saw, honestly, a lot more surprising result of what is in Sol Lorraine than I normally see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the last time we saw any close to this deck was probably back in early ALC. We saw a kind of a variation of the list.
Yeah, and it was fire too, I believe.
Well, we saw the water version.
Oh, the water and Sol was allies.
Because we saw the Krasolan Longtor come out. Everybody wanted to play that card. They wanted to use it. So we did see kind of that play. But yeah, this was a phenomenal Game 3 from both of them. Yeah,
Yep. And you can see Kyle, he's got...
We all done it. You can tell he put the cards down, he looked at his hand, and he just goes, I did it.
So that under fire there, really clenching the game.
Oh, 100%. And it is a card we saw early on in Fire. We saw Fire Merlin play it for a while. We saw, of course, Fire Rye play it for a while. Yeah. We even saw Fire Diana. It was kind of a list. We saw it play it for a while.
The people that they think are going to play it.
Yeah. And again, getting that, sometimes taking that 4 damage to give your whole board stealth is enough to just save you. Because if you can trade 4, taking 4 damage, what would normally be like 12 or 13 damage, obviously we make that trade.
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of these decks that needed the stealth option, they kind of fell to. Like, you know what? I'll take the damage. And then in the case of if he would have gone Serene, you can heal that back out with Serene as well after you play the card. So
yeah, of course. I mean, at the end, you'd rather take 4 than 8. 4 than there was presented 7.
Oh yeah, so 100%. Yeah, and he got close, and you could tell that he played the Clash. He was confident about it. He's like, cool, I can go through stuff because of the True Sight on the sword. Yeah. I get to push this, and then you just have the realization that sometimes you put the cards down, and we talked about it earlier with this game. It's when we were playing that resource system, and you called it early. I think you may have been the one that jinxed this, that it's you put those cards down, you sometimes have to do that math. You need to move things to the side and be like, I need this card to win. Yeah. Don't put this card down.
And, all right, yeah, we're in round 2 overtime. Just one more statement real quick before we go to a quick break. Definitely, we saw it twice this game, unfortunately, and I'm sure we'll see it another time, but 2 big whiffs on Icebound.
Oh, 100%.
Game 1 and 3.
And I think in the list that Kyle's on, looking over the list, there is not as much floating memory as we see with like the Water Rosanas, the Water Nikos, which are like 99% floating memory at this point.
Majority floating.
But I think in that case scenario, it is the feels bad feeling of when you Icebound, you commit your resources, and you get nothing in return. It's unfortunately, it happens, and you just kind of eat those. So, as you said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to kind of just go use the restroom, grab a drink, see how some of the players are doing out there. And then once we go ahead and get this round wrapped up, we'll be back with round 3.
Yep. All right. See you soon.
Alrighty. Let us jump right back into it. We are going into round 3 here at the Texas Regional. Man, last round was
very exciting.
Very exciting, and that was a
crazy,
very, very stressful last hand. Again, we've all been there. We've all put down the wrong card. It happens.
Hey, that's the game.
Yeah, we went and talked to him.
Yeah.
They went and talked to him. We got their thoughts on it. They know. Their hands in the air, like I don't know why I did it, kind of thing. So
looks like our feature match is actually ready, so we're gonna swap over to that.
All right. Yep. Feature match is about to kick us off, so we're gonna go ahead and right over to the table.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Angel and Daniel.
We're seeing Win Kong Ming versus
Fire
Merlin.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, right now, with kind of what we see, is with this Kong Ming, I'm pretty sure we're probably looking.
We're going to see a Razor Gale, likely. Let's take a look, though.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look.
I would love a crazy surprise. Win Mage Allies, my dream.
I mean, there's a baby gray. There's a baby green in the list. Maybe he's playing Sylvie.
Maybe he's playing Slimes.
Maybe he's playing Slimes. But no, realistically, it is going to be a Razor Gale matchup. Obviously, as we talked about earlier, not nearly as oppressive as we had to deal with back in Toronto.
No.
But it is still a list that can, if you do not respect kind of its setups and its plays, sometimes you can just eat.
Oh yeah, no, you're still gonna get that burst. You can even get bursted in Recollection, which is awful.
Oh, listen, the number of times that I've seen a Zephyr come out, suppress the dude, and go tear some Tempest Downfalls, and this is like, yeah, cool. We're gonna take it. Yep, fist bump to start us off, and we are going in to start off, and we have Kong Ming starting us off.
Spirit of Wind.
Now the question is, are we going to see the stressful play of my opponent looks at his cards and goes, yeah, 4 down, let's go ahead and put Razor Gale in play?
I mean, let's take a look, because that is the dream. I believe a Tempest is in there for sure.
Yeah, I definitely see the Tempest on the top.
Okay.
He just passed in turn.
Pass, so I guess he doesn't have the Razor Gale.
Nope. Which, to be fair,
Reclaim.
For Fire Merlin, at this point, he's going to kind of think about, hey, he went Spirit a Wind. He didn't play
He didn't play anything, yeah.
Yo, this guy is one of 2 decks. He is Arasana or he is Razor Gale. And I think at this point you make the assumption it's Razor Gale because you would much rather play aggressive into that than into that.
See a Ghost of Pendragon in hand, and we're pitching
Stalwart Shieldmate. Yeah. Again, as we talked about, he probably knows this is not an ally list. I don't really need to keep shields up. At least on an ally front.
I mean, at this point, I think probably you're like 75% sure it's not Oath. Because they could really just goof it and surprise you. Backup Charger. Okay, so I think we're probably going to try to search here for. Yeah, okay, it's going on. Search here for a Razor Gale. Reclaim, Verdigris.
I didn't see any
Tempest.
Fairy Whispers. That being said, I think we've been looking for the SP2 art all day in terms of that.
It's true, it's true.
But I don't see any Fairy Whispers, so I'm not seeing the dig there. I did not see a Bagua, so going into level 1 is probably not his priority quite yet.
Nope.
To try to dig. Again, on this list, I think you do need to get into level 1 Kong Ming quickly, because not only do you need to be in Kong Ming, you need to turn that wind. Because you want it to be going west, you want to be getting that dig, you essentially want a second set of Fairy Whispers.
And then, especially if you're running Ardent Cloud Striker, and that was, we see Cake come down, actually, here. But yeah, west, not only for Bagua, but also for Ardent Cloud Striker, if you're running that.
Yeah, and I will say this is actually probably one of the, I would call probably the stranger additions that we've seen in the list more recently, is adding the Cake. We saw the inclusion of the fan primarily to say, I'm going to play Baby Gray or Baby Green. I'm going to bounce the fan, get the extra
but
draw.
now we just play the slime, play that slime game.
And now we're just playing a little more aggressive.
There it is, yeah.
They're like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to have the extra thing. And I think at this point, he may have cut. Let me check here, because now that I'm looking at it, Windmill Engineer is still on the list, so this list is definitely a lot more aggressive Razor Gale. His goal is, I'm going to draw cards, I'm going to get to Razor Gale, I'm going to try to end this game.
Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. We also, Green going in for 1 damage there. All right. Merlin's going to be Kong Ming start. I believe he has a Lorraine, though, if he needs it. Yeah.
So we definitely see this a lot more with Merlins who want to play this a lot more kind of like strategy of the traditional Merlin, where you want to draw cards, you want to play horse, you want to fireball, but you need that extra turn. One of the best ways to do that is to get that
North
win,
Kong Ming.
keep that win north, and heal off that mantra.
Yeah, and I believe he has a mantra in hand already.
I believe so. I do believe we did see him flash that mantra.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep. So he knows he has at least, especially against this deck list. He has a couple of turns. As long as 2 Razor Gales don't hit the board, he knows he has some time.
Yeah. Heightened Spellcraft going down. I see a D guide. Okay.
Early D guide.
Early dungeon to 2.
Oh, he wants to eat the reclaim.
He wants to eat the reclaim.
He wants to eat the reclaim here.
Which is honestly a fantastic idea, right? So you're just not letting them get that free Kongming.
Yeah, you're not gonna...
mantra.
I mean, he's not worried. He goes, "You haven't played Razor Gale yet." I'm
I guess that's fair. And he's gonna eat it right there. There it is.
Yeah.
First turn of order.
We have learned. Oh, that's.
Oh,
never mind.
He had 3 mantras. Okay. Never mind.
Okay. Listen. I guess we were wrong. He doesn't have 1. He's got 3. You don't care. He's like,
you know what?
I'm gonna heal all day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get as many levels as possible. You're gonna need to play every Razor Gale in your deck to try to kill me here.
Let's actually pull up mantra. Let's have a quick look as why it's so strong for Fire Merlin facing north.
Yeah, so Harmonious Mantra is a new card that we saw come out of the starter deck for Kongming. So it is essentially a Kongming themed card. But the basics of this card, and we'll kind of bring it up here on stream here real quick, just to kind of take a look at this. And we essentially normally, just by playing normal, recover 3. Already good enough at fast speed, healing 3. But if you have Shifting Currents facing north, and remember that you can be something other than Kongming and still have those wins.
Yep.
Still matter to you.
You just don't get to shift it.
Correct. So keeping it north for the remainder of the game means not only healing 3, but however many levels. And if you've never seen Merlin before, that's going to get pretty high. That's going to be a pretty high number whenever he finally does start playing these. So you're going to see, you can likely see him go to 10 damage and then say, nope, we're back to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even right now after eating that reclaim, he's already level 3.
Oh, yeah. And this, I will say
Turbocharge.
This is one situation where we do see Merlins have sometimes made this mistake. You see the floating memory in the graveyard. You get really, like, you smell the blood in the water. You want that floating. You want that free level. But then you realize very quickly,
oh, there's a Razor Gale.
I don't have a way to level to level 3 easily. And so now you're kind of thinking,
you just sort of...
do I go super low influence? Do I level ahead of time? Or do I maybe hopefully draw the other dungeon guy?
Yeah, and to be fair, that I don't know. He doesn't have the other dungeon guy in hand, does he?
I don't think so. I think we saw 2 Mantra, a Ghost of Pendragon, and I couldn't necessarily see the last card. It looked like a fire card. Fireball.
Okay, Fireball. Okay, yeah. Ring out. Ring into Veiling. So Aeson and Razor Gale being drawn for the Turbocharge. Let's see here. Yep. Green Slime's coming in. Presumably for the cake. Look at that influence. Look at all the changes for this game. Which element can hold the most cards. I think it's very surprising that these days wind is it's a contender. It's a contender.
So it's one of two. It's one of two that you're going to see. It's either going to be wind is going to draw the most cards, or it's going to be every color because I'm on slimes. The most cards. Like it's one of those two. There's not really an in between.
Oh, Baby Gray coming out, and he's just going to swing with it.
I think Baby Gray, he did it right before the Baby Green, I believe. So he kind of showed 2 and then played the Baby.
I don't necessarily play allies behind my champion, but
no, it's
not
actually
a problem.
Kind of,
no glare. Yeah.
It's something that I've actually seen kind of a little bit more of with players. Honestly, there's no real.
Yeah, there's no zone for them, so.
Yeah, so you can kind of do it as you want. Of course, as long as your opponent understands, as long as they can tell what's going on, that's kind of what really matters.
Just like those tokens.
Yeah.
Right.
And I believe that was a
just
power cell that he had.
Yeah, and then it got turbocharged away. So once again, Aeson, Razor Gale in his hand, I know that. One more Baby Green, I believe, and it's very, very fast as he does it. A Zephyr? I believe that's a Zephyr.
Yeah, we see this a lot, especially with players like Kaven from True Champion. We love to shuffle those cards.
Hey, we've got if you're a TCG player, you've got that tick. You just gotta keep them moving.
You got to keep those cards moving. You just can't do it. This helps you think. You got to do it.
Yeah, they're gonna get stale otherwise. Just sit in your hand. I wonder though what they're thinking on. We don't have any player audio.
No, we can't really hear them. We can kind of a little bit judge, kind of like just mannerisms, things like that. But it looks like the Merlin is
a Veiling in hand too.
You know what he could be thinking about this
Veiling.
case? Does he put down a Mantra? Does he put down the Fireball? And do you just go to level 3?
Yeah.
At that point, you're going to draw a card off Merlin. You're going to draw a card for turn, so you can play Ghost Pendragon. The problem is we don't have anything to return with Ghost Pendragon. So it's like...
Yeah, it's going to be a weird position. Eating that floating it's definitely a good idea, but now you might need to take a turn off.
At this point, I think, because I don't think we've played Ring yet.
No.
I think we've essentially just strictly leveled. I think this is the case scenario where we just consider taking the Ring, draw the card. If you have backup in the deck, which I guess we can take a quick look, see if he's running backup during the list. We possibly just back up, draw the card, and check out and see where we're
just
doing.
Take your turn. No, he's going to go for it. I think he wants that level. He's going to Fireball. All right. So one thing, after eating the Reclaim, if Merlin level 3 comes out, it will gain another counter during Recollection, and he'll be able to draw a card immediately for that, as well as get a +2.
True. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll definitely see kind of where this play out. I'm not sure on... I guess the reason on hitting the Fireball here is to see if he has a way to return it, because he doesn't want to see the Baby Gray hit the board again.
Yes.
The draw card. But at the same time, I think that might have been a pretty risky move.
I think it's definitely a risky move, nice, because he's playing low influence Merlin. The Tome. The book. I keep saying Tome for this one.
Which, again, very good play here, because he's going to draw a card to memory.
Yeah.
He had the floating to do it. And this also means that he's going to have, as we talked about, he needs that Regalia to return for Ghost Pendragon.
Yeah, he is prepping for Merlin, and we're going to take out the green. See if he has a Reclaim or Zephyr.
Pitching a Heightened Spellcraft, so another floating going in.
There's Zephyr. So he's going to save and return, keeping 1 for that Veiling, just in case something real crazy comes out.
And as we talked about, this is where it could be kind of nerve-wracking, because now that you've Zephyred something, are those Tempest Downfalls? How many do you have? What am I taking?
Yeah, so luckily, eating that Reclaim slowed him down, technically, 1 turn, if that was indeed his plan. If not, nothing says you can't play Tempest Downfall for 3.
Yeah.
And I believe, let's see, 3, 6, 9. I mean, there's 9 influence. He is 10. Oh, he's 11 influence right now. Nothing says you can't play Tempest Downfall for free. And he's going to get another card here with that cake. It's...
Suppress it going at the end of the turn, bounce it, so the going back into... That's one thing about this game, is that he will not see the cake come back until the end of his turn. So the way ruling on suppress works is if you suppress a card, it'll come back at the beginning of the next end phase. So if you are already in the end phase, you need to wait to the next one before you bring that back.
By the time the green slime comes back, it is technically too late for the cake.
Correct. So we'll see at the end of his turn, he'll draw another card, which at this point, when you have this many cards already in hand...
Okay, so he's preparing. I hope he hasn't forgotten that he's not currently a mage, though.
At this point, I do not believe for Ventus that he needs to necessarily be a mage.
For Tempest Downfall.
Oh, for Tempest Downfall, correct.
Yeah, so this is a Razor Gale. All right, cool. Hey, let's pull up Tempest Downfall real quick. So this is, other than Razor Gale, of course, one of the key cards in Razor Gale.
And for Tempest Downfall is definitely an addition they kind of decided to add to the list because we lost being able to play a certain card 3-4 times in a row.
We'll put that in quotes.
So because of this, Tempest Downfall is kind of our way of we're already suppressing things consistently. We're using Zephyrs defensively and offensively a lot of the time. And so why not just double up on those actions? Be able to Zephyr your target that I do not want to play. I don't want this to stop me. And then just say, hey, cool, I'm going to go ahead and just deal 3 additional damage. Yeah. And on top of that is because it says if an ally entered play this turn, it is a great answer to things like Crux Slime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crux Slime enters as a 4, normally dodges everything else that Wynn can deal with. Being able to say, I don't care, I'm going to kill it, feels a lot better.
Yeah. Aeson going over the green, so another way to return that to hand. And of course a wind card, so Razor Gale will do something, and he'll take out the Dungeon Guide with it.
Interesting choice on taking out the Dungeon Guide here.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you would be more likely, if you're going to go with those allies, to take out that Hasty, so he can't filter anymore.
It is something that it's a little bit...
Cake will come back and end the turn.
A little bit odd, because I think a lot of people, when they look at Hasty, they see one or two sides. It is either Hasty is just a dude that's going to essentially discard and draw a card, and they see as you're putting floating in there, but where you're at now, I'm not really worried about you putting more floating in your graveyard. Mm-hmm. But I think the thing that other people forget about this card is that it is cycling a card for essentially free whenever it keeps on board.
Every attack.
So even if I don't discard a floating memory, I could easily just be pitching a card I just don't want to see.
Yeah.
Like
just
in this
try to
case
find
scenario,
something.
Maybe I don't need that third mantra.
Yeah,
Let's pitch it and let's try to get something else I need. Let's try to get the fireball.
Cool. Okay, well, we're going to see the mantra here.
Are we leveling to... Oh, we're playing the mantra to heal. It looks like we're doing it at the end of turn, using the heightened spellcraft and the 2 cards down, and we are going to go into Merlin 3.
Okay, he's pitching that last mantra, so... And an Incarnate Majesty, it looks like. Yeah.
Yep, an Incarnate.
How many Incarnates are we running here?
Oh, this actually, I pulled up this list, actually.
Yeah, pull it up.
We're going back, so we're going back in time.
Old school?
Oh, we're going old
we have an Ace and Protector on the board. We've got Merlin.
We're going old school in this. We are running 4 Incarnates, 4 Ghosts of Pendragon, 4 Crux Sites.
I love it.
We are going back in time.
This is going to be very creative. Yeah. Okay. No. What a throwback. Taking that list and just being like, you know what, Kong Mei Mantra, and just running the rest of it.
Yeah, we're just like
fantastic.
We're like, you don't want to play any water cards. You want to play any wind cards. Do some shenanigans with bouncing. You're like, nah. I want a horse. Yeah. I want Ghost of Pendragon. That's all I need.
I want to present you as many cards that have horses on them that are not explicitly horses.
Oh, 100%. He was like, "Oh man, Horse Tribal is not doing well. I'll show you." I'll play. Which, to be fair, I don't even think Incarnate's a horse. I think it's a goat.
I think it's closer to a goat, but people will, of course, horse, goat. Either way, a very strong card. So pitching one of the Incarnates, I think, if I'm on the other side playing Razor Girl and I see an Incarnate go out, I'm instantly suspicious, because he got to choose.
Yeah, and the other thing that people don't think about is Incarnate, I believe, grants your champion Spell Shroud. Correct?
Yes, it does.
So in this case scenario, if you have out Horse and they have Razor Gale, they have to target themselves.
They must, yes. So Razor Gale is a mandatory effect.
Yeah, it's not a May, and you have to choose.
Yep. Oh, here comes a signed Pendragon.
Yep.
Very cool.
And you have to choose player. So if you have Razor Gale,
yes, you must choose
you're
yourself.
Playing a Spell Shroud, you better hope you only have 1, because you're taking all that damage. For every card you play, every card says you pay 1.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting choice there. Zephyring the book away. So Pendragon doesn't have a target. So he's just going to go in and take out the Ace, and makes sense.
He definitely just wants to deal with, in this case, he wants to keep his influence low.
I would say, I think you'd rather that he not only draw cards, or not draw cards now, but also only get 1 instead of 2.
Yeah. Which, again, at this point, I think we did see the flash of the other Ghost of Pendragon in his hand. And that's the thing. It's one thing we have to talk about with Merlin. When we take back to traditional and we play it this way, if you see 1 Pendragon, you're seeing all. You're seeing another one. It does not matter.
It's like a spider infestation. There's always one close to you, and there's more than one.
100%. The number of times that we played one of our locals, Glass, or known as Tristan, the number of times that we played against him,
Glass.
that he has 3 cards in hand, and he's like, I'm gonna play this. I want to draw 2. Oh, that's a Ghost of Pendragon. That's really cool.
Tariff coming out. So okay. Let's try to take a peek at this big hand. I'm interested that, and the life totals are low. So I'm just sort of wondering what the plan is here.
I think
what
it's at this point
here. Baby Gray.
And I did see earlier in the game. I believe I did see a Veiling Breeze.
Yes, there was a Veiling Breeze. So I think definitely we're gonna put cards down, especially now that Merlin level 3 is out. There's 2 counters up there, so level 5.
And this also could be a situation where his opponent is 100%, in this case the Razor Gale player, believes his opponent could have the Nullifying Mirror. And he wants to buy as many turns as possible before that mirror hits play.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So previously flashing 2 baby greens in memory, and then we'll play another baby green just to prove that we have him in our deck.
And we are going to, of course, bounce that cake again.
Bounce that cake.
Take 1 off of the play for the baby green. I believe we already did in this case scenario. Mm-hmm. And then at this point, keep doing what Razor Gale does. It's death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
We
see an Ardent Cloud Striker in hand.
Which, again, I think is one of those cards where if you're playing the Kong Ming variant of Razor Gale, I think it is an incredible card to play.
Absolutely.
Because, cool, I'm maybe only doing 1 damage a turn, but you know what's way better than 1 damage? 6.
6 damage.
And if you're
even then, so just like we talked about with Frostborn, 3/4 is an amazing stat line. Now, it does, of course, cost 5. But in this position, for example, he's only got 2 cards in hand. He's fire. Unless he's got, Tether costs more than that. So, maybe, why not? With the Baby Green, you could take out, Baby Green, with the, Baby Green and the Ardent, you could take out that Ghost. Although I'm still... Okay, there it is,
There's the Ardent, yep.
I'm, of course, still interested. I mean, after all this time, though, that Hasty instead of the D-Guide... I do wonder about that.
And we did, in the other card, we did just get Flash. It is, in fact, an Incarnate. So
okay. Yeah, there it is. Incarnate.
Which, if I need to answer Garden Cloudstrike...
Incarnate Majesty is not a bad decision.
Yeah. It's not a terrible card.
There goes the Cakes coming back. How many cards is Angel holding here?
2 in hand, I believe. Yeah. And with 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9 cards down.
Wow.
Still sitting at 11 influence. Yeah. And Veil, and of course he did 1, 2 cards.
Keep the Veiling,
Keep the Veiling. He's like, you're not fireballing me today.
No, and he's only 1 Zephyr down, if you're the Merlin player, so. I doubt we're going to see Terrafun Recollection, especially with that Pendragon out, but it never hurts to just have it out there, especially like you said, if we're waiting to go to Kongming, just bring out all the tools, show them, Why not?
Say, hey, I'm going to...
Yeah, if you do, I have it. No, he's just checking.
He's definitely thinking about materialization here. In this case,
let's have a look. See a safeguard.
He's got the safeguard in front. So he wants a safeguard at this point, which, I'll be fair, I think is probably his right call, because you definitely want to turn off some of that damage. You want to turn off the potential of him just saying, cool, I've got a bunch of Tempest Downfalls in hand.
Yeah, I mean, with you have 11 cards in hand, so let's think about that. With 1 Razor Gale each... Oh, he's going to Terraform this turn. All right. Each... And part of that, obviously, the low influence, putting out, another Pendragon and then attacking with anything just costs them that much more. So each Tempest is 4 damage, technically, right? You got 1, 3, and then with 1 with the Razor Gale. So if he's got all 4, that's 16 damage. And then that Ardent Cloudstriker. I mean, the big thing is Ardent Cloudstriker is currently turned off because he's not Kongming, but it is still just 3 damage.
Yep, still on Spirit.
So technically right now presenting 4 damage. And if he plays enough, that Ventus Staff of Zephyrs is just going to Zephyr for free anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And so...
And you know what? If you have enough influence, you got the right cards, you might as well just Ventus your... Baby Green Slime.
Doing the right call, doing the Empower.
Okay,
you don't know what you're going to draw here.
So that's the play he wanted to do last turn.
Because I think what he was banking on here, and I think we're maybe playing the Fireball when he did, might have been the wrong call. Because if he would have had it here in this situation, we could have gone to a case scenario. Swing, pay the 2, swing with Ghost of Pendragon, go at face, see if you can bait out that Veiling Breeze to come into play, and then while that's on the stack, Fireball for try to hitting.
Yeah, so there we go. There's a Fireball in hand.
There's a Fireball in hand, so we did
He's taking care of the Cloudstriker. So that's one of the big threats down. But, only going to 1 in hand.
Which we will notice that in Sarav's list here, looking at Daniel's list, there is in fact, I don't think a mirror in his list. He's not playing one.
Oh, okay.
So it's...
Well, it's something that I think... Oh, Bagua going out. A little unfortunate.
Yeah, Nullifying Lantern is not mirror.
Now Kongming. I mean, I think, though, especially game 1, right? As Razor Gale, you've got to sort of respect and anticipate the idea of the mirror, though, is... one of their big things.
Oh, 100%, because you do not want to bank on you surviving being
dealing the trick. I can't.
And that's one thing we talked about with locals who have been on this list playing Razor Gale, talking about when do I play these Veiling Breezes? Do I keep them? Do I hold them?
Whispers?
And the more we've tested the deck, the more we've kind of played against the deck, it's better to generally play a lot of these Veiling Breezes earlier in the game. Prevent that damage where you can.
Yeah. And
prevent that early game assault.
And you know what? There's some points where if you just make them make the mirror, well, they still messed up. It wasn't a safeguard amulet. So, all right, he's going to pull a Bagua. So, Fairy Whispers, Fairy Whispers and Bagua, very similar, but the big thing, of course, Bagua, you don't have to show them the card.
Nope, you
just pull it up, and they have to deal with it, whatever that is. Another Baby Green coming out.
There's a lot of slimes on this board, and we're not even Sylvie.
You know, sometimes Sylvie wishes she was still at 3 slimes in this phase of the game. It's a big problem.
Oh, listen, as a slime player, this far in the game, I wish I was ever on 3 slimes this late into the game.
All right, so we're going to get the Razor Gale trigger, and I am sure, yep, there it is.
Yep, targeting the cake. Like, nothing about it, just like, hey, I'm going to hit this cake, I'm going to draw more cards.
So here's one thing, though, right? You could attempt to force them to banish out that Safeguard Amulet. You could make them, I think there's a bluff turn where you could try to make them think that Tempest is coming.
You could just hit them with the Zap.
Now that being said, the life totals are a bit low for that. But.
Well, obviously you want to play actually not even then, because you don't want to necessarily play to pop the amulet until they've shown you because you can do it in response to taking the damage. You probably want to wait and see. Hey, you're going to try to Tempest me. Let's pop this and stop that damage. Because the worst case scenario you want to do is to stop 1 ping damage coming in from Razor Gale, and then you eat 6 damage while that's on the stack.
Yeah.
And Daniel's definitely playing this matchup very methodically. We went into level 3 with only a 3-card hand.
I believe it was 2 influence even.
Yeah. And so now we're back up to that. We're back up to that 7. We're probably going to our turn, going back to 8, 9 cards.
9 cards. 9 cards coming in.
Knowing Incarnate's in hand as well. So.
And I don't believe he's used his ring, has he? Or the backup charger. Does he have it?
Let us take a look. Why not?
I don't believe I saw the ring from Daniel.
At this point, we are so traditional. I'll be shocked when I bet.
Yeah, we got the ring.
We do have ring
charger.
and backup charger.
All right, yeah.
We have seen neither of them hit play.
There's quite a lot of advantage left in Merlin. Slime Shield, Baby Queen going out. I see 1 Tempest in hand. And this is all to imbue... Okay, he's going to show him the Tempest. For a Verdigris.
Interesting. Okay, so what he's doing is going to bounce one of the slimes to go ahead and suppress it, and then he's going to hit the other one with the bonus 3 to swing in. Again, clearing that ghost. He wants those ghosts off the board.
Makes sense, and he's going to get 1 extra off the Razor Gale.
His opponent's not ready for 4 Kruxites, though. Not ready.
Well, can you be ready for 4 Kruxites?
I don't think they're ever ready for 4 Kruxites. Yep, right, turning the wind as we thought. Yep. Draws the card, and those Bogwas are now online. So
that's nice.
Those Bogwas are now essentially Fairy Whisper 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, 1 damage, 1 damage, scry 3, and pull 1 to hand, which is pretty wild.
And for the same cost, you play Fairy Whispers, so...
Yes. Yeah, and of course your big thing, in order to make any use of it, you do have to be Kong Ming. All right.
I'm going to go out on a limb here now and say this could be a game that goes to time. For sure. This is probably going to be a round that does go to time.
So, one thing here with Razor Gale, there's a lot of survival tech in there. You're just trying to live long enough to, 1,000 cut your opponent. Meanwhile, Merlin, especially playing, methodically and slowly, they're just going to hang out. And they do have another man. Oh, no, they don't. Well, they have 1 more mantra in deck, I believe.
They have 1 more in deck. They
have ditched 3 mantras. But of course, the longer the game goes, the stronger the mantra becomes. It would not be difficult, I think, to force a tie, or at least hang on.
Yeah.
We're going to 8 influence here, looks like. And then we're going to do our Merlin thing.
That is one kind of thing about playing
Fireball flashed.
In Razor Gales, when you do get in these matchups, you know you're going to have to play slow. You know your opponent's going to take their time. You've got to take your time. You want game 1.
Yes.
You want to win game 1.
Getting game 1 here would be big.
But at the same time, I think, unfortunately for Angel right now, I think he's only seen 1 Razor Gale.
Yes, he's only seen 1 Razor Gale.
Which is not where you want to be. In this you want to be at 2. You're really praying you're at 3, especially against Merlin at that 28 health life pool.
Yeah, so Hasty going in to Baby Gray. He's going to reclaim it, looks like.
I think what's going on Baby Green, actually. Maybe. It could be on the Baby Gray.
I thought I saw a tap on Baby Gray, but I guess we'll have
at this point, it says with a cake out, I think it's the same value regardless of which one you're targeting. So.
Yes. Well, you're going to get that 1 extra there from Reclaim for Razor Gale. I see a Bogwa in hand. And the Veiling Breeze, I believe, is the last card there. So, obviously a lot of options as well when you get to Recollection. That being said, at this point, you do have to, you should probably begin to respect Merlin's Fireball potential.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, Kong made 19 life.
And I think the other odd part here that I think we're seeing from the Merlin is we are seeing the Merlin play a little bit more board control. He wants that little bit of chip damage off the board. But I think at this point you're also giving Angel exactly what he wants. He doesn't want to be taking the damage directly.
Yeah.
He wants you to interact with his board. He's drawing so many cards.
Oh, there's a Fireball.
Is he fireballing him, or is he going for the...
I don't know.
It'd be an odd going for the Baby...
It would be odd using this much on the Baby
Be fair, it'd be the second Baby Gray we're fireballing this game, so I can't say
Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll happen.
Maybe they hate Baby Gray so much. They're like, I want it off Category 2. I want it banned. I want it gone. If I fireball it enough times, maybe it goes. Maybe we hit it.
Maybe Weebs will listen. Maybe Weebs will see that we're just fireballing Baby Grays out here.
We hate this card so much, we're just fireballing them. But we will see. I don't... At this point,
he didn't tap, and once
again,
we don't have any... Okay, it's going to face.
Go on face, because I was like, I don't see the value at putting it towards... Oh, there's the second one.
Oh, okay.
Definitely, we got to see the Veiling coming out here.
So
at least he's like, how many cards in hand?
Cards? I mean, I think you do... Yeah, you Veiling it, because... Oh, I think he's reminding him of the one from Razor Gale. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, it's on the... He's putting on the stack.
He's going to put on the stack. Okay, yeah.
It's currently there. It's 2 Unveiling. And another fire. Yep. Fireball. And he's like, all right, cool, let's go on. Was that 3 fireballs?
That was 3 fireballs.
Yep, Daniel got it.
That is... I mean, that's Merlin. That's old style Merlin for sure.
Yep.
Definitely.
Oh, for sure.
Don't even need to see the incarnate. You play from low influence. And you just kind of, there's part of you that kind of hopes your opponent's a little tilted.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. All right. So let's take a look at those side decks.
Yeah, let's kind of take a look at this. So, of course, let's just start with the traditional Merlin. This is probably the most... I like Merlin. I don't want to do any tricks. I don't want to play the big red fire truck version. I don't want to water those. I don't want wind. I want cookie cutter. I want 4, 4, 4, 4.
I want to show you Ghost. I want to show you the Goat, and I want to show you Fireballs. That's it. Those are 3 cards. That's it.
100%. And be fair, it worked in his favor. He saw exactly what he needed. He saw the 4. And
well, I think we're going to see those Mystic Purifiers go in for sure.
Well, Mystic Purifiers will probably see play. We'll probably see the Blanches
will
probably go in.
We're gonna no Heavenly Guides.
No, Heavenly Guides aren't coming in. Resolutes are probably not coming in. Reduced Ash is a hard maybe, but
that's a particular. I'm not. What would you look to reduce to Ash there?
I mean, to be fair, if he's getting that much value off the cake,
I was gonna say,
maybe you just double down and you blow up the cake and you just say, "I'm done. I'm done with this card. I want it gone. Get rid of it. Stop playing baby green."
To be fair, as a Razor Go player, if you blow up the cake, I'm gonna go, that's pretty bad of you, and then just keep playing. I don't think there's any huge value there. Let's pull up Razor Gale. Just real quick, for people who haven't seen it, we can keep talking about it. But,
if you may be new to this card, Razor Gale, we're going to pull up real quick, talk about this, because this is definitely a card that we talked about the whole game. We talked about it. We may have made assumptions that everybody knows, mainly because of the incident we saw at Toronto.
Yes.
But Razor Gale is a card that has a lot of kind of very specific text about it that we have to kind of break down here. So the biggest thing with Razor Gale is every time you activate a win card, whether it's an ally, it's a domain, it's a spell, it's a skill, you are doing 1 damage to target champion. However, one thing we have to be very, very specific on this card is the card inherits, so in this case when we choose to do the damage, it inherits the typing of the card itself. And because this is a Fantasia Cleric spell, which is very unique for the card, when you do the 1 damage, it counts as a spell. So when we talked earlier about if I play Incarnate, I get Spell Shroud, I'm having to take the 1 damage. Because you have to choose a champion, and because that 1 damage is a spell, your opponent is not a legal target. So because of that reason, you have to now target yourself.
Yeah.
And so every card you play now becomes a tax of every card. And so this is kind of that double-edged sword of we were really scared of this card, we hated to see it, and then we realized, if I get Spell Shroud, I don't care about this anymore.
Or in fact, Nico with the Magebane Lash actually makes it a new choice because that is Razor Gale itself is only going to do 1 instance of 1 damage.
Yeah.
And so Nico's going to heal 2.
Yep, and every time you do it, as long as you have out that Magebane Lash, you're going to say, I take 1, I heal 2. I take 1, I heal 2. And it feels real bad. And the thing about it is you can't even say, well, I'm going to play more Razor Gales to do that.
Because they're all individual ones.
Because of that, if I have 3 Razor Gales out, I'm going to take 1, heal 2, take 1, heal 2, take 1, heal 2. And so at that point, your 1 win spell with 3 Razor Gales out mean I probably just healed 3 and not taken anything. Yeah. And it feels real bad in that case scenario. So,
well, let's have a look at his side deck for Razor Gale.
And how close are we on the players getting ready? Still siding, it looks like. Still siding. So let's go and take a quick look at Angel sideboard.
Yeah, so Razorgale has a few usual sideboard suspects.
Yeah, we see Nullifying Mirror in there. Not really anything good to come into that. Cleansing Reunion, maybe if he's really, really worried about that floating, but it's...
I don't think he puts it in.
I don't think so.
Dream Fairies are a pretty strong maybe, actually. If you suspect a horse, and you've seen it incarnate.
Yeah, I think you do bring them in just for in the case of the horse, because I think you need another option.
It's one of your quickest, best ways to deal with that because of that Spell Shroud. It's so strong on the horse.
I do also think that we are going to bring in this case, I think you bring in the Vertigus Decrees, the other one, the Zephyr. I think you want as many suppress options to get those off the board. I think that is the case in here. And there's, again, he has a lot of options. Stifle Trap is not a terrible...
No, especially, if he's going to Dungeon Guide, you just kind of hold it and deal with that. And also, it stops the Pendragons, so...
It does stop those triggers. Yep. Okay, Shuffle.
We're going to come back over to the feature match. Looks like they're ready to play. Game 2. All right, they're going to cut their deck.
Taking a look at it, making sure we've all done it. We've gotten going into it, look at Material Deck, be like, did I put it in? Did I put the wrong card in? Did it?
Oh man, it pays to check at every level of play, but especially something like a regional.
Listen, I've done it. I've had to bluff before where I've taken out the card I need in that matchup, and they know I'm going to side it in, and I 100% forgot.
Oh, there it is. First turn Razorgale.
This is the worst opening you can possibly see. Merlin's already got this. You can see the sweat rolling down the brow now. Just
instantly, it's the
alarm.
He's just
alarms going off in the head, being like, "All right, Cole, the counter starts now. How many turns do I got?"
Right, I saw a Pendragon and a Fast Cure, and things in the middle were kind of...
Fast Cure is definitely, weirdly enough, a very strong card. And that's two Fast
Cures, yeah.
It's a very strong card in this matchup because against Razorgale, you're going to be lower influence.
Oh, yeah. No.
You are not going to match their influence. You're always going to be lower. And being able to turn 4 of their cards off by or in this case, even if it's 2 Razorgales, turning 2 of their cards off by just playing 1 feels great. And it's floating memory.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, every turn that he is not Merlin, he will almost certainly be behind
Razorgale. Baby Gray. Somehow, some way, the deck only plays a grand total of 12 slimes in the list, but they will always see 3 in that opening hand.
Well, that's why you fireball it. You see, when it comes out, you just knock it out there.
You can tell that he.
And he's going to show him the same. I would, of course, right? You just show him the same 2 slime shields. No information.
He's not even going to flip them. He's like, you saw him. You saw the 2 slime shields.
3 visits, and...
Is that another Baby Gray?
Whispers. He's deciding between 3 visits and Fairy Whispers. I was like, actually, if you want to pull up 3 visits real quick. So, famously, the Scourge.
Well, we got to wait because unfortunately our...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
He's got it. Yeah, okay. So we're going to pull up 3 visits. Famously the Scourge of Toronto, and a key part of Razorgale previously, but still, I believe most people run 3 of this. Rest your champion if you do. Glimpse 2, Recover 2. Previous to that, errata for resting your champion. It was real rough out there.
Yeah, and let me make it real clear. So when it says rest your champion if you do, ignore the if you do part. The part of this card now is you must rest your champion. Yes, you are not able to play this card 3 times. You're not going to play it, put it to graveyard, not put it from graveyard into banishment, and then banishment to bottom of deck. You do need to do this over the course of 3 turns now. So, which is again the whole point of 3 visits. You're not
fast here.
We're not visiting the same place on the same day. That's not how we're doing this.
Oh, I do all the time.
Listen, sometimes you get Chipotle and it's so good you just go back again. And you're just like, man, I'm gonna visit 3 times a day. It's gonna happen. But in this case,
I'm not 3 people. I'm one person visiting 3 times. And of course, the big thing there that is a big reason, of course, to be Kongming or previously Vanitas for that.
You want that cleric or you want that mage class bonus.
Yeah. And it can really, not only does it produce 1 damage from the Razorgale, but recovering 2, that's actually a pretty big deal. It can go, it does 6 in its full round. It's fast speed, so you can do it at the end of their turn.
And then
he's going to pass. Or
no. And then, of course, sometimes just like when you're digging for, was that another Razorgale in his hand? I think that was another Razorgale.
We're going to creative shock in response to that reclaim. 2 Razorgales would make this game absolutely rough.
He is a mage, so he's going to put, and it's a floating memory, so he's pitching the fire floating memory. He's
smart.
saying, you know what? Get that Baby Gray out of here. I don't want you to reclaim.
No more advantage, please.
have had enough. Please stop drawing cards.
Someone should tell Weeps. People are out here fireballing Baby Grays. They're creative shocking Baby Grays. It's all kinds of trouble out there for Baby Grays. See a dungeon guide in Daniel's hand, it looks like.
It does look like it, so we may see a... Well, yeah, I think one floating right now, so we'll probably see Daniel take one more turn off. Well, I guess he is probably going to fast cure at some point during this turn. Just fast cure.
Yeah, why not? And then, yeah, we saw Cremation, fast cure, dungeon guide.
Go to Merlin.
Ooh, coming up to Kongming. It makes sense, right? You want to spend out that Reclaim before Merlin does something.
Yeah. Which this also could be, let's also kind of come back to this. One thing about Merlin has an advantage in this matchup is whenever you destroy Razorgale, you may have run into a card that, let's go ahead and bring up. Was it Cyclical Breeze, I believe?
Yeah, Cyclical Breeze.
We're going to bring this up real quick. This is another card that this deck loves, and that's going to go back to that keywording. The fact that Razorgale is a spell means we are able to utilize this card to not only, if you destroy my Razorgale, I'm going to buy it right back.
I'm going to bring it back.
Breeze. So that's one thing, the bonus we see with playing Merlin, is if I destroy that Razorgale, I'm going to eat it. I don't care if it's not floating memory. I'm not getting a level, but you're not getting a Razorgale back.
Exactly. Yeah, Cyclical Breeze. Yeah, you have to respect Cyclical Breeze because if they have there it is. There's 2 Razorgales. If they got that second Razorgale out, guess what? You're still taking 1 damage, and they're gonna get that as Razorgale back. They're gonna get the extra damage for playing it again. It's a card, arguably designed to just make you feel like, wow, I can't really do all that much.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And exactly as we thought. He went for the fast cure. He's like, hey, but unfortunately for this one case scenario, he did not have less influence than his opponent. So he didn't gain the 4. He did level to the Merlin, so he's going to go ahead and try to get that advantage. And you can tell he's kind of wondering. I put in these answers to destroy Razorgale. I put in these Mystics. They're supposed to be out here destroying them.
Where are they? I need to see them.
Where are they sitting? Instead, it looks like we're just drawing Ghost of Pendragons for days. That being said,
Dungeon Guide is right there. Now, there is no setup for the Ghost, true. Unfortunately. But...
So I wonder in this case scenario is if you, which I guess with 2 Razorgales out, you own, with Merlin being a mage itself, means you do not get that Warrior Guardian health boost that we see with the other ones. So you are not getting that 24 life like we see with Lorraine level 2.
Yeah.
You are sitting still with that 22, and you kind of have to respect that I've got 3 damage on me. 19 damage is not an unrealistic thing
that is possible.
To happen to me with 2 Razorgales in play.
Absolutely possible.
Oh, no.
Okay, he's going to go for the D guide.
And he knows, even if I'm not getting the Ghost Pendragon this turn, I'm not getting the value off of it. I just need that life total.
Yeah. And that's something, all Wind decks are, no deck's happy, of course, but Wind especially, I think a lot of times is very unhappy when you sort of dance out of the way of lethal.
100%. And you can definitely tell Angel is kind of, he's got to go to
it happens, yeah. Now, that is where, of course, Stifling might have come into play. Cremation and what's the second card going on?
Dungeon Guide. Second Dungeon Guide going.
Makes sense. So it'll come up to Merlin 3.
I think we're going to go. Probably going to see the Dungeon Guide swing for 1 and then Cremation.
Get cremated, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He's like, go ahead, reclaim it again. Do it.
Yeah. Save your... Oh, see the Dream Fairy in there,
we did, yep.
Yeah.
You did make the call. Dream Fairy did come in. Again, just kind of saying, I don't want to see that horse come into play.
Oh, absolutely not. 3 visits sitting in hand. There are Slime Shields, so that would be the one. I mean, if it happens, it happens, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, he's not.
He's like, not worth it. Not worth it. He goes, I want to play these 3 visits.
You want to play that 3 visits. Definitely.
Especially now that 3 visits is 0 for 2 damage, and I heal 2.
Yeah.
No reason to heal at this point for him.
But scrying is always good. Oh, he's gonna backup Charger actually. That's totally fine, right? He's just gonna grow his influence there, and of course the later you take to play your backup Charger, there's just a potential sometimes that you don't have the time, so might as well.
Yeah, why not put it out now? And at this point, when you're Angel thinking about this, you're like, I now have to push 25 points of damage. He's going to start playing Ghost Pendragon the next turn, most likely. He's going to start drawing cards.
Yeah.
I need answers here.
We see a Windmill, a Ardent, and Dream Fairy.
Yeah, and this for Angel, this is kind of where you're kind of sweating, because last game you had, 3-4 extra turns where you're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You're just kind of trading back and forth. And now we're unfortunately in a game where he's level 3. His game plan is online. He's going to start leveling. He's going to start getting that close to that fireball pressure range.
And he's only got 5 damage on him, so that's the tough thing. We're going to show a Verdigris and a Slime Shield for a Windmill. Double from Razor Gale.
Say take 2.
Yeah. So what we saw on top there, so we know that's an Ardent Cloud Striker now, and the card on top is going to be a Dream Fairy.
Which pass the turn, say, hey, I've got 8 damage on you.
He's going to heighten. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to level 4, and then with the heighten.
So he doesn't really care. So the whole point, heighten is not really being played for the imbue because he loses it as soon as he passes the turn. So he did it at the end of his opponent's turn. All he wanted was, he was like, I want that floating. Get that card, draw to memory. Play the Ghost Pendragon, draw 2. His goal is to
draw another one later.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he's just trying to get to Incarnate as quickly as possible.
That's what I was wondering, right? Whether he has an Incarnate in hand, just to see what he's trying to pull out.
Unfortunately, Incarnate does cost him 8 right now, and he's unfortunately just not close.
He's unable to do that. Well, let's see though. Well, he does. I believe he has 2 Pendragons. I'm correct.
He does have.
Now he won't be able to play both.
Yeah, he can play both.
He can
play
both, but
yeah, but not the value he wants out of him. That's one thing I guess, especially in these kind of situations where I do like the Kong Ming taking the extra turn to get the mantra, but the question is, does getting rid of that extra turn, gaining that extra turn, but losing the Regalia, in that case, is that worth that trade-off? And that's kind of like where a lot of the division with the Merlin players comes into play right now. Is it's people really love the Kong Ming version because they get the mantra, they get a heal, they get to take that extra turn. But the other one's like, I want my sword. I want to make a sword turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, getting that sword.
I want to kill a baby gray with my sword, and then I want to Ghost Pendragon it back to my hand once at level 3.
Right.
And then again, he's waiting because he knows, he's like, hey, you've got the Zephyr. Go ahead and show it to me. Show me the Zephyr.
He's going to show a Bagua. All right.
He's like, take 2.
It's not bad. So
he's like, do you remember these cards?
Baby, yep. And Windmill. Okay, another Windmill.
Another baby gray, too.
Is he?
But
I wonder.
I think at this point, I think he's low on Slime. Or maybe he has both Slime Shields in hand still.
He's got 1 Slime Shield in memory, and I believe another Slime Shield in hand. I don't know if he necessarily... Let's have a look.
We could see him pitch the gray and possibly the Dream Fairy.
I think he's going to pitch the gray down.
Because he hasn't drawn the Dream Fairy yet, has he?
No. Well, he has a Dream Fairy in hand, so I wonder if you show a Dream Fairy.
At this point, I think you would go on the boat of like, I need more ways to kill you. I need
more Tempest Downfalls. So you pick up the Engineer right now? Because I think, once again, or no, this is the Bagua. Yeah, you're right. No, you don't even show. So...
I think you put, honestly, at this point, I think you just kind of, at this point...
I think you might dunk all 3.
Just
in favor of a blank,
I think it's his thought now. He's like, I don't need any of these cards.
I don't really need anything.
He's like, draw's not really what I want right now. I just want, all 3 going to the bottom. He's playing the risk. Oh, I guess you draw anyways, but who cares?
Yeah, you always draw, but let's just take a look.
We didn't really get to see what he got.
We did not. I mean, he drew... I believe this is the card, though, because he... Another Bagua. There it is. Yeah, it's a classic. Wow, what a blind advantage there.
Yeah, and he's like hands on his head. He's just like
Verdigris, baby, and come on. Nope. Okay, well he didn't want any of those, so blind. Let's take a look. If it's look, I did believe that was the second 3 visits.
Which at this point in this type with how the deck plays now, I just don't think you ever want more than 1. Which is why we saw a lot of these lists kind of cut down to 3 total in the list, just because. Once you see 1, you're seeing enough of them.
Right. Once 1 is in the cycle, it's okay.
Yeah, which I've even seen some of these players where they open up turn 1, they see 2, 3 visits in their opening hand, they say, you know what, I don't need this second one right now. They put it down, they banish it.
Yeah, they'll pitch the banish because they'll get it back later.
They'll get it back later. They're going to get a 4th one.
Yeah.
Because if they know they're not getting into floating, just say, hey, get rid of it.
That's the nice thing, right, about 3 visits, especially in this. It's a safe banish.
Yep. We see our Asana do it all the time. Our Asana's like, hey, let's go ahead and just banish that because I'm going to use it when I need it.
Taking out that Windmill.
Which, interesting. I guess at this point, when you have the Razor Gales hitting you for 2 every single card you play, your opponent already has enough of these that it's you kind of have to respect it. You say, you know what, yeah, cool. And unfortunately, that is a Veiling on top of the deck.
Veiling, Ardent, and Slime Shield, I believe.
Yeah.
The 3rd one.
So because of that, we're going to probably have the Veiling, keep it on top.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is one where I think if you're Angel here, you're not probably going to win this unless you high rolled game 2. I think you just want the draw.
If you saw the flash of memory there was a Mustang, and they're preparing for nullifying mirror.
Is okay, yeah, all right, yeah.
It's a unfortunate prep, but
We got the meme of the guy at the party at the side. He goes, "They don't know I don't have it."
And when you're the opponent, when you're the Razorgale, hey, did you have the mirror? They're like, no.
Like, nah.
Wow, what a not win card I just put in my deck.
Yeah, right now you don't really have anything, and of course he keeps materializing the 1 cost Regalia, so you can't even answer it there. You just kind of have to stare at it and be like, yeah, that's a card.
It is unfortunate. But of course, a big thing. We're commentating, but Angel doesn't know that. So it's honestly, it's still a safe, smart move.
It's why not play around it.
Yeah.
You
can't afford to not play around it. That's the thing.
Oh, 100%.
Because if he has it, you just lose the game.
Because trust me, we have watched Wyatt multiple times not play around it. Nah, he's out there and he's like, I'm trying to judge, I'm trying to do my thing, and he's still roasting me.
People on stream, he can hear us. So, okay, this would be 6 going in, bringing to 20, which would be very, very dangerous. Terraforming, pretty smart in a way, right? Because make him pay to try to kill that Cloud Striker.
Which I think at this point you don't even care about the Ghost Pendragon. You're like, I'm just
going to go
not. Straight
absolutely
at you.
Not. Just pressure him to 20. What is he going to do here?
Faster come down. Yep. Force him to say, hey, do you want to play a card to keep my influence down? Which right now we're at what, 5 and 5, still a lot. Hey, yeah. I don't think if you're Angel, you're probably not getting enough cards down to stop this.
Yeah.
You're going to say, gain the 4.
Fortunately, I believe with the cards in his hand, he has to keep them if he wants to do a Veiling at any point.
Yep. So he's going to gain 4. And then at this point, I think you just...
Yeah, you just eat it.
Yeah, eat the 6. Which, again, there's not much else you can do here with Merlin.
All right. I'm going to go to a pass. And now it begins. Sure, probably the book. Probably the book coming out for the Fast Cure.
That, or he's gonna say, I don't really need Ghost Pendragon. I don't necessarily want to draw here. He might be saying, I just need this. And did we see Incarnate in his hand already?
I did not see Incarnate in his hand, but he might have it.
Because you're going to draw an extra card off getting the even level counters. Right, yeah. So you're going to go to the extra card. So you're getting 2 cards this turn. You already getting those 2 draws. You don't necessarily need more draw at this point unless you're just desperate to try to run that Incarnate. But again, he's already shown you the Dream Fairy. He's already flashed it. You know it's in his hand. As soon as you play Incarnate that thing is just going to try to hit it as quickly as possible. So at that point, I think you're kind of thinking here, do I just play the safe route? Do I hopefully stop this spell damage from killing me?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, right?
Nope. He's like,
nope. Yeah, no, he's doing it. He's feeling the greed. Yeah. Cure out for the book. We're gonna go to 2, pull up another card. So here's something. Well, I guess it depends. Let's see.
He's got creative. At this point, I will say I think you ship the creative right here, right now. You want to cycle those cards.
You just want to start. You just want to filter some more.
Yep.
And we are going to see the Tariff on Recollection then. So I see a Blanche, another Fast Cure. Is that a Heighten?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, I think here's your play. I think you play Blanche. You play Blanche out right here, right now. You play Blanche. You hope you have the Incarnate to play. You play the Incarnate, and then he's going here.
Fast Cure.
Because I think if you have both Blanche and Incarnate in play, I don't necessarily think you have as easy of a game as because you're not worried about Dream Fairy's got to choose one of the 2 targets. They have to Zephyr the other one, and by the time that's done, you've eaten a lot of that damage that you'd be normally taking.
I mean, that would be one. Of course, Angel doesn't necessarily know there's a Blanche out, but that would be one reason, theoretically, to flash the Dream Fairy, your second Dream Fairy. Not shown, but let's take a look. He's looking at his Banish. He might have been thinking about swords for. He might have been thinking about swords for.
All right, he's saying, you know what? If you're going to do this, I'm going to do as much damage as possible right here, right now. them to 2. No, he's thinking of... No, he's like, I don't even. He was too greedy.
It's a little late for 3 Razor Gale, but it would be really nice. So the Merlin only has 7 life. Or no, sorry, that's 25. Yeah. I can do math. I can't because I'm a GA player.
And most likely our judges are probably going to, if they can't already see the clock, judges are probably walking over here pretty quickly to let them know 5-minute warning.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And he's thinking about it because, yep, you see the head nod, letting him know, hey, 5 minutes. So now at this point, Angel knows I cannot win this. I have to draw it out. Which, again, for an event like this where it is going to be, you're not doing top cut, it is where you stand. A draw is still not the worst thing in the world.
A draw is not. Yeah, I would rather have a draw than a loss.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of the situation. If you take the draw now, you're not going to get the free IDs later at that point. But it's unfortunately you want the backup charger, you want the invite card, so it's going to be you're just going to take a loss here. You're going to go for that game.
Yeah, I think one thing that is kind of exciting about regionals because it's just Swiss is everyone goes all out.
Oh, 100%.
There's no. Okay.
Yep, let him know, hey, I've got the other ghost. I'm playing
got the other ghost. I'm going to grab... If he draws into another ghost, that would just be the Merlin thing. But let's see what he... I think a Stalwart?
I think I might have saw a flash of an Incarnate. Yep, there is an Incarnate in his hand.
And a Mantra.
Which, again, I think coming back to it, I think the better call, because I know he definitely wanted... I guess he wanted the fast cure just to heal, to keep his life total up. But I don't think even through an Incarnate, I don't think you live. In this case scenario. So your 2 options are here is I end the game right here, right now, or, which again, having to do 19 through very likely Availing Breeze is not likely.
Stalwart.
Interesting.
That is, like, I guess, okay, so you're going to potentially eat up...
You're trying to stop the Cloud Strike.
Yeah.
The problem is, you have to also look at this and say, okay, my opponent just needs to play... At this point, they need to play 3 spells and it's over.
Yeah, they play 3 spells. We have a problem.
It is 5 cards and it's over regardless. Because he didn't make the amulet. He has no other way besides possibly a fast cure to keep himself alive. Yeah. And at the same time, if he plays a fast cure...
He's got... he does have a 3 visits in hand, so that's 1 at least. We know he's Availing. Though that's not a mage spell, so... Slap Shield Tempest. We do see a Tempest.
He asks how many Helmet's Influence he has, because he's counting it up, seeing... So we know for a fact that you have to do the math here. Because of how you're sitting, you're at 20 life. That's across the board. He's gonna 3 visits. You're at 20. Then at this point, what else is he playing?
Dream Fairy, presumably the Shield Made Away.
Which actually, I think this is a situation where he kind of. I think this might have been a mistake on Daniel's part because he did see the Dream Fairy already, and I think he was so gung-ho about playing around the Incarnate being Dream Fairyed that he played out the other blocker, but didn't even.
And then now he has nothing. Yep. So we're going for 6.
And even if you heal 4 here, you're still taking 2, and that's if he has 2 win cards in hand.
Angel probably has those.
Most likely. Which honestly, this is why I think we said earlier. I think the correct play for Daniel here would have been play out the Blanche, put it into play, go for the Incarnate.
Force Angel to have 2 Dream Fairies.
Make him play the Veiling, tack into him, force him to play the Veiling if you can.
Heighten.
Just getting his influence lower. He's like, Mantra. He's going to try to Mantra here. So now Daniel's got the question, can I kill you before that Mantra ever resolves? Which I think he can here.
Here's that 3 visits.
And that is a skill, so you're going to see Ventus is not going to trigger off of it.
Yeah.
He's putting that Boggle on the top because he knows if he draws into it.
If he gets it, If he can get it, that's game. Let's have a look. Veracruz?
Yeah, reclaim. But again, I think he clearly has enough to be able to do this. Put down 2, buys back the Dream Fairy.
Yep.
Take 2 more.
And then Veiling.
Play Veiling, show you, take 2. And then, so just short of the damage. I think if he would have had 1 Veiling, or if he would have had just 1 more 1-drop card, I think he would have had it. But
yeah, if that Boggle was in hand already.
Yep. But that definitely gives Daniel that lead that he needs to kind of stay alive. I don't think either of us saw the
I did not
Mantra
see the Mantra. Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually kind of where he wants to be.
What a surprise! All right.
At the end, Daniel outplayed us all. He knew. He's like, you don't know about my mantra.
He knew that old school Merlin.
He went zen. He's like, you don't need fire truck. You don't need water. You don't need wind. We play it how Silidar intended. Right. We play Ghost of a Dragon. We play Cruxites, and we cry that we don't have Avarice.
And you know why? That's because Crux is fine. That's because Crux is in a good spot.
Weirdly enough, I think at any part of the meta we've ever been in Grand Archive, I think we are in the most Crux is fine moment in Grand Archive.
Yeah. There's a big thing there. 3 visits. If you had missed the flash,
it is time in the round now. Right. So let the judge know it's time. So active player is going to be turn 0, and there'll be 5 additional minutes.
If you'd missed the flashing of the card on the screen, 3 visits is still a risk even in the graveyard because they can be played from graveyard. When you're a mage.
And at this point, it's banished. You know there's 2 damage coming in from there.
Yeah, there's still 2 damage available.
And there's the Incarnate. Yep, you can see Angel kind of nodding. He's like, yeah,
he knows that it's
And he already put, but he did buy back the Dream Fairy, so you know he has that.
Yeah.
And at this point, how many cards are you sitting with? Did he keep the Blanche in hand? Because if he did,
then it's pretty much over. Well, we see creative. Ooh, okay. Bad angle for us.
And we already saw the Veiling we got rushed out.
Right.
Yep, swing here,
6.
Put 6 on him.
Yep.
And then we just say, all right, cool, back to you. Back to you in the studio.
Here's one thing, of course.
Yep, right? That'll be turn 0, and then this is going into turn 1 for Angel, and then depending on where we're at, we might see 2 more turns here. But
so we know there's a Bagua in there. So he's going to draw that card off the fan.
Yep. But remember, because we talked about the spell shot piece earlier, he has to play the Dream Fairy first.
So here's one thing. Merlin has 27 or 28 life. Well, it'll be tough. So I think there might be a point where, you're going to play... Yeah, okay, yeah, there it is. Dream Fairy.
With having Amulet out now, I don't think you...
Oh, right, there is Sacred Amulet.
Yeah, if you have Sacred Amulet, you've got Blanche. So it's like, I think at this point, you just need him to overcommit. So, of course, targeting Horus, saying, hey, can you put it back in your hero deck? He's like, yep. Which, ruling on it, because you might be asking the question, well, doesn't Dream Fairy put it back to memory?
Ah, yes.
Because Incarnate Majesty is or in this case, the Incarnate Beast is an actual Regalia. When it hits your memory, you need to return it back to your material deck. Mm-hmm. It's part of the ruling on how that interaction works. It hits your memory. It sees it's not supposed to be there. It's not a real card in your hand. It can't actually go to your hand.
Yep.
So at that point, you can return it back to the material deck, which is why you saw him tuck it back under there.
Yep. It's got to go back to its proper zone. All right. See our 3 visits, just like we said. Another 2 damage coming out. Being turn 1 of overtime.
He's allowing the damage to happen.
He did? Yeah, he allowed
it. Which is...
interesting. Zephyr Veiling. Veiling, perhaps, but otherwise, no.
Which at this point, you're in a situation now where normally if you're Razorgale, and as we talked about, that game 1 is so very important, that if you won game 1, you can play for the draw here on game 2 and win.
But here he has to win.
But Angel has to win to bring into a draw. He cannot let this game end at time. He cannot let this game end. Yeah. And I believe this will be the first of his... He'll get one more turn after this if the time allows. But right now, we're at 2 minutes. Taking quite a bit of time.
There's Blanche. Okay.
There's Blanche.
Yep.
And now the writing is kind of on the wall.
It's pretty much over.
He's thinking about it. He's like, yep. He's like, it's good.
Yeah.
Which at this point, even through Ventus, his opponent already has the thing. And at this point, I hate to say it, in this situation, I think you just have to say, cool, I'm going to try to just pass to you, and I need to kill you on my turn.
Well, so you do get to draw a card off Bagua. Let's see if he wants any of these. He wants the... Nope. He's going to dunk the Reclaim and pull in... I did not see which one he put second.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like Razorgale is kind of just spending a little bit too much time kind of just thinking about these plays, thinking about it, which... Unfortunately, when you get
tough in overtime,
5 minutes goes by very, very fast in overtime. You don't think about how fast this time actually moves along.
Turn was passed, so we're going to get the book, pull another memory. We've seen it before, of course. Merlin going up, so another card.
Just gives them all the resources in the world. If we see him flash an Incarnate here at this point, I think
it would be over.
You're just like, yep, cool, good game. I'm glad we did this.
It would be over.
I'll see you at the next holiday party, and we'll be back.
Well, we see a fireball there. Less than a minute left in overtime. Yeah, Pendragon's coming in.
Saying 3 into you. You take it? Do you allow it?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna let? Yep, it's gonna let him go 3.
3 more in.
Let him go 3, and 1 for the Blanche.
Activate 30 seconds on that clock.
Book is being turned. That's a hasty in hand. Oh, okay.
Pendragon.
Third, yep.
At this point, he's like, let's just waste some time. Let's just draw some cards.
Yeah, just let it happen.
Draw 2. You can tell he knows. At this point, he's like, if I pass turn, there's a chance I lose. So we can turn these dudes sideways.
Absolutely.
We're going to swing them out.
Yeah.
And again, at this point, you can't really say, like, I wasted too much time because he goes, I looked at you take 4 minutes.
No, yeah. Arguably, absolutely, there's no slow play.
Yep.
And it's now time in the round. There we go.
Yep.
So I believe, the game just ends here with a 1-0 in this match.
Oh, are they?
Okay. We're getting a quick thing. Well, there's the Incarnate. So we're getting. Okay, yeah. We're just seeing whether or not a judge is gonna come over for the overtime.
I think he's also discussing that because I think they're discussing. I've got the Incarnate.
The Incarnate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like they're done.
Yeah,
and so that Incarnate, definitely
because he
sealing it after the fact.
Yeah, because at that point, even his opponent's like, I already played the Dream Fairy. Even if I have the second one, I have to deal with Blanche. And then even if I try to target Blanche, you're then just going to hit with this. Yeah. Also, with him being at 16, he realistically can only play that one more win card. And if he messes up, it's over. He can't play any more win. He can't play pretty much because of how the deck operates. He can't play any more cards. So it's kind of down to that kind of situation. It's rough. The worst place you want to be as Razorgale is your opponent having Spell Shroud, and you being 2 away, or like 1 or 2 away from lethal, with you having multiple Razorgales out.
Yeah. Yeah, and once again, we've mentioned it twice now, but Razorgale's mandatory effect, you've got to look and be like, am I going to take 4 damage on myself to deal with this? That Vent is coming out. I definitely wouldn't say it was too late or anything, but if it had more counters, I think there would be a lot more lines.
So if it would have come out earlier, I think you could force your opponent to say, hey, cool, I'm going to Dream Fairy, or in this case, I think you just Ventus the Incarnate the first time.
Yeah.
You then say, I'm going to be able to play the Dream Fairy without me having to take damage in this case, so I'm not pressuring myself, and then I can Dream Fairy the Blanche back. And at that point, even if the Incarnate comes back, you need to kill him then and there.
Yeah.
And you pop the amulet, and then if it fails, you hopefully set up to go Zephyr, return it, hit the board. But unfortunately, it was kind of the situation where he played it very, very well. He kind of stayed cool. He played the mantra, knew and heal down, and he did. I will say, playing the mantra plate was a little bit of a risk because if his opponent had 1 more Bagua in his hand, it was over.
Oh yes,
it was 100% a problem.
Yeah, you're giving the opportunity. He's just gonna stack it.
Yeah, and he was 1 card away from lethal. You could tell when he did the math. He's like, yeah, I'm 1 away. Can't get it.
I think if you're Angel, there is a shame where you go, their Bagua's right there.
Yeah.
I saw it. I know.
You could tell he looked at it, put it on top, and he's like, I have no way to get this into my hand. And he goes, I feel so bad about this.
And he, of course, had that, great Bagua into Bagua. A blind Bagua,
in fact. Bagua into a Bagua.
That's always great.
Is a phenomenal feeling. Okay. Yeah, because round is turning out, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break real quick as we kind of get the next round ready, and we'll be back in here in a few moments.
Yeah. And so then I said, no, you're going to take 30 from the Aaron die because I already had.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back.
We're back.
So we are definitely going into a round where we have, at this point, 6 undefeated left in the
fantastic.
In total. Yeah. So we are getting to that point where
someone's got to go defeated.
Yeah. At this point, we're probably going into this round knowing these players know that if I win this one, I'm in top 8.
Top 8, yeah.
I'm locked in. I am most likely being able to ID.
Yeah, absolutely. And that backup charger is yours.
Oh, 100%. And it's out of any prize card I think we've had to date.
Oh, it is the most desirable by far.
I 100% think this might be the most sought after prize card.
Amazing art. Pretty much every deck runs. I don't think there is a deck that does not run GC Art Home.
I think every deck now. I think if you can fit it in your list, you play it.
You put it in there.
It's kind of nice because we're actually seeing other Regalia start to be played.
Yeah.
Because of
you can use that power cell so many ways that we've seen 2 or 3 uses already today.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It looks like our feature match is just barely getting set up, so I think we'll cut over to that.
Yeah, it looks like they're rolling off now to see who goes first, and then we're underway. There we go. And then as we talked about earlier, we mentioned this. Miles
there it is
on that Fire Xander.
There's one of our Fire Xanders, yeah.
He looks at the list and he's like, that's cool, but I like this a lot more. And that's, for him, it's Fire Xander.
It is Fire, every time he's done it. That being said, he does run a Tony in the list.
He does. So that's one thing that makes his list very unique to a lot of other Fire Xanders we see, is he knows in certain case scenarios, he doesn't need that dagger. He does not need those assassin cards to really pop off to end the game. Yeah. Sometimes he's like, you know what? I have an Arthur out. I have 2 allies out. It'd be a shame if you couldn't kill them. And he knows if I just go Tony, you're not getting through.
Yeah. We see Paul here on Water Sylvie, so it's probably Water Sylvie Nico, especially with that Tidestone Bovine coming
Weirdly enough, it is not Nico.
It's not Nico.
It is not Nico in this list. He is purposely going for very similar to what we saw in Michigan, where we saw Matt G run. Oh. We saw him run, we're just going to call it Erupting 2 Electric Boogaloo, where he's like, I do not need Nico in this list, and I don't need to play Arasana. I instead want to play... Oh. And you
There's
see Paul,
that FISA. Yeah, it's already coming in. Blazing Bowman.
Yeah, he's like...
spitting out a floating.
We are already at 8.
He's smiling. He knows.
he's like, you can tell. He's like, I could Icebound Slam me for 8, but I think I just got Icebound Slam for 8 at this point.
Blazing I think if you're in this meta and you don't have your own local FISA player, some of these cards might be a little foreign to you.
Yeah. Now you might be thinking, why would you not kill the Bovine here? Why would you not get it off the board, stop that mill? And you understand, Miles knows a lot of these matchups. He knows I do not want to get this far into the game where I cannot kill you. I do not want you to get too many cards. I want to put the pressure on you from play 1.
Yeah.
I want you to answer my board rather than me answer yours.
Absolutely. And there's Bovine.
Get the Bowman.
And he'll do
Fractal.
That Terrapin. Okay, his mouth's scrunched up a little
we all been there. We're like, that's not where I want to see. That's not where I want to be.
Primordial Ritual. I believe 2 Fracturizes and the Lost in Thoughts. And there is a slam there. There is an Icebound.
And this is the situation.
Tidal Lock.
This is the situation where I don't think you can just send Slam.
It's so oddly dangerous because what if in this way, what if he's got his own Slam? The FISA Slam.
Because you got the point of like, FISA doing 7 damage to me is not unrealistic.
Are we going to see the birth of the second Slam? Let's see here. All right. Okay,
he's like,
we're trying to reduce. Yeah, we're trying to reduce the possibility that happens to us there.
Did he have a Frostborn Paladin in hand? Because I think his play here is like, I need to get this Frostborn. I need to play this thing.
I did not see a Frostborn. No.
Ooh.
We got Primordial, 2 Fracturizes, a Lost, and Icebound Slam, I believe. Now I didn't see what went down. I believe it was a Refracting Missile, if I was correct, but.
Yeah, and I don't see a Paladin there. So you definitely wanted the Paladin here. You definitely wanted the block. He probably wanted the Terrapin as well.
I mean, yeah, I would have. It would have been wonderful to have that Terrapin.
See a Planet Explosives currently. I'm not sure where that card. Oh, that's the card he banished.
I got Temp banished, and they're playing it in the middle. That being said, of course, there is no. I don't believe there's a technical zone for temporary banished. You're just banished. Just
I think officially it needs to go in the banish zone. You just have to remember that that it needs to go back.
That being said, I think most 99.9% of GA players are very friendly. You know, it's even at the regional level, if it's not a true mistake, no one's going to call you.
Also, in this kind of game, I would rather you put the card out. We both agree
so
on.
We both remember.
But we don't forget and put that back and have to get that warning to say, hey, we didn't maintain that game state.
Dagger's coming out and a lurking assailant.
And you'll notice again, he's like, I don't care about that cow. I don't care.
Put it out there, do some damage, pass turn. Just keep going. The more turns you are under pressure, the better.
And this is the situation now. You just gave back Faiza. He has the planet in, and he has the planet. So there is a 1 in 4 shot that he. In this case, if you don't level, he has lethal.
Yes.
Right then, there. And it's now you have to think: do I get the extra 9 life? I know I don't have an animal to play here, but do I just go?
Go for it, yeah. And and the dagger's going to come up. You don't want to fracturize it if you can help it. Just because that extra is just going to... Faiza is all gas, and if you give them a little bit of gas, it can go you can go a very, very long way.
Oh, 100%.
He's going to okay, great. Good idea. We're going to factorize our own power cell, which, of course, we talked about. And see...
I mean, in most cases, this is...
Oh, he is? Okay, yeah, he's going to risk it. He's going to risk it.
He knows. He's like, I cannot let you have that dagger.
Yeah.
Because if he readies up and he gets that dagger and he's Xander, it's...
I mean, I will tell you right now, that was almost certainly the play, right? And Miles is very, very experienced in Faiza, so the lines are fast. But, Paul has faced a lot of Faiza, of course, locally. And, what other line is really being presented to you, right? When the dagger's out there already?
Correct. And now we have to kind of... This is a situation where we talked about when we were playing decks against Nico, just on the foot's how we're just on the other side of this. It's you now have the situation of I'm right now 5 from lethal. He's got 2 on board that I don't know if I can answer. In this case, finding 3 damage in a deck that's dedicated to doing damage is not an unreasonable thing
it's
to
not
do.
Unreasonable. We're gonna see a safeguard here.
Which again, that comes down to the 50-50 call. You know he has a spell damage in hand. You got to do it. However, like always, we know what's happening. Miles is like, he doesn't know I got the Arthur. Right here, right now.
He has the Arthur.
Opening those 2 more, and that's the Paladin he wanted to see.
Yeah.
It was the Paladin he wanted to see.
That's tough. Oh, man, I got to say, today, Water's been a little unlucky on stream. We got to pull up a lucky Water player today if we want to see some of these things we've been talking about.
As long as we avoid pulling Kai on stream, I think we'll be a little bit more fine. If anybody's not going to high roll on Water as much as it's probably going to be him.
Yeah, just make sure. We'll purposely see the next feature match ahead of time.
You can see Miles doing the anime glasses push up. He's like, he's not ready for this. He's not ready. He goes, I have 5 separate cards in my hand.
He's already counted the cards.
He's like, I've already... Whew, that is a full store right now. Oh, I want to pull up the screen? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, real quick. We're just going to... Our store is completely full today. GA popping off.
GA popping off. A couple other card games like One Piece, Star Wars.
Right at the front of the store there.
We have a very busy day. So, well, let's see. They had the time to think about it, and we were lost in thought, and we are digging. Paul's like, I need these answers. I need something to survive.
Makes sense. I see a Cerulean there. Another lost. And is that a Frostborn? I can't.
Yes, it is a Frostborn Paladin. Yeah. So I think you have to play the Frostborn.
I think you gotta play it and eat up your lost, yeah. And I believe, that looks exactly what he's gonna do.
He's like, I have the spell damage turned off. Putting out the Frostborn Paladin means I probably turn off the physical damage as well for at least a turn. I need this time to set. I need to reset. I need to think about my life choices, and I need to think about why this guy played Faiza.
I mean, especially when you're already 3-0 running into a Faiza, I think there's a little bit of fear where you're just like, whoa, this guy's also...
no, he's swinging it in. He's like, hey,
that's okay. You know what? It's the if you have it, you have it.
Yeah, which we did see. I think he did keep the title lock.
Yes, he did keep the title lock in hand.
So he knows at this point, as long as he doesn't grail me, I think I can just play the title lock for 1.
Yeah, I mean, so he did also
not grail, but lantern me.
He also did pull a Cerulean for later.
He did put it down because he knew at that point, even with the draw, he's going to be 1 card short. So he's banking on the title lock. It might have been lantern he just grabbed. I think I saw a flash of it.
I saw a flash of Xander, but I could be.
Nope,
yeah,
it is Xander. He's
right,
going
Xander 1. Come on to Xander 1. So he's going to get the. He's going to. Oh, boy. I can't see that card.
That is actually the new printing of Clumsy Apprentice.
Oh, okay, cool.
Which.
Oh, yeah, you were right.
We've talked with him before on this. He was not sure if he liked playing the Clumsy Apprentice. He talked about the Clumsy. He talked about the Hasty Messengers. He wasn't a big fan of them going into Ascent Santa Clara.
Yes.
And he said, he goes, yeah, after I did, he goes, my first 2 rounds went great. The next couple rounds didn't go so great. And I kind of sat down with Vin. I'm like, all right, Vin, how do we manage this? And Vin's like, you need to start playing these cards.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about pressing the damage at some points in the game. It's about cycling what you need to end the game. Mm-hmm. And I think he's taken that to heart to this point. We're seeing a lot more of this. I want to cycle cards, and I want to know how I win this game.
It's about having the right cards sometimes. For better or worse, of course. Xander letting him scry, so he's going to...
And that is a Rococo in hand with a... Yep, so he's like, let's get this influence down. We're pushing this.
We're going to mark the target here.
Which, actually, very smart call from here. Because at this point, this directs the rest of his turn. He goes, if you're going to go ahead and you're going to prevent spell damage, we're going to go physical damage.
Yep. He knows. Drawing another Planet Explosives, I believe.
Oh, we are seeing the inclusion of the stealth... Shockwave, I think was the name. I may have just butchered that name, but that's fine.
Oh, it's okay. We only have to say it officially when it comes out.
Cutthroat's coming out. Kind of pretty cool with this. As long as he's an assassin, whenever he attacks, he is going to go ahead and turn off one. He's going to take 1 damage to essentially give 1 damage back to his opponent.
Very, very cool. Let's go ahead and pull that one up while they're...
Not Captivating Cutthroat. That's the water version.
Passing their turn.
No, but it's Captivating Cutthroat.
Yeah, I
did do it. Yep.
He's going to Rococo right there for the extra damage.
Well, the extra damage is turned off because... because it turns off the extra damage off the Rococo. Because it is a non-physical damage.
Oh, yes, you're right. I forgot that usually, this is my own preference. I usually put things like that sort of in the middle to remind us both. I had forgotten.
I wonder if this case if he forgot.
He might have.
Oh, when he has prep counters, he was worried about the dagger. He knew that if Rococo hits, he gets the dagger, he swings for 1, game over. But I think now we're in a situation of he gets the dagger, he swings for 1, pressures it, puts you 1 away from lethal, and then he's got 3 fire cards, so there's a chance he just goes, cool, next turn I'm going to grab the other dagger and I'm going to chuck it at you. Yep, and we're seeing instantly, he's like, we're not taking any risk here. Yeah. We're going to level. He goes, we're going to get that extra 5 life, stay alive.
Pitching that Lost in Thoughts.
Yep, actually I think he did it from, he actually did it from memory.
Yeah, he did.
Now we're seeing some clear going from this.
Fractal Rain.
You can tell he's a little bit happy about seeing the floating. He was just like, I would love to see that the first 2 times I turned this guy sideways.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You also now have to worry about because he didn't play any of his spell cards. So now that you've
know for a fact he's got that planned still.
And you are 5 away, so at that point you are in Blazing Throw range.
You are at Blazing Throw range. That's right. And 3 cards is going to go up to 4, obviously. No, second Tyson Bovine.
Yeah, because at this point, Miles is like, you're
Icebound Cerulean. Yeah. You do not want to see that right now.
Miles is like, you are somebody very confident for somebody in Blazing Throw range.
Well, see, the problem is a lot of people, they underestimate the Blazing Throw range of FISA.
Oh, I've been one where I'm like, 15, I should be perfectly fine. And he's like, Dad, make a dagger, throw it. Make a dagger, throw it. I'm like, never mind. I'm dead.
I believe that we just flashed the Arthur there. Yeah.
Flash the Arthur. We have, it looks like 2 planted in hand.
I believe 2 planted. That should be 2 planted.
Go on the dagger.
All right, yeah.
He went to turn it sideways, and he's like, wait a second.
Close.
That guy's got intercept.
All right, there's our planted.
Planted going at him for 4.
All right, Cerulean.
Hey, same pain. Put those other 2 cards you have in your hand, put them face down.
Yeah, we see a Paramargo Ritual. Is that a Stratagem, I believe? Yeah, and then
I believe so. And right now, Stratagem currently has 1 floating. We saw the Polar Depths, but he clearly does not have enough cards in his hand currently to be able to kind of push that. But I think it's the right call here because he knows if he takes this and he goes one away from lethal, there is a shot that he just had another Rococo in hand. And I think he just had to be like, hey, I got to respect it, or you have to mark the targets. There's too many cards that you can just pay for one to kill me.
Yeah, absolutely. And that fractal, kind of funny coming into play there.
And you can tell he kind of did the math in his head. He goes, if you had Blazing Throw, you would have done it. He goes, you had it. If you didn't do it, then I feel safe.
See what he wants to put out.
Face down, they're the fracturized cards they did earlier for face down. For anybody kind of tuning in, maybe looking what are the face down cards. A lot of players in this game, when you fracturize and turn something into a Fantasia using that card, you will generally just flip the card face down because it's easier to notate that way. There's not really an official way to show it, so we'll kind of universally agree that if it's fracturized and it becomes a Fantasia, just turn the card upside down.
It is a sleeve on the field.
Two more floating went. So
and a Primordial. Yeah.
Does he have actually?
Stratagem. He flashed in the Stratagem.
He did. Does he have 7 cards at hand?
Boy.
I think he's a card short. No, he's got the Fantasia.
He's got the Fractal. And
he's doing the math. He's like, all right, cool. Boy. I got 6 in hand. I can go all out.
Okay.
Yeah, go 3 of you.
He's gonna do it. There. Okay. There it is. Stratagem of Myriad Ice. It's gonna present. Enough. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. There it is. If you want to bring up Stratagem, I guess. Well.
Yeah. So we've talked about every part of this
every card,
everything about it, but we did not.
Yeah, Stratagem of Myriad Ice, a new card in Mortal Ambition.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pull it up on screen here. There it is.
Yeah. So this is a card we just saw in this game. It is something that has kind of now become the boogeyman of the game. It is something that, when it can swing a game, it can swing a game.
Yeah,
it is a card that once it hits play, you've seen it been flashed to, you have to respect it.
You absolutely. So the big thing, Icebound Slam, of course, coming in for 8 is a problem, but your other problem now becomes their floating, because if they have Stratagem and they've milled enough, guess what? Stratagem is the next play, and it's over from there.
And we just saw there, Miles had him 1 from lethal. If he passed the turn, the game was over. The game was 100% in his favor. And you just saw him turn Bovine sideways, and he goes, floating. Yep. He's like, turn Bovine sideways. Oh, 1 more floating? That's what I needed. And it's something we called out. Miles didn't care about the Bovines. He let them stick.
No, he absolutely let them stick.
He pressured the damage, which I think in his case scenario was the right call. It was just the Bovine in a deck like Mill, like we see with these Mill lists, with Mill Sylvie, Mill Arasana, it's those cards say draw 2 for a lot of these decks. Those just say draw 2 a lot of the time. And that's kind of what happened. It just turned sideways and said, oh, whoops, I fell into it.
Well, and a big thing there, of course, that Frostborn Paladin coming at the exact right time.
Oh, 100%. He needed it right
having
there,
that intercept, being able to prevent physical, and in a way, great 50-50 choice then on that Safeguard Amulet. It absolutely worked out.
100%. I think he also did the math. He's like, even if I level up, there's a chance I still die regardless.
Yeah.
If I level up.
Absolutely.
And I think he knew I need to see the perfect set of cards, and he did. Mm-hmm. And that's just... We talked about that this deck is essentially erupting too. It does its own thing. It mills itself, and it says, oh, I win. Mm-hmm. And that's just, unfortunately, it's how that deck operates at times.
That's why so many people play it. So we're going to go right back into game 2. Game 2. Interested to see
Miles
what they
starting us off.
Miles starting off.
He wants that turn 1 Arthur. There
it is.
There it is. Easy. Easiest play. I don't think there was a faster turn 1 play in this game other than
a Fire
I opened Arthur on Fire Xander. I don't even think Icebound Slam hits the table as quickly. Because at least Icebound Slam, you got to think about, they could have counter magic. You see Arthur, and you're just like, I'm going to have 2 more cards in hand. I don't care. I'm throwing it down.
Exactly. Yeah, and the first turn, especially when water is nothing, you just go, I'm going to show you an Invincible Arthur.
Yep, here you go.
Very, very easy.
And at this point, there's nothing in water.
There's nothing in water that can deal with this right now.
I guess you could if you play a Fractal, and you did Missile. I guess you could. But
it'd be on your next. It'd be on Recollection after the Unrest. Yeah.
But man, you're putting a lot of cards down just to kill.
I would not. Yeah. We see a turtle there. Terrapin. If it hits the board, we'll pull it up.
We are seeing
a fun card.
We are seeing that penguin as well.
The penguin. Yeah, let's go ahead. Of course, we're colloquially calling it the penguin. It is, of course, formally the Fractal of Polar Depths. We're going to go ahead and pull it up.
We'll take a quick look while we kind of set up this portal. That's the Terrapin we were talking about earlier. We talked about how good Frostborn Paladin is. Yes. We talked about putting that stat line as a 3-4 was insane. Weebs went into the bank and they're like, what if, theoretically, what if we went 2-5 and we gave a Spell Shroud if you're a Tamer? And that's exactly what they did. So we now have 2 of these monsters just sitting on the board, and that turtle is terrifying when it hits the board.
And the big thing, of course, remember the Sylvie 1 buff, making it actually hit 3/6.
And I think that he played 2 Polar Depths.
All right, let's go ahead and pull a Polar.
Wow.
This will be very important.
So this is a situation where the game, you are now on a timer when you talk about Polar Depths. This is essentially kind of the Boogeyman card. We looked at it earlier in the day.
Yes.
We talked about this way earlier on. But it is a card that essentially says, if I'm going to build a water cards, I'm going to start putting cards in my graveyard. I'm going to start building that up. Eventually, I'm either going to, I'm going to deck you. Yeah. Or as we just saw with Stratagem, you may say, I've got 2 floating in there right now, and I have 5 water cards. Let's see if we can hit 2 more.
Yeah, let's see if we can get more.
And now having 2 of them out, they're fractals, so they're paying for themselves.
Yes.
You didn't actually lose a card per se. You are now getting the option to mill yourself on demand as long as you get water cards in there. And the cool thing with having 2 of them is you can stack their triggers, meaning you can sacrifice a Polar Depths and then sacrifice the other one, have them sitting on the stack, and they're going to count for themselves. Yeah, they're going to see themselves in the graveyard when they resolve.
The extra one, that's right.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I do wonder though, does Miles have a lantern? I doubt it, but if he did,
we did see the Viridian. Well, we can take a look.
You see Viridian here.
Miles in his sideboard he is not. No. Nope, he does. Nope, nullifying mirror.
Just the mirror. Oh, great. I mean, he is very damage focused. And we see here, we see Arthur coming. So this is going to be quite a bit.
Yep. You see the head nod from Paul being like, yeah, that's an Icebound Slam. I just got hit by.
Yeah, that's a tough board here. Fire always presenting allies. They don't really have a huge tail, but in this case, that's a lot for Water to answer on the next turn.
And that's one thing we saw is because a lot of these waterless, when they become very, very strong, things like Arasana becoming very strong right now, Water Nika becoming very strong right now, is because the format, as much as we talk about it's sped up, it puts pressure on Merlin, it sped up in a sense that the end game has gone back a turn, but the early game has essentially given us that turn to not level up a champion, where we essentially say, I'm going to go backup charger, I'm going to go any of these X cards to just take some time, get what I need, and set up.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, in this current meta, you can't really take turns like 2 and 3 by rote anymore. You really have to consider what could happen to you, because there's just so many cards that could come out that would cause a problem. And so, I mean, even here, for example, I'm just wondering, right? If you did have the Lantern, do you think you'd bring it out against 2 presented Polar Depths with no cards in graveyard?
At this point in the game, I think you do. Now, knowing Miles' hand now, where he was just like, I have the allies for days, and
there
just
it is.
deal
He's
with
going to dunk the Arthur the exact way you predicted, actually.
Yeah, 100%.
Just way late, yeah.
2 fractals, just get rid of it. It goes, I don't want to see this thing. And then...
Oh, the turtle?
I think we're going to see the Bovine.
First.
Bovine,
right,
clear out the Cutthroat.
The
mill 2 cards.
Yeah.
And if it puts him 1, 2... Stratagem and Rain. He wanted to see 1 more floating there.
Yeah.
If you would have seen... Honestly, if they would have been both floating... As Paul, I think you just take you consider it just saying, you know what? Oh, it was that the Heated Vengeance right off the rip? Yep, okay. That is over immediately.
Okay, well, let's show Heated Vengeance real quick. That card barely flashed on screen for anyone in the stream.
That was a quick... He goes, you know what?
Oh, boy. Yeah, so the hammer coming out and then the Heated Vengeance.
Miles is like, you're going to kill me with Stratagem out of nowhere? Fine. I'm going to show you Heated Vengeance out of nowhere, and we're going to go to game 3.
Another new A and B card. So, as long as the champion's taking damage this turn, Heated Vengeance is +3. So, what we see there is that hammer, the Impact Hammer, I believe, right? It's called?
Yeah.
Impact Hammer, when you attack, you're going to take 3. And, you're just going to stack it, so you're going to get that +2 there.
What we're saying here is because the thing about Impact Hammer, you don't really care about the +1 off the class bonus. All you care about, and you don't really care about you hitting yourself for the 3, because normally Heat of Vengeance, the whole point you play it, you hurt yourself, Heat of Vengeance, you do 5. If you play this, right after you do Hammer, you get to go, cool, here's Hammer. Hammer's going to come in at you for 2. I'm forced to take 3 damage, but if this is tied to Heated Vengeance, that Heated Vengeance is now coming in for 7, which is exactly lethal that Miles needed.
That is, I mean, right now, in a way, both of these decks are looking for 8 and 7, right? Is there 1 turn 8, 1 turn 7, that's it.
And now here we're going in. And
they're...
There's Icebound Slam. It's in the hand. But as we saw last time, Paul started this game, but it did not matter that he had Icebound, because it's just like he's like, yeah, I guess I'm if you're gonna Icebound me, I guess I get Icebounded.
So he's got the Icebound Fracturized Primordial. I saw a Terrapin in there for sure.
Is it common for the second player to not draw on their turn?
So kind of one thing about this game as well, and this actually might be anybody joining from new players watching Grand Arcade. You may notice, like other card games you play, that normally when you start a game like Magic, you start a game of Flesh and Blood, both players fill their hand and start the game.
Yep.
One thing about this game is you do not actually draw until you materialize your spirit. Your spirit actually has the text of draw 7 cards, or in some cases it'll say glimpse 6, then draw 6 cards, or in this case scry is some Magic terms people might know. So it's kind of cool because there's a lot of times when you play the game first, you get a kind of uncontested play cards. Now, because of that, your opponent doesn't exist yet. They don't have a spirit. You can't attack them.
So
you can't put pressure.
Yeah. So in fact, we see here, it's a slightly less confident Arthur coming out because now Paul actually has cards in his hand.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's like, does he? And that's the thing is we now have to think about. I even think about this. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
Normally you would be like, I'm going to play Arthur, and if you counter if I have to pay 2 more to counter it, yeah, sure, whatever. But now it's, do I have to pay 4 to keep Arthur?
Yeah, the big thing.
And at that point, luckily it worked out in his favor. He was able to swing for 2 off Arthur and swing 2 more off of getting the bonus off Arthur onto his. Onto that, so it's definitely kind of it worked out in his favor. He said, you know what, this is Texas, if you got it, you got it. And
that being said, of course, Frozen Dismissal just absolutely ruining everything in life.
once again, we're back. Which I think if you're Paul here, you kind of just have to say, you know what, let's backup Charger here, let's fracturize it, let's go ahead and just let's just hope we draw what we need.
Yeah.
Yep, we're gonna see exactly as that here. Backup Charger going down. Putting down the 3. I think that was a Frostworm Paladin.
That was a Frostworm Paladin. Yeah.
So he definitely kind of what he wants to see here. Plays it. Draws cards of memory. He's going to fracturize it.
It.
Oh, wait. Yep, fracturize. Cool. I thought he grabbed the soul first. I was like, never.
So. All right. Let's see. What do we have here? We've got Icebound, 2 Terrapins. We know he still has that Frostworm Paladin. And a Frozen Dismissal, I believe I can see in hand. So, Miles with nothing, shields down, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think he's definitely going to want to deal with his board, right?
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, this is a situation where he might, I guess, he doesn't want him to play 2 allies and then force the... So he's like,
that would be a big
He's
problem.
like, get Arthur off the board. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be a part of this conversation. And now at this point, he was considering the Bovine. You could tell he was like, do I just play the Bovine and mill these cards? But instead, he's like, no, I think we need to play defensive here. We need some options.
Yeah.
We can't just eat.
No, you can't. I mean, yeah, you can't just sort of have this repeat of last game where he pressures real early and then, just throws out one of his win condition cards. All right. Let's see what we got. So, I think I saw a Cerulean there actually as well. Still thinking. Faiza with 6 influence, and if you take out that remnant, that's going to be floating.
I assume at this point I had to look away for 1 second. I assume we have Miles still thinking about his materialization here, or Paul thinking about his end of his turn.
Yeah. Oh yes. I believe it is the end of Paul's turn.
Okay. So he's thinking. He's like, do I want to?
I think he wants to figure out what he wants to do about that Silver Remnant.
I get it. It's also Silver Remnant is one of the scariest cards to have to kill in FISA. Because you don't want to leave a dude on board. You don't want to leave an ally. You don't want to let him just hit you in the face with it. But at the same time, that's telling him, hey, go ahead and go to Xander.
Yeah, do whatever. Yeah, do whatever you need physically for the physical damage.
Yep, Dagger's coming out.
Yep.
Because, I mean, at this point, it's kind of the right call. On his point, Miles is like, you showed me the fracturize. You fracturized your own. He goes, there's no way you have another one.
There's no way.
There's no way.
Literally
there's no way you have another one.
I mean, there's 60 cards in deck. How many of them could possibly be fracturized?
How many can you possibly have? There's no way you have it here. He goes, you may have got me on 2 of them game 1. There's no way
you may have presented 2 last game, but surely not this time. Yeah. Oh, a Tidal Lock in hand. That was the extra card I did not see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just safely, just come in for 1.
He's like, hit you for 1. Can I take you to 5? And he's like, yep, you can do it. At this point, Sable's a lot less scary when it's only 1 and not 2.
Oh yeah.
And I think we see the Blazing Throw in hand.
That is the new card. Yes.
Even Paul's like, I haven't seen that card very often. He goes, you're not playing Sylvie?
You want to pull that up? That's a Zhao Kao, I believe. I believe, if I'm not wrong, it is it has the most subtypes.
I believe you are correct on that regard.
Let's take a look.
I believe it is a unique ally, assassin, tamer, animal, human, cat. Does cat matter? We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. I hope so though.
One day. I mean, horse matters. So if a unit hit by Zhao Kao would die this turn, banished instead. Pretty cool. I think we also saw it in some Fire Sylvie decks.
And we did see him try to put out the taunt. We did see him try to play the taunt dude, and we did see that Cerulean Increase slam on the board and say, we're clearing some of this board. We're getting rid of some of this. We want this stuff out of here. And that's one thing as I really like this card, especially into this meta, is there is a lot of times where you're playing a floating memory, dude. You want that floating memory. You want to force these aggro decks to have to go through something like Starward Shieldmate. And at this point, if you can say, not only will I go through it, but you're not getting the floating off it.
You don't get the floating. It's rough.
It feels great when that happens.
Yeah. And it is naturally stealth. There's no class bonus on that or anything. It just is stealth. If you happen to be assassin in this case, it can't be retaliated. But a lot of times that honestly doesn't really matter. You're just looking to banish something.
Yep, we're going safeguard amulet here.
Yep.
We're saying we're playing it safe. No reason to get risky here. And we already know that we did see Paul flash the second Fracturize, so he knows he's safe from that dagger.
There's a slam in there too.
The question is, now here, do you let him have the dagger turn, knowing you can turn it off with Amulet, knowing that you can say, I think I survive even on a rush turn? Because I think even in the best case scenario, let's just say Miles, instead of leveling his Xander, he draws a card in this case scenario. Because he knows you have the amulet, he can't Blazing Throw you, realistically. Right. If you're Miles, you draw the card, is there any allies in this case scenario where you can pressure enough damage on ally damage alone? Because you need, at this point, 9 damage. You've got only 2 on board.
You have 5 influence right now, so you would go to 6.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
You're seeing him just like, he's like, hey, he's like, you did it to me twice. You put me at 8. We're gonna show you what it feels like.
Well, I think the other thing, of course.
1, 2, 3, 2 floating polar depths, but at the same time here, 2 floating is
2 floating.
Still
you know what?
Fine.
That's a hit still, despite the Frostborn going out. But that's okay.
I guess he could Heated Vengeance here. Well, I guess he's supposed to get through the...
He's looking to get through the Frostborn, and I think that's, you got the double protection there, right?
Well, he could do here is instead of throwing the dagger at Paul's face, he can say, you know what, let's just
He could take out the Frostborn.
Let's go ahead and let's just... He still has to go Xander here, so he won't be able to get the draw. So he can't necessarily... I guess he can't go Hammer and do that. So, unfortunately, he's kind of in a pickle at this point.
Yeah. No prep either, so we're not going to get some surprise from Xander. What cards are left in Paul's hand? He still has 2 cards, which is a... Oh, was there a Tidal Lock in there?
There was a Tidal Lock in there.
Oh, boy.
There was a Tidal Lock in there.
Oh, boy. Yeah, okay. If you're Miles, this is a tough position, actually.
Yep, 2 cards. And even Miles is like...
Yeah.
He's thinking now, he's like...
He can feel it.
Should have played Lantern. He goes like, should have put Lantern on the board. He goes, the homies don't know I don't have Lantern. Little does he know, the homies know he doesn't have a Lantern.
Well, here's the problem, though. If the homies don't know, but you still never present anything, it doesn't matter.
True. Very true. You can tell. Miles is thinking every route. He's like, do I die next turn? Which I think at this point, you have to play this turn defensively as Miles. I think you need to kind of switch that gear, and you need to know, I cannot kill you. I cannot get through this yet. I gotta hope you do not have that stratagem.
Yeah, I was gonna say how much floating memory is in there. So we definitely saw 2 go in from there.
We saw 2 go in there.
And there's another one on top from before the stratagem.
Which right now he has 6 cards down in front of him. So realistically, with 2 cards still in hand, he can have Lost in Thought in hand. And that's 9.
And then stratagem out.
Yeah, and that's just 9.
We're leveling up to Xander.
There's Heated Vengeance going.
Vengeance
You can
going
tell
out.
he's not real happy about losing that Heated Vengeance here.
Yeah.
'Cause he's like, I kind of wanted it, but
Hey, sometimes you have to take that.
there's another
Can-
Blazing Throw.
And a Vermilion?
I think so, yes.
I think those are Vermilion. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes when you just need that level, you got to risk it, you know?
Yep.
That's why you see things like Pendragons go out.
It looks like he got both on top, and I think he
on
put the
top.
Vermilion Decree as the top card, it looks like.
Okay, yeah.
So his thought process may be, hey, we're going to take this time. We're going to go ahead and play the Vermilion. Hopefully you don't kill me on your turn.
Yep,
There's a very decree. It looks like we do see two of those Korhazi. We see two of the Korhazi. Let's draw, discard. So he might, maybe his goal is like, hey, let's just
play...
nope.
No,
He's like,
go
Legos,
directly to
that's just,
Vermilion.
which again, the call here might be, hey, pop that amulet. Are you scared of this one card I have?
So he's got one card in hand. Left, he's okay. He's
he's saying
discussing
three
the-
to face. He's going, hey, three
Yeah.
to face.
Discussing
two
the
at your
modes.
cross
There it
one.
is.
Yep, there's a title lock.
I think that that calculation, right? But
I think it was the right
Oh,
call.
boy.
I think it was the right call by Miles. It was just unfortunate that, as we've talked about before,
Dagger.
if you give Water that extra turn to draw the card, you either get that backup charger, you get that ring. It's one card up, and you have so many options
yeah,
off that now. And unfortunately, I think that's where the nail in the coffin happened. It's Paul was like, "You're gonna let me backup charger. I don't have the damage on me. Let's go ahead and do it."
yeah. Yeah, and feeding back to what we said before, it's these early turns now are just so important because of things. Okay, we're gonna clear the Frostmourne.
Interesting choice to throw the not throw the dagger first, because I think in here you would have thrown the dagger at the so you could
For
you
the extra,
only had
only spend one.
unless he was worried about banishing it. But I think you just at that point throw the dagger, hit him for one, and then swing you can hit him for three off it. I think it might have also just very much could have been a misplay.
Could have been, yeah. Because he turned the Sable Remnant just instantly for that. Coming up to Sylvie with one of our floating,
And we did see the Terrapin.
and we see two Terrapins. So
We did.
certainly one's gonna come out. Is that another title lock in hand?
I think it might have been.
I think it was. It is rough out there for a FISA player.
Oh, this is where you do not
double
want to be.
Terrapin and the Bovine. What does this look like? A Fractal Rain, I believe, there too.
Honestly, if you are Paul in this situation, I think you are safe. You can play the Terrapin if you need to. Just kill the Sable. I think the worst thing that he could possibly. Well, I guess the situation you do have to think about is does he Blazing Throw? Does he double Blazing Throw me here? Same time, you still got the amulet. So
Terrapin. Yeah,
like-
as long as that amulet is still on the board, you have a pretty good degree of safety.
that is now a 3/6 turtle. That thing is
with Spell
terrifying.
Shroud.
You thought a 3/4 was bad to get through. Be fair, he doesn't have intercept, so we can at least say that you do not
Yeah,
have
that's
to
true.
get through it necessarily. But still, you're not killing that thing anytime soon.
I think there are a lot of games where that turtle is the new clock. It's just 3 damage every turn just coming in. Because what are you going to do about it?
And now you're Paul. You're thinking, do I greed?
And agreed.
Do I greed?
Okay.
But now he's like,
3 to
let's,
face, yeah.
yeah, he's like, push it.
That is one thing I'll say. Paul's one of our locals. He's not necessarily a greedy man. He just loves drawing cards.
This man loves drawing cards.
This man loves drawing cards.
He loved playing Merlin. He loves that deck, and you can tell here he's like, hey, I know where Merlin currently stands in this meta. It's kind of rough at times. Let's just he doesn't want to play draws all day. He's like, you know what? Let's if you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah. So, let's see. Miles going to 11, which is, of course, still very, very dangerous for him. That's Icebound Slam range now?
Oh, hit 100%. It's another Icebound Slam could hit play. This is a situation where you now have the point of his shields are down necessarily. He does not have a way to block. Do you bank on the fact of you drawing? Because if he pushes, how much damage do you need to push here? 13 damage at this point?
Yes.
While you have currently 3 on board, 4 with the dagger, knowing you cannot Blazing Throw it, or it's going to turn into 1 damage, so that dagger sees the same exact, just turning it sideways.
Yeah. And that Safeguard Amulet, it's weighing in your mind.
Yep.
This is very, very tough. This time, Water didn't even give you the courtesy of the Fractal this time.
100%. The weird part about this is if you would have asked me in the first 10 minutes of this game, in round 1, who was going to win it, I'm like, man, Water's going to suffer into this FiZa matchup. And now here we are with FiZa being like, I don't think I can push through this.
Yeah.
I don't think I can recover this.
So that's sort of what we mentioned. Ironically, I think game 2. But FiZa's gas is almost out.
Yep. We're down to that point where you're desperately drawing cards.
Ring.
Oh, and there's another Blazing Throw he just drew.
Yeah.
Cutthroat, 2 Blazing Throws.
Yeah, Cutthroat, 2 Blazing Throws. What's left in there? And those Korhazis.
Yep. This could be a really sick play if your Blazing Throws were fast speed, but because they're slow, as soon as you play one, that amulet's popping and you're like, cool, Blazing Throw me for 1.
Yep.
That being said, a fast speed Blazing Throw might be the most terrifying thing.
I don't know if I want a fast speed Blazing Throw. Hey, we've seen crazier cards. That be.
There's another Heat of Vengeance hand, I think. Is what we were just looking at the last card over there.
Okay. He's just gonna pass. He's just gonna. Okay, yeah.
Which
I believe.
The question is
he passing? Okay, no.
Okay.
He's trying
He
to
like
count
there's not.
up.
He doesn't have anything to play on his opponent's turn, so there's not really
no
too much of a reason to pass to him. Which at this point, do you play the Korhazi and just pray? Like you draw what you need.
I think you might need to.
Because at this point, if you're Miles, you're thinking you have a decree in hand. You have another counter spell. Like there's no way. But at the same time, I think you're Miles in the situation of like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like,
I think because if it works, great. If not, I was already destined to lose.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna see Diva T.
And here we're saying, hey, I guess we're just gonna try to kill.
Yeah.
We're just gonna.
I mean, I guess why not, right? The Terrapin doesn't have any.
Oh, I didn't think about with Heat of Vengeance because he's taking 1 off the Cutthroat. He could Heat of Vengeance here.
Oh, that is true. Oh no,
nope,
he's actually.
he's saying
he went in on Terrapin.
He's like, get that turtle out of here. I don't want to see it
anymore. I don't want to see it either.
What are we looking at? Missiles.
I do wonder.
I think was that a missiles? No, is that another slam?
There's the Blazing Throw, so probably
No, it wasn't a slam. I was looking at. I think I've seen a fracture from a different angle.
Yeah. Here comes the Blazing Throw. Probably. I don't know. If you're Miles, maybe you're thinking you're baiting. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Bait it out. Say okay. Cool.
Yeah.
It'll still be 1 for Paul though. I'm not sure if he noted that because Paul's still sitting at 6. Oh, yep, there it goes. Moved it up for 1.
Okay, Terraframe coming out. Yeah. Did we see a Soul Knife flash by for a second there? Could have sworn.
Looks like he made Soul Knife and swung with it.
Okay. Fair enough. Oh, yeah. That's it. Xander is tapped.
Oh, yep, because his next turn is probably going to be make the hammer.
Oh,
Heat of
hammer.
Vengeance.
Heat of Vengeance.
Yeah,
okay.
Blazing Throw.
So
that's
there we go. He's trying to set
I
up
need that
for that
to win, but unfortunately, I think Paul doesn't really have to do much here in this situation. I think he can just play Bovine and say, I'm going to hit you, and then...
I mean, he still has the title lock in hand. Miles only at 4 influence. It'll be real tough to do any sort of follow up with that because he's gonna
Yep, there's the Bovine.
Yeah, if he goes for the Vengeance, it'll simply be title locked out.
He goes take the Cutthroat out of here, mill 2, stratagem, and Paladins. Man, that Bovine loves milling those Paladins and stratagem. That Bovine's like, I want you to play fair. I was made to be fair for Sylvie. You're abusing me in decks, and what decks I wasn't intended for.
That Bovine, yeah, it's like, hey, I'm just trying to have a nice, fair game of GA.
I'm trying to enjoy my time here.
Okay, yeah, the chilling. That's probably gonna be a.
You didn't need to do. You didn't need to do it to him. You did not need to hit him with this.
No, didn't he though? Didn't he though?
Nah, he's like, hey, he's like. He goes, have you seen that backup charger? That thing's pretty. I know what I'm doing here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I talked to Paul before round started, and he was like, I'm here for the backup charger.
He's like, I was going to take a break, but that backup charger pulled me back in.
Let's take a seat. Okay.
Yep, as we thought. Yep. Hammer, he knows. It's like, he goes, I got to hope to...
He's got to hope he does it.
Oh, wait, Tariff is like the shutout.
What was drawn there?
Oh,
okay. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Taunt.
Ooh, what are we... What's our response? What are we seeing here? Title? Okay, title.
Yeah,
and you know what? Why not, right? Like, at this point, 3 influence going to 4, he'll have nothing. Just let him swing, whatever. He doesn't even swing, yeah.
Which I think at this point, if you're Miles, is kind of what you're hoping on, because it's another counterspell out of the hand. Mm-hmm. It's another way that there's a chance I can just...
because now, right, if he... Okay, ring.
And don't forget, he never had to use that Fracturize on the dagger. So, I think Paul's sitting here, he's like...
I think, was that a stratagem? Okay. Well,
Yup, you can tell Miles is like, don't pick up that graveyard, and he's like, I'm gonna pick up that graveyard.
Yeah, okay. When the bovine comes in for you, it's stratagem time.
And he did not mill any.
Let's have a look.
He didn't mill the floating, but he does have the Lost in Thought. So
he has Lost in Thought,
and I think he just needs to roll 6 here, so he can just say, cool, I'm gonna play stratagem for 6. Play Lost in Thought for nothing. Put the Lost in Thought. Yeah. He's like, here you go.
The order doesn't, shield's down. Order doesn't matter.
Play stratagem. Here's 2.
Percent 2. Yep.
That's 6. Yep, and that's the, hey, good game.
That's the game. Hey,
handshake
there.
Handshake, laughing it off, being like, man, I hate this deck.
Yeah. Hey, that being said, 2-1, so it went to game 3?
It did go to game 3.
Yeah, which both of these decks are not looking for, ideally. But.
And I think both game 1 and game 2 went the opposite direction that we expected. Game 1,
absolutely.
We're like, man, Miles is crushing. And then we're like, never mind. All right, cool, going to game 2. And then we're like, man, Paul's with the insane opening. Never mind, we're going to game 3.
Double polar. Yeah, it was double polar into losing your entire base.
100%. It was, and honestly, they played it both well. They knew exactly what they needed. And I will say, even that being said, Paul saw some of the worst possible mills he could have seen. I think,
and he eked it out. Yeah.
Yeah. And every bovine he swung with, he was like, please don't be. Never mind. Good cards. All right, cool. I guess it's not floating.
Yeah. Never mind. It's a stratagem and a paladin. So I'll just have to deal with it. That's the keep rolling.
You just got to say, you know what? Cool. I guess that's how this game rolls sometimes. There's nothing I can do.
Big thing in game 3, taking out that Arthur. Very, very, taking that out early. Getting out the board, because otherwise that would have been a ridiculous problem.
100%. I think getting rid of that is like kind of what helped turn the game around for him very, very quickly. On top of that, I believe then at that point, because it was the same thing. We had the Frostborn Paladin sat out there, kind of just stood its ground and said, hey, you're going to have to go through this. And that Paladin ate a dagger. Yeah. It ate 2
It ate 2 hits, yeah.
That Paladin probably blocked more damage than any other Paladin.
That Paladin, standing there, probably the number 1 most important card, actually. Because otherwise, there would have been Heated Vengeance coming through on that turn instead of anything else. And,
Yeah, and there, it just kind of said, hey, we're just going to pull our ground. I think after game 2, I think Paul realized I need to...
He respected, I should get an intercept out here, yeah.
Because he goes, all right, if I do 8 and then I do 7, you're dead. And then Miles is like, what if I did 8 and 7? And he's like, that's pretty good.
It happens. Well, and game 3, seeing 2 title logs, seeing 2 counterspells.
I think he saw Decree as well. Right?
He also did see a Decree.
Yeah, so he saw 3 counterspells.
Yeah. He didn't play it, but those 2 title logs coming clutch. And so that's where, unfortunately, not running that Nullifying Mirror kind of comes back.
Running the Nullifying Lantern. I think if he went Lantern, yes. I think a lot of things could have shifted back into his. But I guess the same way, the reason you don't play Lantern in that list is you do bank on those fire cards a lot. You bank on the fire cards for the dagger. You bank on the fire cards for those Blazing Bowmans. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, I think going into a meta where water also cares about their graveyard, I think you kind of have to respect it. And I think you have to say, you know what? I'm willing to give up the dagger. I'm willing to give up the Bowman in matchups just so I can get through this water.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta play a little slower. You gotta be that methodical FISA.
Yeah,
which,
100%.
A lot of times FISA doesn't necessarily want to be, but that's okay. I think we'll take a short break here before the next round.
Yep. So we have 10 minutes left in this round plus the overtime. So we'll go and take a quick 10-15 minute break just so we can get up. We may be back sooner, but let's go and take a short break, and I will see you all here in a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, perfect. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to go into round 5. In case you may be new to these kind of events, especially with something like regionals where there is not a top cut, you're going to see a lot of these top tables kind of start making discussions, say, hey, I think we're going to ID. I think we're in. I'm at this point, table 1, who is going to be 2 undefeated, so they're 100% going to be, we're not going to play this out.
They're going to do that calculation and realize they have enough points for this to get in the top 8, to get that backup chart. And actually, we do have one here.
Yep, we do have one. We do want to show off to everybody.
Let's show it off.
Hopefully, we can get close enough on the camera, or at least show close enough to see. Getting a little bit blurry. I may have to walk up to the camera here. Yeah, that'll work. You want to come put it up, show it off. It is, as we talked about earlier, it is probably right now one of the most sought after prize cards that we are seeing. We're going to actually show the feature match table to kind of show it off. Be fair, I don't think we have any card in the game that has been as played besides probably Ring.
No, absolutely not. It's number 2.
But the fact that this is also a regional prize card is people are essentially been collecting these. They want these cards. They look beautiful. On
3 points towards nationals as well.
And it's 3 points versus nationals, plus you're going to get a signed CSR version of this card when you turn it in. Like, it is going to be something you're going to see a lot of players fetching after. So it's not only if you don't even want to keep the card, we're talking probably quite a hefty chunk of money.
Oh yeah,
for these.
Quite a lot of money for these.
Which we did just get the announcement that the pairings did go out for the next round. We're going to go ahead and look at it. We're going to go and check to see, because I'm pretty sure Table 2 is going to have to play it out if they're going to want in. There is a chance that is going to be it's going to be Kyle W versus Daniel K on Table 2. So we're going to go ahead and
we're going to see what they're doing. But yeah, like Derek said, likely they're going to have to play it out. And so if it is, we'll go ahead and see that match.
Yep. And I believe and most likely our judges can hear us. So most likely to the judges out there, if Table 2 is going to play it out, go ahead and pull them over. If they say no, they are not going to, go ahead and go to Table 5. But we'll wait to see. Players are currently sitting down. I know they're probably having the discussions right now. They're kind of talking about where are we at on points, what does the rest of the field look like, and do we need to play this? Because if you tell me I'm going to guarantee myself the backup charger by just saying let's just ID, also getting that lunch break while everybody else having to play.
Oh, absolutely.
You're gonna take that option. At the same time, we also see with the regional, some people really want the playmat.
They're playing. Let's go ahead and grab one of those.
I'll
walk off screen. Yeah.
You want to walk off and grab one of those? We can like bust it out too. I mean, we've shown them off before, so. I think most people have seen the Mantra one pretty early on. We can go and bust out the Mantra one first. For finalist Matt, it is very pretty. We talked about Mantra earlier. We did show it on stream. And these are tight packed in there.
These are the new covers, by the way.
Yeah. We showed this a little bit earlier. We showed the regional finalists. A little bit of green gets brought in through the green screen because of the Mantra. But you get the gist. Very, very pretty. And then, of course, the one people are wanting, we have aptly named the Hatsune Miku Water Barrier.
Because it features Hatsune Miku.
Of course, it is the new champion that's on the way in the next set. But it does look very, very pretty, and this is probably one of the finalist matches most people are really after. We've seen Tristan in the past in this case, have the winner playmat. And for this one, no doubt, you're going to see a lot of the players who really, really like this champion are going to want that playmat.
Yeah.
And I'll put that back over there. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like our judges are just finalizing our feature match. So that means you're stuck with us for a little bit.
Yeah, back to the meta breakdown. So we talked about what decks we were expecting to see in the top cut, and we were pretty on the nose with a lot of them. We are seeing that one Fire Merlin is pushing his way. He's currently
honestly.
Currently playing on Table 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, let's see what Table 1 is.
Yeah,
so we have a
Table 1 is what we saw earlier. We saw Peter on that Wind Robots. We talked about it very early on. It is a deck that if you do not respect, it will take games.
It will win.
This whole event, currently undefeated, going into round 5 at 4-0 with Robots.
Yeah.
Which again, if you don't reprogram,
it turns out people did not respect it.
They did not respect it at all. And then, of course, we saw Paul with that amazing last round we saw, where we saw probably the most swing-heavy games possible, where we said, hey, oh, man, Faiza's got it, and it's just, Water's got it.
Well, and I think Paul especially shows that even when you do get those bad draws off of water, you can still recover, right?
Yeah.
You can still take the game. There's a path out, which is what makes water so strong right now.
Yeah, 100%. And it comes down to, as we talked about, we have gotten some cards that are, say, with Icebound Slam, milling 5, putting those cards into discard to want them. We see the new Bovine, the new animal, which is insane. Even if you're not playing Sylvie, you don't care about the floating in some case scenarios. All you care about is just milling it. And if you're lucky enough to be playing Sylvie and you mill one and go a little tamer, cool. You've got another floating memory
just another
for
floating.
just milling another one.
And for stratagem, for just leveling up, which is pretty crazy. And it looks great. It looks like we do have our feature match.
Okay, looks like it is table 2 going to be our feature match. We are going to have one you have seen before, Daniel K back piloting that Fire Merlin is back up. Yep. And then, of course, we have Kyle W. Carwhopple, who we have seen him play in Santa Clara, done very, very well.
Very, very well.
Oh, yep, let me go ahead and get
I'm just going to double check here what Kyle's playing.
Let me pull it up, because I believe we looked at it a little bit earlier, but where is he at? There he is. Of course, we are going to have Kyle playing Spear. He is going to be on Water Sylvie. I said I wanted to see it.
You said it. You
wanted to see somebody do it. And what do you know? One of the other Sylvie, like we'll call Sylvie veterans, saw the list and he's like, you know what? We're doing it. If Noel can play it, if that weird guy can show up to a local and play it, I'm gonna do it.
That's what he said. He said that to me directly.
Directly. He was like, he goes, you know that Derek dude? If he can play it, I can crush him on it.
He took me aside and he was like, Derek's playing Water Slime. I'm gonna do that.
All right, we're gonna go.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like they are just set. All right. So we're gonna swap over to our feature match screen.
Yep. And this is actually kind of one of those cool things that we talked about early on, as we kind of transition over here to this match, is that water. So that and we're back. That Water Sylvie list. We looked at the meta. We talked about it. We said, okay, fire's not the call because blocking that attack isn't necessarily what we need to do.
Yeah.
We talked about that. What do we do to stop water? And it turns out, play more water. Just play more water.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about it is we see that Bovine coming back into play here. Bovine gets to mill itself. If it mills itself, it's another floating. Mm-hmm. You can mill, in this case, in the slime list, where you're wanting to banish slimes from your graveyard to get out those free draws off the top of your deck. It's a way to say, hey, turn these sideways, mill some cards, and let's just play a mill Sylvie.
Yeah.
It works very, very well.
It works, yeah.
And then, of course, we still see a lot of the traditional cards like we see normally in this list. We get to see things like we see the baby Grace, we see the baby we see the Forest Cakes.
Yeah.
But the other big thing we get to see is we really get to see King Slime.
Yeah,
Slime King
actually,
shine
Slime
in these
King
matchups.
actually will come out.
Because not only do you get the option to pay 2 and sacrifice it to mill 2 more slimes, but you get, again, trigger those. You're milling slimes the entire game, so you have more options where we may see it in this game. Where we'll see Kyle go level 3 and say, hey, Merlin, you've got horse. Try to get through the Slime King. And it's very, very hard to do.
Yeah, we're going to open up a Blissfully here. And for people not aware, that is, of course, a little bit of a flex with the prize water card.
Yeah, that is not only the Spirit of Water. That is a Mint's Spirit of Water, which let's go ahead and bring up.
Pull it up. It's a very great art. It is no different mechanically.
Oh, there we go. We'll switch it over here. This is going to be the Mint's Spirit of Water. Beautiful prize card that he got out of Santa Clara. And at this point, he's gonna flex it. He's like, I won it. I went to Santa Clara. I got top 8. You're gonna see this.
He told me. Yeah, he went. Well, Derek's playing water. He doesn't have this card. And then
he goes, I'm gonna show him how to play.
I'm gonna show him how to play water.
Right here,
Sylvie water. Blissful Calling. Okay, 2 into a Forest Cake.
I think Blissful Calling into the Forest Cake. Pretty standard for Sylvie to play like this. Again, I think that's one of the openings you want, and it looks like we have. Oh, and he's got the Fracturize in his opening hand. So that's one other really cool interaction you can do here is if you know you don't need the Forest Cake buff. Mm-hmm. You do not need to make those slimes bigger.
I see.
You can Fracturize your own Forest Cake. And so that way you're getting the value back. You're getting the floating to go to level 1 Sylvie, and you're not losing anything.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Gather, Storm Slime, looks like. Flame Rune Swordsman on the other side. Crux, Sight, and I believe there's a Pendragon going down.
I believe so. I believe you're right. And we're going to Library Witch. This is actually something really cool we can actually talk about this here. Mm-hmm. So normally when we talk about the Sylvie matchup and we talked about the original Merlin matchup, we talked about the original Rye matchups, normally
we would say we would just ignore the Library Witch. We wouldn't care if you played it.
Right.
We didn't want to kill it. We'll just leave it on board. It can sit there, look at me for a while. I'm not going to kill you until I'm level 3. The problem with this is we need Bovine. We need the attack with Bovine in some case scenarios. So this is kind of one of the matches where I am more willing to play the Bovine and just kind of push through it just because I want to mill those slimes. I want to give myself a much better level 3 game plan when I get there.
We see 2 ethereals in there.
Yep, Gather Slime, Tooth,
and
Baby Blue, Crux Slime, yep. And that is going to be gaining 3 life. It doesn't really matter at this point in the game, especially in this matchup. And we do know the Storm Slime is already in hand, so that is something that we want to see.
Yeah, and so a stronger level 3 gameplay is going to be really important here because both decks are going to get to level 3.
Yep.
Is anyone running Heavenlies right now in main?
Not only the Fire Sylvie was really running the Heavenlies. I think they were running a 1-up down to.
Yeah.
In terms of Water Sylvie, again, I don't think it's a card you're going to see as often. Again, you don't have as many ways to cycle into cards. So we're probably going to see a little bit more of this, just more slow, methodical. I'm going to build up a graveyard of slimes. I'm going to build a graveyard of floating memory.
Is that the Bovine? It is the Bovine.
Yep, it is the Bovine.
Illustrious is going to go down, of course. Not a huge deal.
Bovine comes out, and it will come in with a buff counter because of the Sylvie activation, which means it's not only is that now just a 1-3, it is... Ooh, it's not a 1-2, it's a 2-3.
2-3.
Yep, and as we talked about, it's
essentially draw 2. Let's see. Oh, okay. Oh,
is that
wow.
2 flow?
That was 2 floating. Primordial and Limitless going in the graveyard.
That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. And for the Merlin, he had 2 cremation rituals in hand, which shockingly...
Oh, I wonder if he... Oh, okay, he's going to fast gear. I wonder why he didn't play that then.
It's one of those situations. I think maybe you were better off just saying screw it. Let's just...
Yeah,
I know how this list wants to play. I know it wants cards. Let's keep up with that momentum. Let's keep playing cards. But
I did see an Incarnate in hand, a Mnemonic Charm coming to hand as well from the draw, and yes, that was a Ghost of Pendragon that went down with the Crux site for Library Witch, and leveling up to Kong Ming, by the way.
And most likely here, we're probably going to see both of the cremation rituals go down because at this point, there's not much else that's going to play off of them.
Not too much more you're going to do.
I think he was hoping on normal Sylvie players to just not want to kill in the draw.
But instead Water Sylvie comes out of nowhere.
And Bovine's like, hey, I want 2 floating memory. And
from the top rope.
Yeah, 100%.
Blind draw.
Did you? Oh.
Blind draw into memory there. Okay, pass turn, Sylvie 2. Yep, the fire 2 floating from that Bovine. That Bovine really paying for itself.
Oh, it's
immensely, yeah.
That Bovine's doing work.
That's crazy. Another Bovine in hand.
Yeah, you won't notice this. This is going to be less floating memory than you'll see other slime deck, or less slimes in banishment. You'll see the other slime decks pushing. But a lot of this list, it's not really caring about trying to get those storm slimes to like 12, 15 damage storm slimes we see at norm. You're going to see this list. It will play a storm slime for 4 damage because it knows in this meta people aren't pushing those higher life totals.
There's that Slime King just drawn to hand.
Yeah.
So okay.
Which right now I think we don't have any other slimes in discard. We're about to probably see 2 more though.
Let's take a
look.
Let's
see.
2 more.
Milling 2.
Can it pay?
Bird and
what was it?
We got a bird going in there. So bird lets us dig for any bees, and then a verdant slime.
A verdant slime. Okay.
Yeah. Which might be, especially for any of the Sylvie players out there, might be Odyssey Verdant Slime. It is a slime we do not see much more play anymore. But something about this list is because you are milling a lot of these slimes, and because you're milling a lot of these advanced element slimes, you're playing more to the advanced element side, less to like the early game gray, water, green. You actually want to diversify those advanced elements, so that way when you do hit level 3, there's a chance you could just see 3 separate advanced element slimes to instantly put under, and another Bovine.
So he has 2 right now. In fact, he's the Limitless and the.
Limitless he did banish to level up.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah, we see a Fracturize go and a Blissful Calling.
All right, not the hugest deal. Blissful's always nice, but
yeah, the Blissful is a little bit nice, but I think at this point, with the hand he's looking at right now, already having the Storm Slime, having another Baby Gray to possibly dig his way out, having the King, there's not much else he's really digging for Posse another Storm.
Yeah,
is kind of this case scenario. And then
So is it that we're going to see a hard level here, you think, on the next one? He's got 3.
Here for Merlin,
floating.
this is now very, very enticing for Merlin, because now if you go left, we're going to see it.
Yeah.
As we talked about that blood in the water, they put a floating memory in their graveyard, you want that floating. Unfortunately, going into Sylvie, sometimes banishing that floating can, if it's a slime, can feel a little bit counterintuitive, but luckily, in his case scenario here, it is a Fracturize, so...
There's a D-Guide and a Cremation Ritual going out. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one thing where perhaps to avoid Slime King, you might still have to, unfortunately, eat a slime.
Yeah, and we saw on that charm, I think, because we both saw both Cremation Rituals go down. Unfortunately, that charm did draw him the Dungeon Guide.
Yes.
So,
the Hasty Messenger drawn to hand.
but I think I just saw another Dungeon Guide. And was that what he put down? I may have missaw that card,
I
but
think it was a Hasty Cremation and something, but Flame Rune Swordsman's being thought about here. Okay,
probably go
it's gonna hit.
deal with the Bovine, most likely here. Try to kill it.
Yeah.
Say, hey.
Go for it. And yeah, okay, that's good. A lot of times, obviously, you're going to want to pitch the Flame Rune Swordsman, but, I think people kind of forget, myself included, so it is a 2-2.
Yeah.
So.
And I think we're actually in a situation here where I believe Kyle can even just take this turn off. He doesn't necessarily need to push Sylvie 3.
Nope, he's showing he's going to eat the Fracturize, I believe.
I think he's going to eat the Bovine because he doesn't want him to have the animal for the possibility. Nope, he's going for the Fracturize. Interesting.
So I think maybe that's one thing, right? Especially with Water Sylvie being a little newer, players might not necessarily have those lines. They might not have that habit in their head to, especially for Merlins, to eat the right thing.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's going to be, there is a lot of moving pieces to this list now. So not only is it a little bit more difficult to play the list, you have a lot more decision making to have to do on where do I mill, what do I mill, and kind of when do I dig, when do I don't dig. But on the same time, your opponent now has to think about, normally, I would be able to keep track of how many slimes put in the graveyard because I'm the one filling that graveyard of slimes. Yeah. Now you have to look at, I might kill a baby gray, and that might put you to 6 slimes in your graveyard. And that enables both Slime King, and it enables you to just get that out, that free top of deck play. And it's...
Yeah. All right, we're going to fracture. Yeah, there it is. We're going to fracturize our cake.
Yep, and just do that and say, hey, cool.
3, yeah, there it is.
2, and then pick one of these cards in front of me. And then we're going to Sylvie. At that point, if you're going to Sylvie level 3 with what'll be essentially, after a draw, 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, that's a very good.
Yes, 6 cards in hand.
That is a ridiculous Sylvie 3
plus a fractal. So essentially 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, we saw a cake get drawn in hand there. Let's take a look.
And we did see a Lustrous Slime go, so I think our slime count is probably sitting at, what, 3 now? Yep,
3.
3 slimes in there.
And 3 cards in hand for Daniel. Got a Ghost, Crux, and...
So essentially right now, it looks like Shield, for the most part, Shield's down.
Yeah.
So big thing with slimes in this game, but anybody might be tuning in, especially if you're
looking for you.
If you have not played against this menace, if you have not seen this menace that we've had to deal with, is Sylvie has a particular card called Storm Slime. Storm Slime says for every slime you have in Banish, that is going to do 1 more damage to your opponent. And we'll bring it up here so you have a visual of this monster coming out.
Look at it.
Look at that smug slime sitting there. But if you play this as a spell, you get to deal that much damage to your opponent. So if you have 3 slimes in banishment, he's hitting the board, he's doing 3 to you. You have 5 in banishment, he's doing 5 to you. Or more realistically, like we've seen over the last couple of months, is if there's 15 slimes in your banishment, you're eating 15. And there's not much you're doing about it. On top of having the death trigger of banishing 2 cards face down to draw 2 more to replace itself, and those 2 could be, your banishing could be more slimes. Yep. The card is incredibly pushed in terms of what it can do, and
it itself only costs 2. Your only refuge really is that it is as a spell, so you can spell shroud it. Ethereal Slime going down with Sylvie's level 3 buff, giving it extra counters, and taking out the Verdant Scepter there. Cake going down. So yeah, I mean. That Storm Slime, always a menace to, every slime deck's going to run 4. You're guaranteed it, pretty much.
And you're going to see 4 of this Crux Slime as well. This Ethereal Slime is going to be...
Yeah.
And this is kind of a situation where now Daniel's in. He knows that slime is now going to be swinging at him for 5 damage every single turn. It is a stealth and it's a True Sight.
True Sight.
So there's not much you can do to protect yourself from it, and there's not much you can do to protect
Limitless
from just destroying it. So
he's gonna give it the buff, and so okay, Limitless is another one. There we go. It's gonna get another buff counter there. This slime, it gains abilities based on what level of Sylvie you are, and of course, at level 3, it gains a buff counter on attack. So we're looking there at a 4/6, I believe. Level 2 gives it +1, +2. Just FYI. So it's a tough position for this Merlin player who unfortunately is on. They're just level 2 Merlin. They're not even level 3. 14 damage already, and he's looking through.
Even if level half your life is gone, he's counting up the graveyard. He goes, "How many animals do you have? Am I gonna see a Gaia's Blessing?"
Yeah. So let's pull Gaia's Blessing. Yeah, another strong slime card here. Stone Skill ban taking the hit in a previous ban restricted, but Gaia's
with an update to it. Gaia's Blessing still sitting on that category 1, currently kind of waiting in that list, and it's a card that is very much I'm down on influence. I don't have many cards in hand, so why don't I just play off the top of my deck? Because if I see an animal or if I see a beast off the top of the deck, I'm going to play it from there. And because if you kind of do the quick math about it, you're essentially drawing that card for free. Yeah. You're not losing influence to play it. You're playing it off your deck rather than playing from your hand. So you can just keep doing this, keep drawing cards. And if it's anything like we've talked about, you will see multiple players show this card, and it will almost always be a Storm Slime sitting on top of that deck.
Depending on your luck, depending on how you feel about the day, that Storm Slime is going to be right on top.
And that's what Daniel's he's doing the math.
This is a tough materialization. Let's take a look at Daniel's material deck real quick. What would we expect to see here?
I think when we talked about this before, right now he knows Nullifying Lantern could hit the board to turn off King. The problem is he's sitting with right now is he can't deal with the Lustrous, or he can't deal with the Ethereal. He can't deal with the Limitless.
The Limitless, yeah.
And he still has that Bovine that's filling that graveyard. So even if he only has 2 animals in here, there's a chance that Cal turns sideways at him, and it fills the last 2 he needed.
Yeah, it comes out. Guys will come out, and of course Kyle still has a Storm Slime in hand. 6 influence on Daniel's side. Oh, what a tough call. 8 from Death as well. Let's see, 4 or 5 presented. There's lethal on board right now, right? You've got to deal with ideally 2 of these, and they're both slimes.
Yeah, and normally you may be wondering, hey, this is kind of slow play. Should you speed up a little bit? But we're in a situation here where this materialization can be the game.
Oh yeah,
this could be the wrong materialization here. Says it's over. We're going to game 2, and he knows that. He knows he needs to get to Merlin. He knows to be level 3, and you can tell the thought process is, if I can rip a Dungeon Guide off the top of this deck, there is a chance I can stabilize.
That's right.
But if I do not see this Dungeon Guide, and I cannot deal with at least that Limitless Slime, then we're probably going to game 2.
Yeah, I think that there is.
Which one? Oh yeah. They're in deep in the tank.
This is a deep deliberation. So, having that Mnemonic Charm kind of backfire, unfortunately, taking out that Dungeon Guide. That's not a great feeling, but what are we... what is it? Okay, yeah, we're going to see Merlin.
We're going the hard level.
A CSR Merlin.
It is very pretty.
Yeah, I did.
I can't tell if it is a B or an A variant, but...
I believe that is an A.
It is very, very pretty regardless.
Together, yeah. We're going to see through the... Oh, there was
a D-Guide. Wait, there was a D-Guide.
Interesting. So... he's going to get a card, right, from his Recollection level counter there. Unfortunately, no sword or anything, so he can't push damage. I'm interested. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. Kyle being a very good sport, reminding
saying,
him.
hey, you get their counter, draw the card.
Yeah.
And in this situation, I feel like in this case scenario, if you knew you had the Dungeon Guide, why not go like the sword, get a sword out.
Get the sword out.
Swing, try to helpfully maybe push out the Bovine if you can, because you are going to level up for the 3 counters, so you can kill the Bovine on the attack. Then you can go ahead and just
Crux-Sight.
Draw that card off Ghostspin Dragon when you Dungeon Guide.
I wonder... Well, no. Kyle only has 1 card in hand. Yeah, I was going to say... I'm not 100% sure what he was afraid of, for lack of a better term.
Again, and this could also be a situation going back to you mentioned earlier. This, for the most part, is a fairly new deck. We have only seen...
He doesn't know. Yeah, he might not understand certain... Well, okay, so hold on now. So we're going for quite a... Oh, boy, look at that. Okay, hold on. So 5 immune, plus the 2 on Merlin 3. Yep, he's got it. Okay, now hold on. Hold on, sports fans. Yeah.
Hold on, sports fans. We got a game.
What a move. I don't remember if I had mentioned an Incarnate in hand. I don't remember if I saw that.
Unfortunately, I will say, normally the Incarnate does have True Sight, so it can hit stealth. But with that slime being 5, he's not going to be able to take out the Ethereal. So
yeah,
in this case,
so here's the trouble. Let's see how many. Let's see. I believe we've opened up Slime King. Or have we? Limitless.
At this point, I don't even think we need to open up the Slime King, because most likely, if we can see one animal get milled, we can banish those, get that Storm Slime counter up, hopefully to if we can hit that for 7, that Storm Slime by himself is going to answer the horse.
Yeah, fair enough. Looks like he's forgotten the Vigor on the horse goat, the Incarnate Majesty. That, or we are waiting for a response? I'm not very clear, because Kyle looked at his material deck.
I believe it could just be a miss, as long as we don't see Kyle attack into face for whatever reason.
Yeah. But okay, yeah, I believe that was a miss because.
There he goes. Okay. He's like, uh oh.
Great.
He goes, that goat needs to be ready.
he's like, wait, that was part of the plan.
He's like, my power fantasy.
Your power fantasy is just bringing out the goat. There's nothing else. You don't need to win the game. You just need to put out Incarnate Majesty.
Nothing feels better than playing that goat on Merlin.
The Majestic Spirit's a very, very good card. Actually, I mean, let's pull it up, I guess, while we're waiting here. A big staple for early Merlin decks. We see the Grail going down. Didn't see what was under it, though. So Majestic Spirit being one of the things that potentially could save him here, even with that Storm Slime, because there's only 3 slimes in Banishment. Let's have a look, though. That being said, with I was gonna say
we're seeing the Bovine go in. He goes, "Do you want to trade the Bovine? Do you want to see this? Do you want to see this horse take the
410?
And then if he mills 2 slimes here,
oh.
Question is now.
Okay. Yeah.
His face. Do you King Slime here? Do you play the Slime King just knowing that you're gonna slap 3 beautiful, powerful pieces?
Let's see. Okay. So
nope. He's like,
he's going for the Gaias.
He's like, I only need 1.
Yeah.
He goes. This card isn't that good. Those commentators don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. There we go. So we're gonna go. I believe he should be 7 there instead of 6.
No, because he hit a bird.
Oh, he hit a bird.
Yep, he hit a bird from the other.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the bird.
Yeah.
Okay, no, 6 slimes. We see a Frostbite on top, which is, of course, the other half of the coin. When you don't see a Storm Slime, it's just something random there. Taking the damage, no retaliate, of course, because you don't want it to be down. You want to be able to intercept this whole turn.
Which we're in a situation here now, which actually, talking from this perspective, maybe you did want to kill the Bovine, because milling those cards is going to be the Storm Slime killing the spirit, killing the horse.
Here it comes.
And the Bovine is just going to be more value as the game progresses. Oh, yep, there.
But that's the thing, right? Yeah. So you can't know they have a Storm Slime, but let's be honest. If you're playing Sylvie, they have it somewhere. So he's going to knock off 6. Yep, go in, and then he's going to... Yeah, basically it's saying, are you going to let me draw 2 right now?
Yep.
You're going to let me draw 2.
This is the hardest point, too, because he had 5 cards in hand. He probably put down 2 more slimes. So the next Storm Slime he draws is coming in for at least 2 more beyond that. So it's going to be, the next one's going to be 8.
There's also a potential, once again, I didn't see what was below the Grail. Could it be Verdant Staff?
I believe we saw the staff get banished off of the Crux.
Oh, no, you're right. Off the Crux.
So most likely in these matchups, we see a lot more often. We see... the Grail going down, I'm not sure if he has the boots in the deck on main board. He may be running the amulet instead. We can go and take a quick look here.
Quick look on main board.
Let's see what we got. He's got the Beast Spawn boots main board. He's got the Lantern. He's got the Scepter Illumia as well on the list, and Covenant Thorns.
Okay.
So there is a chance he may have just said, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to put Covenant Thorns.
Put the Covenant out, yeah.
Or he may have gone very, very aggressive and said, you know what? I think I can just play Horn down here. And just say, I'm going to draw 2.
I see. I wasn't sure if the Horn would come, but maybe you're right. Yeah, if he's playing aggressive. We do see the Spirit get dunked. And yeah, he's not going to let him draw 2.
You see his face now. He's thinking about it. He goes, do I Primordial Ritual the Storm Slime? Do I go ahead and mill 2 and draw 2? You can tell. He's
and that floating.
He wants the greed. He wants the greed so much.
Merlin Influence 3, he's not going to draw an extra card there. We got a Judge, actually. Double checking something here. Not sure what that is. We don't have just for people tuning in, we don't have player or judge audio, unfortunately. So we're just gonna go by the cameras, it looks like.
Not really sure what the call was about there, unfortunately.
Especially with the Spirit going to banishment. Okay, 1 down, 2. There it is. Yep, Primordial. Yep.
Yep, he's like, you know what?
He's saying, I want it. He's like, you won't let me draw 2? I will draw 2 myself.
He's like, I'll do it. He goes, you're not going to kill it? I'll do it myself.
I'll do it myself. All right. He's probably going to ask for 1 to stay. Showing Gather and Frostbind. And another call?
Oh, okay, so I think the call here, this one I do know, is because the Primordial Ritual sacrifices as cost. So what will happen here is in a situation, we see Storm Slime go onto the stack. So Storm Slime Trigger goes on the stack as soon as you pay the cost. Because cost is being paid to play the card, you're going to put 2 layers on. You're going to have the activation of the card, and then you're going to have the actual sacrifice trigger going on. Because of that, I believe they will need to resolve the Storm Slime trigger first, and then they resolve.
Okay.
Yep. So that's what they're doing now. They're saying, cool, resolve the 2, draw the 2 cards. So they see the 2, show the next one. Now we'll mill 2.
There it is. Dungeon Guide and Gather.
Which is, I think, almost the same as like mill, besides putting Frostbind into hand.
Yeah.
Another Frostbind.
Well, you know, at least you know he's got the Frostbind.
And was sitting with currently 3 cards.
Yep. 5 to face there. I unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to pull off another Incarnate.
Not realistically I think this close.
Tome. So we are going to get 1 to memory here, an extra level on
draw a card. 6. So he can play the Ghost Pendragon through the Frostbind. If of course, most likely at that point, Kyle's going to probably be like, yeah, go ahead and just
yeah. If he can pay for it, let him do it, right? Nope. Pulling Ghost to hand. Draw.
Tapping it to get the Empower, just in case he draws something he really likes.
There it is. There's the Ghost. Now, I guess here is one thing, right? If you make him pay for it... the Grail almost got out there. If you make him pay for it, he does go 2 cards down.
Yep.
So he would only have the 2 cards that he drew off of Pendragon.
But in the same boat, right now, if he's only drawing 2 cards, unless he draws a 1 cost, he can't pay the other card.
I guess that's
so.
Fair. Yeah.
At this point,
and just another Pendragon wouldn't help or anything. He's gonna take out the Bovine here. The Bovine, having put in a very hard day's work in game 1 here. 2 damage to face. Yep, 2 damage to face.
And now at this point, it's going to be you're doing the math. Goes, can I just win right here?
Yeah.
Kind of seeing a little bit more of that material deck. So it does look like Covenant of Thorns is underneath.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's playing the Horn hard cast here, using the Bovine to pay for it.
So and it makes sense, right? You want to be safe just against a few.
And play the Gather.
Gather and Recollection.
He's like, let's see if I can find that Storm Slime. Twilight. Nope. There it is.
Storm.
There it is. The Storm. Writing's on the wall now.
And there's not much Fire can do about this.
Not especially because he knows he has a Frostbind in hand. He knows he's going to say, cool, I'm going to pop this Horn. I'm going to draw a card for free. And I'm going to play Storm Slime.
Play the Storm Slime for free.
And you know I've got the Frostbind at the ready. So it's going to be the question of, can you do anything here?
Cruxite. He's going to pay for something to come back.
Buying back maybe Incarnate is hope. Oh, okay. Paying
to other Cruxite.
Cruxite. Yeah, why not draw the card, say, hey, cool, I'm going to get another one, draw, and then we're probably going to see both these come down and say...
It's not what you want to see right now.
Play Cruxite, draw a card.
Fast Cure? Fast Cure, perhaps? I think.
I do not think, unfortunately at this point, I do not think Fast Cure is enough to save.
Yeah, it's not going to help. And Cruxite again.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Off the top, it is...
And at this point...
Another Cruxite. Okay.
Yep.
Library Witch.
Both laughing about it, being like, hey,
yeah,
he goes, the writing's on the wall. He goes, there's no way I'm getting through that.
Yeah.
Let's move it on. Let's not eat up too much of this clock.
Yeah, definitely important considering we're hitting just near the 30-minute mark there.
Oh, and we did get CyberFox in the chat did give us a heads up on...
clarification of the on-death. Yeah, exactly as you said there. Perfect.
It's something I ran into. It's actually had explained a lot when we were on Fire Sylvie. Because when we played Fire Sylvie, we played a lot of the play the Cremation Ritual, sacrifice the Storm Slime, and then it was which one do I resolve first? Now, at the end of the day, you're still drawing 4 cards. It didn't change too much. But in this case scenario, one of them is mill, one of them is going to be draw.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where you have to, now it's, those triggers do actually matter, because if you want those cards that are on top, then you're going to draw them first. If you don't want them, well, unfortunately, at that resolution,
still have to
you're drawing them. You're milling the other two. They're below it.
Yeah, so, players are going to go ahead and side in.
Yep. And then we saw a little bit of Daniel's sideboard prior. We can go and
so let's
open
have
up
a
his
look at
first.
Kyle's.
We'll take a look
yeah,
at here,
yeah,
Daniel's first. So this is a matchup where we will probably see the Heavenly Guides.
Yes.
I'm not sure if we'll see
Absolutely.
a clean swap of all Dungeon Guides, all Heavenly, but we'll probably see some number of Heavenly Guides hit the board. We will definitely see the Blanches hit the board here.
100%.
And there's a good chance we might see the Resolutes.
You might see the stance.
With this, we might be seeing a majority of this sideboard coming in from Merlin.
I feel, he might do a 2-2 split for Dungeon Guides and Heavilies. Because if you're Merlin, you still want to. If you're the one getting there, you still want to get there as fast as possible. And I don't know about the Resolute stance. Maybe his lesson he just learned here was there can be a pretty wide board for Sylvie.
True, true. And to be fair, going into Heavenly, what also stops you from saying, you know what? Let's play 4 Dungeon Guides. Let's play 4 Heavenly. Let's go ahead and Dungeon Guide to level 2, and let's force them to play Dungeon Guide level 3 to try to counter me, and then we go Heavenly Guide. Again, that is a lot of hopeful thinking.
But I would be interested if he's going in 4-4. And then of course, Blanche coming in. A very good staple against spell damage or just non-physical damage.
Non-physical damage.
Yeah.
Yep. Being able to stop that Storm Slam activation from hitting. And now also the big thing with Blanche is it doesn't only protect you as the player,
That's right.
but the rest of your allies. So if you have an Incarnate out and they try to Storm Slam it and you can play Blanche, you can just...
And it stops it.
You can just stop it.
That's right. Our players are... There we go. They're
Going back in,
just not ready
that was
for
a
it.
very quick sideboard. I think they both knew exactly what they needed in that matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And as they kind of get this round 1 started, let's kind of take a look and see what we're probably seeing from Kyle coming in this.
Yeah, what's he got?
We got the Beast Bomb ears. This is kind of you always play this card in Sylvie just because you don't want to instant lose Dustlight Communion. We saw the Safeguard Amulet. We will probably see one of those pieces come out of the board to put in
Likely the Safeguard, yeah.
The Safeguard Amulet. And then we did see the 4 reprograms. He's
that
ready.
That is a man who respects robots. He didn't run into him, I guess, but
he didn't run into him.
Robots.
But he knew. He's like Peter is going to be at this event. He loves that stupid deck. I'm putting 4 of them in. I'm not losing to it.
This man does very, very well. He did very well. There's a reason he's flexing on us right now on stream.
Oh,
with that water.
100%.
That being said, those are not going in.
And then we probably did see the 2 Twilight Slimes into the board, just because they are a way to protect your whole board from Spell Shroud, give every other slime plus yourself Spell Shroud, and then of course that means Fireballs are not going to kill you. But in the same time, you may be Kyle knowing in this matchup that when you're playing Merlin, Fireballs are removal pieces.
Yeah.
They are not necessarily
your kill. Yeah.
They are you need to deal with Crux Slimes, so Fireballs might be hitting the board just to deal with Crux Slimes and deal with, even in some cases, to deal with Luster Slimes if they're kind of standing in your way.
3 down for a Bovine. On the first turn there, we saw
Twilight
Mnemonic Charm.
And they Blissful Calling got milled off the first. Normally you'd be like, man, I don't want to lose that Twilight, but again, we talked about here, if he gets 3 separate Advanced Element Slimes milled that way, there's a good chance he's just gonna say, cool, I'm just gonna
Slime
King right off the bat.
Just gonna play Slime King. So one thing we missed, it was a fast cure. He has banished it, presumably to level up, but we'll see what his final decision is here. He doesn't
getting a quick read from Daniel on the Bovine, probably checking to see if that Folding Memory is in fact class bonus. Because you don't want to kill that Bovine and let that Sylvie level free.
That's right.
And this is actually also a situation where we may see Kyle go Scepter. We could see him get Scepter knowing that it's going to be taking a little more time to level, that he has a little bit more of that time to just kind of put the pressure. We could see it.
Incarnate drawn to hand. And so we do see Daniel going for Lorraine level 1 instead of Kong Ming this time.
Yep, and we do see the Dungeon Guide already in hand. We see the Fireball at the ready.
And Hasty, I believe?
Yep. Yeah. We're likely seeing the Hasty
hit
here.
We're likely to see the Hasty come down here. There it is. And swing to Bovine.
And he's got the sword, so he's going to want to use the sword to kill.
Yep. Pitching that Heightened Spellcraft for a Library Witch.
Yep. And I believe Heightened Spellcraft currently not floating. I believe it is Mage class bonus.
Yes.
So he's going to have to wait to Merlin to use it.
4 cards waiting for a response.
And then Fracturize the Sword on attack.
There it is, Fracturize the Sword in response. Even if it's a Fireball. Yeah, I mean, now you got to force him. Okay, yeah.
Yep, Cremation.
He doesn't have it.
I need something.
Force him to have it. Doesn't have it. Witch and Creative Shock, I believe.
Yep. And we've talked about this before. Is some of these players, they know how these triggers are going to stack. They know exactly how it's going to play out. And he waited. He knew if he swings at me first without the sword first, I'm going to fracturize it. And that's right. 100% got profit off it. He saved his Bovine. He got a floating memory that if he wants Scepter or if he wants to go to Sylvie here, he can.
Yeah. And I think he did pull the Scepter forward.
Yeah,
there it is.
There it is.
Just as you predicted. All right.
We are seeing it out, and the big thing about this is the Scepter. Normally, we saw with other decks earlier today. We saw the Scepter come out. We saw the Scepter used to push that 12 damage, as we saw with Kyle earlier today. The other Kyle V.
Kyle V. Two guys
Songbird. Not the worst because they are still animals. You can still use to get that Gaia's Blessing later. But the other big thing about this is sometimes you'll just put out the Scepter, you may level once, and then pop it for 5 to draw 2 additional cards. Because sometimes just going to a 7-8 card hand is enough. Like, you don't really care about pushing that extra damage. You'd rather say, I have the 5 cards now, let's draw them.
Yeah. Cake coming out, drawing a Fracturize after. He's showing him that's Twilight Slime and the guys.
You will see in these matchups that when you're playing a Sylvie, you will constantly ask, can I see your graveyard?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if Sylvie, in a way, a big part of playing against Sylvie is making sure you're taking on that mental tax to not only watch your graveyard, but unfortunately, you got to watch part of their banishment too.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Daniel thinking about materialization, it looks like. He has 6 influence.
And this is a situation where, when normally in these matchups, when you see some of the other decks, you see your opponent take the turn off, they don't level, they say, I'm going to draw cards, where sometimes you're going to say, all right, if we're going to delay the game a turn, I'm also going to draw some cards.
Yeah, you know what, if you're going to, there it is. I mean, you're going to present Scepter Lumina. I'm just going to back up Charger this turn with the Fractal you gave me. I wasn't planning on it, but might as well, right? Didn't see Pendragon in there. Yeah, okay.
Oh, and I didn't realize he's sitting with the Primordial Ritual in hand. So Bovine is...
The Bovine is safe in quotes.
Safe in quotes. It is going to a better place if it gets attacked.
It will mean something. It meant something in life. It will mean something in death.
It goes, it was my best friend while I was on the board, and it's going to be a juicy T-bone steak once it reaches the graveyard.
Should a tamer really think that way?
Probably.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, if you're out there injecting, eat what you kill.
100%. And that's right now. This is going to be a very.
I think those are 2 dungeon guides.
I think you're right. I believe those 2 dungeon guides.
Oh boy, a stalwart. Okay, this is. I don't know. I mean, obviously you don't know that he has the primordial, but you're definitely looking to. Oh. Okay.
He's like, you know what? Let's just pass it over.
Yeah, just pass it over.
We're seeing the level 1 Sylvie.
All right.
Say pick a card, any card. Ooh, not that card.
Ooh,
Baby Blue is probably the best one you want to see hit, because it is the one where, unless you're playing into an ally matchup, you're not going to see a lot of use out of the Baby Blue.
Yeah.
He's going to say, all right, let's create
Shock
in response. He is not a mage, so he's not going to get the discard fire card. So
he's just going to probably pitch the Stalwart, unless I can't see the 2 cards he drew, but probably the Stalwart for the floating. Yep. Yeah, there it is.
So here's a Stalwart. Did he take damage?
Or did he take 2 damage?
Oh, level trigger. Scepter. We just talked about it.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
And now you can tell
previous game state. Yeah.
And now Kyle's currently a tank. You can tell he's like, do I draw now? Do I draw? And sure enough, he's like, I like cards. He goes, do you like cards? I like cards.
Love
he goes,
cards.
You're gonna draw 2. I'm gonna draw better 2.
Everyone's just following everyone else. That's how this game is played. You see your opponent do something, you do it too.
Oh, and that's a Frostbind.
Frostbind.
Be fair, with this many cards currently in hand, that card definitely loses a lot more value, especially at this state in the game. But later on, it's...
Here is a baby gray slime, looks like.
And the worst part about Bovine sitting on board is Bovine is an animal, meaning Sylvie level 2 gets the draw off the Bovine.
Bovine's Storm Slime. Okay, well that is 2 advanced slimes.
Yep, that is 2 currently.
And Storm Slime is one of the ones, if you were playing against Sylvie, Slime King, you do not want Slime King to have a Storm Slime under it.
No, because that just makes that kill even worse for you.
All right, Baby coming out with the buff.
He's like, I'm going to show you.
2 Baby.
He's like, do you like water, Sylvie? I do. Here's 2 water slimes.
All right, drawing a oh no, that was Permanent Wizard was already in. I don't know what he drew. I think the Limitless.
I believe so. I believe he.
And he has that Dungeon Guide in hand as well.
Meaning next turn, very likely he's going to say...
Yeah, we're going to see a 2 and then a Dungeon Guide.
He's going to say, you need to answer both of these animals. Worst part is, if you... And this is kind of a situation, that even if you answer his full board of animals to stop him from drawing a card, he's leveling for free.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can eat 1 with the Merlin. Merlin's going to go for
here. Here's Merlin.
But it's like, for the most part, I'm leveling for free. Yeah. I'm going to use these. I'm going to go and level.
Well, and especially right now, right? Because he's already flashed... Oh, library, what you got? He's already flashed 2 baby blue slimes. It's not a huge loss for him.
Yeah, and I think we did see the Fracturize in Kyle's hand as well.
Yes, we saw another Fracturize.
I think he has so many ways to just say, cool, like, answer my board right here, right now. Let's do it.
There it is, yeah. There's another Fracturizer over there.
He's like, you won't. I bet you won't.
Do it, you won't. Well, and unfortunately here, he might not be able to begin with.
And he's got the Ritual still, so he's going to be, hey, do I just...
Ritual protects both of his allies. Protects, in quotes. And yeah, he's probably just going to Fracturize his cake on the turn. Yep, there's Merlin eating that bovine.
Yep, saying, hey, I'm not going to let you get that free. I don't want the free level. Go ahead. And then are we
in hand?
Oh, I think we're saying counting how many cards in hand, or...
Well, out of all the skills, I really can't lip read.
Can't really tell what the conversation is at the moment. I'm not sure if they're kind of discussing how many cards are in banishment, how many cards are in hand. I think at this point there is a good chance that Daniel might be thinking, can I Dungeon Guide and play Ghost of Pendragon in the same turn? But at the same time, he can't really Ghost because he lost the Scepter, which we also have not seen him utilize. The fractal that got made, he may have forgotten that sword is now a free resource.
So he did use it once. He did use it once for his backup charger. So, but yeah, he might have forgotten he has on board. Okay,
he definitely. Because I think he may have just remembered. Yeah. He's like, oh wait, I don't need to put down because I can choose what go down. Because you Fracturize my sword. We can do this.
Let's see. I was gonna say I don't think there'll be a response here.
Nah.
Merlin 3 coming out. Of course, once again, not missing that trigger. Don't attack if you're Dungeon Guide before you do everything else.
And now the question is, because even if at this point he cannot heighten Spellcraft like he did last time, he has to wait a turn to get out the most likely at least 1 or 2 turns to play the Incarnate.
Yeah.
But now his question is, do I try to kill one of these?
Okay, checking very good.
He's asking how many animals. Yeah, he's saying how many animals. He's like, how many do you got? And he goes, I got the 4. And he's like, okay.
He's showing 4.
And then killing the bovine is not really optimal in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time,
it's give him another floating. But you gotta get it off the board.
You gotta get off the board.
That looked like it was presented against Baby Gray. Okay. Hasty coming down. And into... Yep, there. Yeah, okay. Both were presented against Baby Gray. 2 there with Harmonious. All right.
And yep, we're going to see the Ritual say, he goes, if I'm losing this Gray Slime, I'm losing it on my terms.
Yeah.
Play it, sack it.
And putting that floating back into the graveyard.
And another Primordial Ritual. So that's
there we go.
2 floating already. And I think that's correct. That's 3 Advanced Element Slimes now.
He does, yes.
If Kyle draws a King here, he can easily just say, I'm going level 3. I'm playing King, and you have to get through it.
Level 2 board was not cleared, unfortunately, for Merlin, so we're going to draw a card. So, what is Sylvie's influence here?
Currently 9.
9, yeah.
And that's without the draw for turn, so it's about to be 10.
Wow. And I wonder, she's probably going to Fracturize here. I would not be surprised. Although, okay, hold on. We're just counting.
Not too much reason for him to Fracturize. Using the Fractal to play for the Dungeon Guide, saying, I'm going to choose 2 slimes to go.
Yep, and it was both of those baby blues.
Yep.
All right.
No hesitation. Crux. Let's get the Crux Slime. Is it cool? And unfortunately, his opponent's like, yeah, it's unfortunately what I have to allow. Just go ahead. Here you go.
Okay, pitching for Scepter. And this time I'll remember. I remember that I said that out loud. Okay, so we got that 5/5 Crux Slime. Pretty... Oh, thank you. pretty tough, unfortunately. This time, not as much pressure. On
And we just got that delivery of that Texas Branch cane sitting next to us. Ooh. Man, I'm so hungry now. Now that I can smell it.
Hey, you know what these players can smell? Victory. Yeah, and hey, real talk. Just we showed the backup chart before. They're pretty close. This is round 5 of 6. Table 2, playing it out.
NSO Slimes, we at what? 7 already?
Oh. Okay.
And a Verdant on the top.
Showing a Verdant off the top.
Perfect. And at this point, he's at 9. And that Storm Slime's hitting for 10 damage total.
Yeah.
After the swing.
7 coming in on enter and then 3
Milled a Storm Slime, unfortunately, but...
Wow. Yeah. I mean...
At the same time here, do you just go say...
I think you might just keep.
Because he took 1 from the Bovine, puts him at 10, takes another 10 from... I think at this point he's very, very close to lethal on board.
He's going to take 5 from the Ethereal. Okay, I think he might be going for that Storm Slime. Just going in.
Now Daniel is sitting with the Fireball still, so there is a good chance that he's like, hey, I'm not going to let this Ethereal hit me for that much.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to see the baby gray.
We're going to see the safe pay, just like, hey.
All right, Frostbind.
He's asking how many cards he has. He goes, he's got to think about it now. He's like, if he draws that Frostbind, this card's dead. This card is instantly dead.
Ooh.
And at the same time, I think you're Daniel here. You know you need to resolve that Incarnate to have a shot.
Yeah.
And that's
Fireball.
Probably why so Kyle also not rush out that Storm Slime, because if it's not lethal, why use it when you could need it for the horse?
Right. Yeah. There's no particular. Yeah, there's no particular reason to. Well, I think especially because you've seen 2, I believe, of your Storm Slimes get milled here already.
And I just realized he has the other Frostbind already in hand, so he's.
Yes.
You can tell he's thinking. He's like, do I just let it counter? Do I care?
It's just whether or not his greed overtakes him.
That is the question. Now knowing that essentially the gates are open, do you just send it? Do you ship it and just hope for the kill?
So, depending on the resolution here, we're presenting... okay, hold on.
Oh, yep, Frostbind. Yep. He's like, yeah, you got it. He's like, it is Texas, you got it.
All right.
Draws the card off Gray, shows the next one, and it is a Bovine.
If shields are down, we're presenting 7 on board here.
But unfortunately, he's 2 cards in hand,
one,
so not.
Yep. So his Fractal's already tapped out, so we'll just, looks like we'll just present the...
He's like, clear that some of that board. I don't want you drawing cycling. You're not drawing anymore. Go ahead and put that damage on you.
Alright. There was greed, but not too much greed. Storm Slime and Frostbind held in hand. Book's coming out.
And we see the Heightened Spellcraft coming in from earlier. In case you don't know what Empower does, when you play this card, no arrow can stop Cow Cow. Shout out to the best misprint we've seen so far in the game. Man. If you don't know that joke, look at the misprint on Heightened Spellcraft for Short Championships. It is a beautiful misprint.
It's an interesting one.
Which is the funny part is everybody looked up that flavor text doesn't exist anywhere. So it is it is probably most likely flavor text they used for a card they never released and just
messed it up by mistake.
Yeah, and so everybody believes it might have been part of another Empower card that we had is like flavor text, and then the save space it probably got cut, and then
it got merged
and
this card. Yeah.
Things happen.
See a Mantra be drawn to hand, but it's gonna go down for the Ghost. Putting the book back, and we've seen this before, of course, previous games. Yep.
Draw 2. I guess at this point, I guess you're looking to hopefully he needs to clear the board, get things out of here. But at the same time, I feel like Incarnate has to come down.
Incarnate has to come down because otherwise you're just in danger of being Storm Slimed. I believe a Heighten and a Pendragon there, 4, 5, 6.
Yep, there we go. Incarnate coming down.
Incarnate.
Which you can see, that's where that kind of, singular focus from Kyle came into play. He thought about the Storm Slime, and then he goes, you know what? If I can't kill him here,
if Incarnate comes out, I got
what happens if Incarnate hits the play?
Pendragon, clearing the Bovine. Salute to the Bovine.
Goodbye, Bovine.
Goodbye, Bovine.
MVP of this event so far. Like we all talked about, Icebound Slam is such a problematic card.
Yeah.
It might be Bovine. Cow's doing work.
Yeah, maybe today has shown us the real problem is animals.
Maybe at the end of the day, Tamer was the real problem.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not going to stop me from playing the new Recollection deck when that comes out. 100%.
Listen, as soon as I got to reveal that I get to cheat animals out into play from playing a Luxem Tamer, oh, you bet that I'm behind this.
People are going to learn real fast the difference between activation and put into play. Let's see. Okay, yeah. And Incarnate, yeah, clear the dungeon guide. Yeah, big thing if you're just tuning in and didn't see it previously, that Crux Slime does have stealth. So you're going to need True Sight to actually deal with it. So it does present 5 damage every turn. And let's see if he remembers that that Majestic Spirit does have Vigor, so it should stand at the end of turn. But perhaps he hasn't technically triggered it. Although he has nothing in hand, and we'll see. Not a huge deal. They will most likely remember it, because once again, that is a very important part of staying alive here. Hornet Beast Calling coming out.
Yep, using that Bovine to pay for it. He's like, you're going to give me the floating? I'm going to use it. He's going to Recollect and draw it up.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Once again, we cannot forget. Stands at end of turn.
And another Crux Slime off the top of the deck.
Right.
So not only now are we going to see, which we could see most likely here, if we could see him hard play the Crux Slime off the top, make it a 3, and then just pop the horn, draw the card, play the Storm Slime for free.
I think that's probably best, right? You want cards down that you don't care about, so you can cycle them with the Storm Slime, because the Storm Slime right now will entirely take care of that Majestic Spirit, and he'll have to answer that question we asked before.
Nope. He's like, you know what? I don't need horn right now.
Yeah.
He goes,
are you gonna let me draw?
Yep, and he's like, I've got 7 in there. He goes, 7, cool on that?
Yep.
Here, and he's like, yeah,
7,
you got
cool.
it.
And then
3 left alive
3
on it.
left. Yep, there it is. And then are you gonna let me draw? Are you gonna turn your spirit sideways and let me draw cards?
This is the situation where you just cannot, especially when the active player is on their turn, you do not want to have the active player replace the cards he just used.
Oh, absolutely not.
I do not think this is a retaliation here, because you know you can kill it with Dungeon Guide next turn. You can kill it with Ghost of Pendragon next turn. Let it sit there. Do not give him... Don't let him get the value for doing this.
And I think part of it is like, okay, well, you know one, I guess, right? You know there's a Crux Slime in there. I guess he's trying to math out whether he would draw another Storm, it looks like.
And you can tell he's in the tank. He's like, I don't want him to have it. I don't want him to have it.
I agree with you, right? I think this is one of those, you just let it happen. You just go, okay, great. I don't retaliate.
Because if he draws cards on his turn, he is less likely to interact with you. No, he's
turning it?
He's go for it.
All right, yeah. We're going to put the trigger on. We're going to...
Banish 2 more slimes, taking that count up to 9.
Yeah. And we'll see this Crux Slime coming in.
And Ritual.
Yeah. So part of it, for people who are unaware, Gaia, while it does let you play the top card if it's an animal or beast, your opponent does get to see every card that is drawn. Do this effect. Okay, yeah, we're gonna draw a card for the other slimes on top. We're gonna draw a card for Hornet Beast Calling. He'll probably play that Crux Slime for free.
Or at this point,
what do you have there?
Because remember, Crux Slime he's in for free. Let's get it out here. Most likely gonna grab.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, he has so many options. In this one, I think.
Maybe the boots. Yeah, I was saying maybe the boots are okay because Safeguard Amulet will probably keep you all right.
Draw the card and show.
Dungeon Guide.
And then, of course, at this point, remember, Daniel has to dig 25 damage, kill Sylvie, on top of, he just drew that Gather Slimes. So if he shows any of that, that's for every slime he reveals out that Gather Slimes, that's 1 more damage he now has to try to do to finish him off.
And at fast speed.
Yeah,
so
and at fast speed.
He can simply react to whatever you're doing there. He's going to turn another card, throw it down. Oh, yeah, baby. Gray. Makes a lot of sense.
He may have played this out and been like, I don't have another slime out. I've only got 1 slime.
He might have.
He's like, whoops. Yeah, but you can tell.
He messed up.
He's like, I'm not going to show you anything.
Probably should have put that Force Kick. Yeah, he's smiling.
You can tell. He's like, whoops.
Yeah.
He goes, I forgot this deck doesn't have as many slimes as other decks.
It's been a long day for people,
that's going to be a spicy baby blue taken.
Yeah.
That being said, it's not a terrible card to play here because Baby Blue will on another.
There's another Crux Slime right off the top. And thanks to Gaia's effect, of course, it can be played.
Yeah. Now you also have to think here, how many fireballs does my opponent possibly have? Because maybe at this point you don't get greedy. You just say, hey, I'm gonna clear your board. Or in this case, he might be doing the math. He goes, can I do 13 damage to you right here, right now? Can we be done with it?
So that is the trick. 9 presented on board via allies. So, I think it's tough. He might. Okay, I was gonna say he might leave in hand for Frostbind, but it looks like he's gonna actually.
He's like, you know what?
Yeah,
No,
he's just gonna go for it.
At the end of the day, this is Texas.
Oh.
If you got it, you got it.
Covenant
We're gonna draw the
coming
card,
out.
shield the next one, Limitless.
Blissful Limitless.
He was hoping for the Storm Slime. You could definitely
Yeah.
tell the greed he wanted. Same time, he's still not in a terrible spot here.
No, absolutely not. It is unfortunately still kind of an uphill battle for the Merlin. And as we're coming up to just over 6 minutes 30 left in the round, it's a tough position if you're Daniel. Okay,
using
we're
the
good.
using the five
Eat the
damage
damage
slime,
there, yeah.
take out the Ghost Pendragon, take out the 1, push it, and then of course you see he's leaving up the Baby Gray.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case.
He's like, if you want to do anything big, you want to play the Incarnate again, you're not going at my face. You're not putting me in the double fireball range. Because right now,
that's a big thing. Merlin level 5 going to 6.
Yep, because at that point, 2 fireballs is going to present 7 or 14 damage for it, and he's like, I'm not letting you get that close. With the Dungeon Guide already in play and playing an Incarnate.
Well, and we've already greeted out our Covenant as well, so.
That being said, this is kind of a situation of, even if you play Incarnate, you're only dealing with one of those Crux Slimes.
All right, I mean, fair enough, right? Safeguard, that last Storm Slime is still hidden somewhere in the deck. And he can't... Flame Rune Swordsman.
And let's also talk about that this, normally we see with normal Sylvie, this point in the game, normal Sylvie might be at the most 3 or 4 cards in hand because they just have to keep playing, putting that pressure.
Yeah.
Right now, we've seen him make play after play after play every turn, and still with 7 cards in hand.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, he didn't even wait, frankly, for all the things we were talking about for Gather. He just went, you know what? I was going to pull another card to hand. Let me filter. I do not care.
You can definitely tell his math had to readjust when he realizes I don't have another slime in hand. I got to think about this. I've been in the habit of doing that where I'm about to put cards down. I look at my hand and go, oh, I've only got 1 slime in here. I can't just play gray. I'm used to everything being a slime.
Just going to take out the Baby Gray and, yeah, okay. We're going to pop that Mnemonic Charm for 2. Another Incarnate, probably?
Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Another Incarnate hitting board.
So, 2, 6 there, yeah. So, 7 with the Fractal. So 9, he doesn't have to put out too many. Yep, 3.
Still keep up some resources. Say, hey, here's a horse.
Yep.
And that horse does have True Sight, so it can answer one of these 3.
Yeah, it can answer one of these. Well,
And we see the fireball in hand. He's
Yeah,
saying,
his
hey,
fireball
as
is-
we
yeah.
talked about, they're not
Yeah.
in this matchup. The fireballs are not necessarily your win con. Sometimes they are strictly just your, I need to take my time and
yeah. All right, there's the Grail with the last card out of the material deck.
yeah, we got. Which we'll just get stuff plugged in between these rounds, hopefully. And
Yeah.
we got one more round after this to see where we just got to have the equipment make it that one last round. But we had the tablets at the last part of its battery.
Blissful Calling going now.
Yeah. Also, the life counter one is it popped up a notification earlier.
So we do see the Storm Slime in that Blissful. He's gonna reveal it, and that'll answer that horse.
Not only answer horse, I'm
Gray.
pretty sure this is going to put him in a situation where, because just that slime alone is going to be 9. Deal with that horse.
He could use his Baby Gray and swing in for 3, so 6. Showing. Well, I guess it depends. Is that a Limitless back there too? I'll tap it.
He needs to print 7 here to try to go for the kill.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yep,
He's
Baby
gonna
Gray.
bring the Baby Gray.
He's like, this time I'll show you
This
2
time
slimes.
It'll work.
Not whiffing
time.
this time.
Yeah,
Drawing the
there.
gather. There's a fracturize on
Fracturize.
top.
Yeah. No, yeah, that is a Limitless. I believe it could be presented. Comes a Storm. Just barely out of doing it entirely by itself.
Yeah, see 2 more cards go down here. Play the Storm Time. Say, hey, that horse is taking 9.
One of them's baby blue there. Yeah.
Kill it. Yep.
There it is.
Exactly, you said. Kill it with the baby gray.
Okay. So
let him trade.
Do 6 here. Yeah. So 3 and 3. And then if he puts on a Limitless, there it is. Yeah. What can you do?
Crookside, he's
into
digging for that Resolute, and he's like, he goes, "There's nothing. I just want to play the card."
Yeah, if there's a Resolute, yeah, you know, sometimes you just want to play that last card. You go, you know what? No, I had the last play.
Yeah, I wanted to play.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it.
But
and
great game.
Great game. And again, we can see the power of. We kind of talk about this. The Sylvie players, the Slime Sylvie, we'll call them just like what you want to call them a cult at this point. Do I put myself in that bucket? But
I think so. You might have to. I think.
But realistically, it is a deck that, regardless of what you throw at this list, they're going to go back to the drawing board and say, you know what? If you're going to try to counter us, you're going to play the cards that stop us. We're going to do something different, but we're still playing Slime Slimer. We're not putting this champion down. We're going to keep playing it.
The strength of that recollection deck, I think, it does warrant that. You're just willing to play that. It's a very good set of strategies, and frankly, until Storm Slime leaves. What could I even do to you?
Honestly, I don't even think it's Storm Slime that they want. I think at the end of the day, think
it might be Baby Gray.
It might be Baby Gray. I think at this point, Pickle Sword wants to get Baby Gray banned so badly. He's sitting out there and he's like, I've got 20 more deck lists at the ready. I've got them in the vault. I will bust them out until you ban this card. And at that point, I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to think that he just has these lists at the ready.
His goal, yeah.
He'd be like, you need to answer this card, and I'm going to show you exactly why you need to answer this card.
You know, we've seen Fireballs go in today. We've seen Creative Shocks go in today. Yeah, I mean, the odd dungeon guide here and there.
Yeah, we've seen enough. We've seen enough Baby Gray slime violence that it's just people hate that card. They want to see it gone. So we'll see. We'll kind of see where it goes. We'll see kind of what happens. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. We got some food. We're gonna kind of chow down real quick, as well as we are gonna be going into round 6. A lot of these players are gonna be having these discussions starting now, saying, "Hey, we are the top tables. We are the last ones. Where do we stand currently?" They're gonna wait for standings. They're gonna take that time, look at current standings, and say, "You know what? We're in. Let's ID. We're good. We're in top 8. Let's move on."
Hand me that backup charger.
And Sharda Glacium in the chat, playing sort of 20 deckless eliminate is short.
Short. I guess 30, 35.
30. Yeah, let's go the even. Let's go the nice number of 33. 33 deckless for Pickle Sword. All right.
All right. Thanks so much. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
So then, after I played the 4th Harness Mana, he said, I just got a scoop.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. We are here at the last round for the Texas Regional. Our last match will be one of the last kind of the lower bubbles coming in, so there is still a shot depending on how matches pair up. But we are kind of in that weird situation where a lot of the top tables kind of looked at the rounds, they looked at the pairings, and they kind of knew very quickly that it is probably better to just ID and just move along. And just kind of seal our spot in. So that's where we see a lot of these. But we do have a really good match here going at the end. We do get to see that Water Diana hopefully try to redeem himself going in once again. And we are seeing that going in against Chris playing on the Razor Gale. So we're going to kind of see a little bit more of this matchup, see a lot more of kind of, hopefully see a little more of Diana can do, and hopefully not
we want to see some Diana
robots.
Looks like we're going to flip on over.
It looks like they're rolling off now, so we'll go ahead and go to the table and see. And we have 2 of our locals again showing up, playing it out.
Hey, you know what? We have shown a lot of locals on stream today, but our locals, they're great guys, very strong in this game. They're going to show up at some of these top tables.
100%, and it is something you will see. A lot of these players are very, very dedicated to playing this game. They'll show up almost every week. They essentially put in that grind every week. Just to be like, hey, I want to get really good at this game. I want to kind of, I want to be able to.
I want to win I want that backup charger. I want that Spirit of Water. We'll see an Academy guide come down for Jesus here. Once again, Water Diana versus Wind Kongming.
And this is one of those matchups where normally Academy guide is actually a very, very strong play.
Yeah, cool. Windmill being shown here with a Cyclical Breeze and a Slime Shield.
Gonna go and do that. Now, unfortunately, it does look like he does have the, he has the Ace and Protector with, I think, enough to play it. Yeah, so he's like, hey, not only am I gonna put some pressure on you, I'm gonna play the Ace and
probably take out that Academy guide, I think.
Yeah, I 100% think so.
Yeah, there it is.
You can tell.
He's used to that little smile
again.
there. He knew.
Not this again. I saw this last time.
One thing I will say, you see, Chris has a mainboard Mustang. So
yeah,
even if the nullifying comes out, backup charger.
I think we're particularly seeing that mainboard is because we saw at the Store Championships, we watched him play Indakai on Water Arasana, and he played out that mirror, and he's like, I don't think I can do anything into this.
Yeah.
He goes, I don't think I can answer this card. And you can see now he took that to heart. He's like, I'm not letting this happen again. He goes, we're dealing with it right here, right now.
All right. Tactical Retreat. I think, is that another Academy guide in hand?
It is another Academy guide.
Not that you're going to play it, unfortunately. Cristela? Lunette. Ooh.
Yeah, I think he's regretting not playing the Lunette.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder.
He definitely got for the greed. He went for the Texas special of if you got it, you got it. And he's like, I got it. I want to level.
It's hard, though, to say that they're going to, what are you going to do? Windmill Engineer and then Ace in me? He has 60 cards in his deck.
There's no way he's going to play both.
How often could that happen if he goes turn 2?
And nobody saw Chris was just like, here you go.
He's going to turn it.
Now, it is an interesting play here with the Lunette because Lunette will not have balance.
It will not be balanced. So I wonder whether he's sort of relying on there only being that one ally and tactical retreating it.
That's
or perhaps escape the wreckage.
Oh, true.
A little more safe. Ring coming out. He's got that Ring and Recollection to get that Fairy Whispers. A very classic win play there, especially for Razor Gale. You're just going to dig.
And I think that's a Bagua, Fairy Whispers,
and a 3.
Visits.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's going to be like, hey,
I'm going to show Fairy Whispers.
I feel like I'm playing Marvel Rivals, and I'm just hearing the again and again. Like it's just, he's like, hey, we're digging.
Looks like a pretty decent hand for Razor Gale, minus the Razor Gale.
Yeah.
Tempest. Okay, Ace and...
He's saying, hey, let me see it.
He's wondering. He's saying... All right. I think he's going to make him do it.
He's like, yep, show me the card. Which now you see him thinking about it. He's like, do I just go ahead and I say backup charger? And nope, he's saying, you know what, let's end this attack.
So here's the thing. I don't know if that's necessarily the right play. Considering you did see the Windmill Engineer. Although I guess it's going to come in tap.
It is going to come in tap. So
you do have one chance to respond.
And now he's going to go into his turn. He's going to go into a 7-card hand, so he can do a 3-drop. He can play the Academy Guide, and then hopefully he can answer. Now, being said, he doesn't really have a clean way to answer the Ace and Protector yet. So
yeah, and Chris says I'm going to share the same 2 cards. No information. And that Tactical Retreat, not floating memory yet.
And we still have not seen the Razor. I feel like that's every time we're putting Razor Girl on stream, they're either seeing all of them or they're seeing none of them.
Well,
maybe that's just the deck.
Maybe sometimes that is the deck, right?
Maybe Kai was right all along. The deck is too high, really.
Whoa. Now that's committed. Now you've said Kai is right about something.
I've put that into stone.
You should be careful.
Put that into our locals.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, I think we're all in agreement that when he makes a call on a deck, we probably need to play the deck.
Look into his Materialize. So like you said, yeah, probably not looking for the... I was going to say, probably not looking for the ring. You just want to come up to 7 and keep up Lynette in balance. But with no answer to the Asen, you're just sort of behind slowly.
So we may see the ring come out here and
just be held, yeah.
Just not be used right away.
Yeah, we'll
just
play
say,
a card,
hey,
stay
let's
in
play it out.
Yeah, let's see what we get. Freezing Hail, okay.
Yep, one say, hey, let's get rid of that Windmill Engineer.
And it'll reclaim it.
Tempest. He's like, hey, you've seen me do these cards again and again and again. Why not do it?
I mean, that is the Razor Gale experience. You're just it's the same set of cards.
And at times, you kind of have to make the question of, like, is it even worth me playing another card just to stop that reclaim from going in? Is it worth me taking that extra time to just not let it be bounced? Which, with the Ace Protector, I can see that because you play the Ace and the Ace goes back to hand, so they essentially did a non-play in some case scenarios. I mean, to be fair, though, I've watched the Razor Girl just want the damage where they'll play an Ace by itself just as they play Ace and deal 1 and return it.
Yeah, I mean... not to beat a dead horse, but especially in this last round here, that's a strong stat line.
It is a strong stat line.
Strong stat line. All right, 2 escapes.
So he went ahead and drew the card. He was like, you know what? I want it. 2 escape the wreckages, kind of get out of it. Not many allies that really go, and he knows he cannot play that Academy guy. Yep. Same time here, I wonder if it was worth playing if it was worth just like freezing hail the...
There's a Razor Gale. Off the Fairy Whispers there. Bagua and Baby Green.
I think Baby Green is going to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, he's gonna present the Razor Gale.
He's gonna show him a Razor Gale.
He's gonna play it.
He's like, you know what deck I'm playing. Yeah. I'm not gonna hide it. I don't need to keep this a secret.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna see it anyways.
And then Bagua on top. He's going to he's just gonna draw it up with the backup charger. Looks like 3 down. Just gotta get one more card of there. There it is. 3 down.
Sometimes they're slippery. You can't pick them up.
Yeah.
I get it.
New sleeves.
It happens every time.
Every event. New sleeves.
That being said, these sleeves have been used in one event. They're pretty much at this point. They're gone.
Absolutely wrecked. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the wear on Jesus there at the top.
Jesus will ride sleeves until they're gone. He's like, until a judge tells me that these sleeves are no good, I'm gonna keep playing them.
Here comes the escape. So Lynette will go back to memory and draw an extra card there. And Windmill for the 3rd time being presented, I'm sure, with the same 2 cards. Hello? Who knows? Let's see.
That's a lot of Cyclical Breeze in the hand. It's a lot of...
Yep, there it is.
I put in I think Slime Shield and Breeze. That's what we saw go down.
Yeah. Yep, and for the 3rd time, Slime Shield and Breeze. Probably this Razor Gale coming down. Yeah, okay, yeah.
One swing for one, Pokey for one.
Yeah, if you're interested in the Razor Gale deck, I think a big thing, especially when I was learning it, is to just remember to actually, those ones add up. Oh. It is not necessarily entirely about Razor Gale. Your little allies, guess what? If they can do 4 or 5 damage for the whole game, that's quite a bit.
Yep, and then did we see the banish of the Mystic?
He's making that face.
He's mainboarding the Mystics and he banishes it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, how many is Jesus running?
I believe we looked at when we looked at the thing. It might have been 2.
Yeah, I believe 2. Of course, any one of them going out right now is harsh.
2 mainboard, yeah.
2. All right.
This is the time you want to see it. Now, he obviously doesn't know how many. Well, he saw the breeze, so maybe he's thinking,
did see the breeze.
I've seen the breeze. I know if I kill it, it's just going to be, in this case, quote-unquote, a dead card.
Crystallian. Okay, so this is something that we could actually use now that we're a Ranger to deal with our Aeson.
And we do have the floating memory, so we can say, hey, let's go with Aeson Protector.
Yeah.
We're going to put the attack trigger on the stack.
Right. Show me something.
If you let me do this, we're going to get +2.
Yep.
And we're going to kill it. Coming in for 4, Aeson's off the board, and you feel a little bit sigh of relief, being like, okay, I got some shots here, I can do some things. Interesting, it does look like he did put down the little net, so maybe his goal here is not necessarily to, he know the Aeson went away, he may know in this case scenario,
the board, yeah.
Most Razor Guild lists do not want to play more than 3, so he might be banking on, maybe he doesn't have another Aeson in hand, I can maybe just play out the Academy Guide and
yeah, maybe
go.
so.
Or maybe he just passed. He's like, I don't need the Academy Guide.
We're going to see 3 Visits, Glimpse 2. Both back on top. I believe the top one is a baby Graceland.
Oh, we did see the pass. He's just like, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to...
Water Bobble.
And there's a chance he might be knowing he needs to push 3 here. He knows what 2 cards are down. He doesn't care about them anymore. Which, one of those cards, I believe, was a Lunette.
Yeah.
When it went down.
Oh, okay. That's second Razor Girl. That is a shame that Mystic went out. That being said, I was going to say, we're probably going to see the Bogwas go down. Mustang?
Which, actually, wording on Bogwas, Bogwa draw a card, or is it? Well, I guess they're both draw a card.
It is draw a card. It is Glimpse 3, draw a card. As long as you're facing east.
So in that case scenario, maybe he's... In this case scenario,
west.
if you know your opponent is playing Diana, you know you could be eating that shot from... you really could be eating that shot from the actual... Well, I guess he has... Well, you can't really have Fast 5-8, but if you don't have the Zephyr, you can't answer the gun. And that's another Razor Go.
Another Razor Go, and he presented his other baby slime, the Slime Shield for his... Oh, boy. This is... Okay, let's give the wreckage. It's fine, right? Just getting a little bit of advantage here. There's not too much Wing can do against this other than, like, try to Zephyr it, on stack. But I think he's just gonna put down that third Razor Go.
That being said, I don't think he kept the Zephyr in hand. So because of not keeping the Zephyr,
Shield's down, but you know what? I'm gonna show you 3 Razor Gills. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it?
He's like, every card I'm playing from here on out is going to be a Tempest Downfall. Are you okay with that?
Oh.
And you can tell Zay's like, I don't like the situation at all. I lost the Mystic Purifier. I've already used the floating. I'm going to have to banish 2 cards at random, so there is a chance the Dungeon Guide gets hit here.
Yeah.
And then if I lose the Dungeon Guide, I'm probably not coming back from this game. But at the same time, he's already sitting on board with 2 damage on board. We've already seen the ability to put 3 just in the graveyard through the 3 visits. And, of course, we saw so many cards.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if the next materialization on Chris's side is just Kongming, just to begin the 3 visits.
And just start the pain. Yeah, 'cause you don't care. At that point, you don't care what you're banishing from your memory at that point. You already have
absolutely. You don't, it's so many. And he's usually just going to go for it.
And we did dodge. The Dungeon Guide did get dodged, so we do have, he still has a shot here. He's like, let's go for it. Gets the bullet.
Yeah.
And then we're probably going to see... Yeah. Oh, where do you keep the Dungeon Guide in hand? Oh, he had cards in hand. I'm sorry. My apologies. I didn't realize he already had them in hand. So.
He's going to...
Fracturize the Power Cell. So he gets to select and choose what he wants to get rid of on the Dungeon Guide. We may lose chat a little bit here soon. Our tablet is dying, so I apologize if we cannot reply to you here in a little bit, but... It's fine. We're getting close to the end. It's been a long day for both us and the players, so trust me, it's we are getting to that point. Yeah. Yep. And as we thought, Dungeon Guide coming out.
Yeah. Actually, I'll just touch on that real quick. Seeing people 6+ hours of being here and still playing a pretty clean game.
Yeah.
So shout out to all the players today.
And shout out to everybody who drove out too. We have a lot of people who drove 4 or 5 hours to just come play this Texas Regional. They want that backup charger. They wanted that binder. We've been once again, we've had a lot of logos on stream, and we've been
talking about him and such, but there are people from all over. It's actually very impressive. So, all right. The cascading round. Okay, yeah, and Dungeon Guide's good from there. We're going to go up to Diana, level 3. And he's thinking, what do we have in hand? We have Lunette, Deploy Gun Shield, Hail, and then 2 cards I can't... It might be a Fracturize at the end there. I'm not 100% sure.
So we're probably going to see, we're unfortunately in a situation where I do not believe he will be able to do both Deploy Gun Shield and be able to put a card down to banish for Diana. Well, he has a Fracturize, never mind.
He does have the Fracturize, yeah.
We will likely see in this case scenario, we're probably going to see
Shadow's Twin?
Shadow's Twin come into play.
Yeah.
Load the Shadow's Twin, and then hopefully be able to stop a Zephyr coming in at it.
Mm-hmm. Well, so this turn though, Chris has nothing.
Oh yeah,
right?
You're right. This
so
is a free.
This is the free turn. This is your one. This is your one go as Diana to sort of recover here,
and
then honestly punish quite a few of the cards. Now that being said, if you're Kong Ming, you're at 0 right now. Oh, he's taking the Shadow's Twin.
Yep. Don't forget, he got distant by just becoming level 3 Diana. So that not only is he now +2 from Diana's distant ability from the inherited effect. He is now also getting the gun, which is going to be a base 1 damage, but every time it loads a bullet, it's going to be +2.
Yeah,
so if I'm right, we're coming in for 7 damage, I think, here?
I believe so. And that Cascading Round is going to do the water thing. Yeah, okay, it looks like it's good, of course. Cascading Round is going to do that water thing in the middle. Sea Sprite. Oh, well.
Maybe not necessarily want to see at the same time here. I think this is your, I play this and I hope I stay alive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. The Shadow's Twin is definitely a threat, and he's going to give him 2 curses here.
He's like, here you go.
2 torments.
Because you will love these.
Yeah, especially if you've never read it. It's a card that punishes you for drawing cards, which is something that Razorgale loves to do.
Let us see here, because I think it's
3 down. Lunette.
Lunette, just say, hey, you're not going to give me more value. Just kill the dude. Kill the dude.
Take them both out. And,
he's like, you're gonna kill me the original Razorgale way.
Spells only.
I didn't even realize he never used the reclaim yet. So he's got the free level.
Yeah,
he's not even losing any cards. He's going Kong Ming.
He's going Kong Ming. This is your go.
And he's only taking 4 damage from a draw, so he's fine on.
Oh yeah, so he can absolutely afford to take some of this curse damage.
Is that 2 Tempest Downfalls?
Yeah, and a Bagua. So, which is 2 Baguas, which of course, with Razorgale, each one is, theoretically equivalent. So, this will be a... Oh,
you can tell the gears are turning. He's like, what is the most amount of damage I can do right here, right now?
Yeah. Okay, he's going to end his turn.
Turn it sideways.
Because he's gonna
end the turn. Bagua. Take 3. Look at top 3. What are we looking at? He's like, yeah, let's just put that on there.
Now, if that is end of turn, I do believe he does have to take the curse damage though. But so that's the right thing to do. As if you're gonna take the curse damage, it does only trigger once.
Yep.
So of course, just go ahead and draw 2 cards instead of 1 on that turn.
That being said, I don't think he's too worried about it because I believe he's at this point. He's like,
there's the Zephyr.
Yep. He's like, hey, I'm gonna Zephyr this. Is that cool?
Yep. Here it is now. Once again, Zephyr triggering Tempest Downfalls.
Each Tempest for 6.
Oh, he's just gonna show 2.
Yeah. He's like, there you go.
Okay.
We said it before. You either see none of the Tempest, you see none of the Razorgales, or you see all of them. And again, once again, we
saw 3 out of 4.
Yeah, and then we're gonna go into a game 2. Sideboards are definitely gonna be coming out in this matchup.
Sideboards will have to come out for this one. Yep,
for sure. In terms of, let's take a look here real quick. Kind of pull this back up and look to see what is, especially with Jesus being the one that is now
on the back foot,
currently in the back foot, having to drag himself back out of this kind of matchup. We're gonna definitely see the one of Mystic Purifier.
The extra
one. We're not gonna see the Heavenly Guides come in. We're probably gonna see 2 more Deploy Gun Shields come into play.
I can see that.
He wants to protect him from the Zephyrs. He knows he needs to stop that Zephyr pinning play. And then, honestly, I don't think Frozen Dismissal will come in here because there's not really any allies you're super hyper focused on wanting to deal with. They're more of just like
obviously that Aeson was just like. Well, like we joked about, but it is true. what are the chances he has?
What are the chances he's got
yeah.
it? What are the chances he's got it again?
Well, plus Frozen's Missile, especially on that first turn, it's unlikely that you're going to keep it.
Yeah.
So
for sure. And at this point, I don't think even the extra lunette is going to help you too much.
I was wondering about that. I don't. Well, how many is he running right now? 2?
I believe currently he is on 3. He's on 3.
I think I would keep it at 3 personally.
I would too, because I don't. As we talked about, the one ping is definitely a build up that you want to.
You always want to remember. You always want to do.
But at the same time, I feel like just playing out a Frostswarm Paladin would be the same amount of value of just doing that and not having to.
Yeah. So.
Lose another card.
Yeah, well, so the biggest thing is, of course, 1 damage is 1 damage, but most of Razorgale's allies get their value entirely from just getting to the board. They don't actually care how they get there, as long as they get there and stick, they get there on enter, they get that bonus.
Yeah, and you don't really care if it's swinging that turn.
Yeah.
They say they answer them. We saw exactly what's going to happen. You're going to reclaim them. You're going to escape the wreckage them.
You're going to Zephyr them up.
You're going to Zephyr them up. You have so many options to keep them safe. I just don't think you care if they come in tapped or not. You just care that you're drawing a card and they're replacing themselves. And that gets you one step closer to, as we saw with this game. His goal was, I'm going to draw as many Razor Gales out of this deck as possible.
I'm just gonna play.
And I am going to play them. And I'm going to try to kill you. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at the Razorgale deck real quick. See whether or not there's any sides that we can imagine with our brains.
I'm trying to imagine, man.
Trying to imagine.
So Nullifying Mirror,
Nullifying Mirror.
He has his own Nullifying Mirror. He's like, I'm not dealing with this mirror
Yeah.
match. He's probably also the Warrior Asana wants to turn off that heal that they can possibly do. The Unbroken Mustang, he at this point, he never showed the card coming out. He never saw the mirror. He didn't see it game 1. And his question is, do I possibly see it game 2? And there's something you could also be watching. Is your opponent putting in another, maybe just watch out a corner of your eye.
Yeah,
seeing your opponent
see whether or not there's an extra sleeve coming out. Yeah.
There's extra sleeve, are they doing something like that? So Mustang is going to be a weird case, because if he knows the deck list, he can probably safely say, I don't need it. But if he's playing it safe, we may see them. In terms of the rest of everything we see on here, there's not really much besides possibly bringing the 2 Swift Recruits to maybe block the gun.
And maybe you might bring in the extra Stiflings and the Zephyr, if only to Zephyr for the gun, Stifling to stop that D-Guide.
Yeah.
Because the lower, obviously, but the lower health people are, the easier it is to kill them for Razorgale.
Yeah. Now, us knowing, obviously, we can see the list. We can kind of make that call.
Yeah.
From us seeing the list, we would definitely, in this case scenario, we're probably going to look at this and be like, you know what? I really don't need this one of Mustang in the list.
Yes.
Let's just go ahead and turn that into something like probably a Stifling Trap. Just so I can slow the game down.
I probably would turn to a Stifling Trap, personally.
I think I agree. I think
and bring in the Swift Recruits. Just, if you're caught out, you don't want to take the gun damage. Those curses, it didn't matter so much this time, but definitely they can hurt you. They build up.
Yeah. And one other thing as well is we saw in the past, I didn't see it in the list. We may take a look again here at the list on Diana. Oh, and they're shuffling up, getting ready to go back.
Turn back, yeah.
We didn't see it in game 1, and we didn't see it in the deck list, but we did see in locals before that he did have Demon's Aim in the Diana list. So there is something, a question of, if you've seen him play Demon's Aim before at your locals, do I even put in a taunt dude if I think he's just going to Demon's Aim anyways?
The health. They'll fix it. All right. Well, I will say one thing is I don't know if necessarily these two gentlemen have gone against each other in so much as Chris did have to take a look at Shadow's Twin. Whether or not he had forgotten what Shadow's Twin does because we haven't seen Diana in so long, or it was just like a genuine like, whoa, you're playing Shadow's Twin? All right.
All right, that is risky, and I have nothing for it.
That is.
At the same time, as you can tell, his demeanor was like, does this do 19 damage to me? Oh, it doesn't? Oh, okay. I'm okay with it.
I mean, if you're a Razor, you're like, can I just 3 visits my way out of this?
Yeah, but like
all right, there we go. There's that turn one. Yeah, he's smiling now. He knows.
He's like, why didn't you do that last time? He goes, that would have been great. And he's like, well, I didn't have it, Just
4, 7, 1 for turn.
You can definitely tell he's laughing. He's like, you learned your lesson, didn't you? He's like, yeah, I did.
Let's see. Baby green. We don't see that. Oh man, that's very fast. Okay, no, that is. Okay, yeah. There's a single Razorgale there.
There's only one other slime in the hand, so it is going to be kind of that. So this might just be, hey, here, sure enough, here's Razorgale.
Stifling.
Already, you can tell he's like, please don't. Not already.
Cyclical,
not already, dude.
And a Tempest Downfall. he's laughing.
I mean, they're locals. This is kind of like for them. This is another weekly.
Even on the bubble, if you're facing a local, I think it's always a good time.
Yeah, 100%. And I think at this point we're gonna live the habit of the last round of the event is almost always for us gonna be playing a local some way. It could be you could be at a set Santa Clara, 300 players, and you will still play that local.
Man,
it
almost happened to us at Worlds for my team.
Yeah,
it was so close. We were one table away.
For Santa Clara, it did happen to me because
that's true.
I had to play. I had to play the #1 Sylvie and
the #1 Sylvie in DFW.
Yep.
We call him that every time.
Currently playing Diana, but.
Well, that's how tired he is with Sylvie.
When you perfect the deck, you can't keep playing.
Yeah,
you gotta be like
so good.
You gotta say, you know what? I'm gonna make Diana work.
Yeah.
Has it worked yet? That question's still up in the air, but we enjoy it. We enjoy watching.
I came into the game just after Fractured Crown, but after ALC came out, I was Diana for quite a while. Water Diana, Water Allies Diana. It was very, very fun. Great introduction to this game. Let's have a look. See, I think, is that a Frozen Dismissal or a Frostbind there up top in Jesus' hand?
That is a...
It's a Frostbind.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think the Frozen Dismissal
I couldn't tell if there was like the sword coming down. Man. All right, so...
So this is the kind of situation. You could keep this secret and not let them know that I've got the second one, or you just say...
I think you present it and hide the... Yep, that's what he's doing.
He goes, here you go. Here's the second one. He's like, come on, man. Doesn't even draw in the hand.
Wow.
He's like, you know what's happening. We're playing it out. We're dropping it on the board.
There's a certain level where he's like, this is going down. I have 3 cards. You do as you will.
Welcome back. This might just be the curse of putting him on live stream. Just like the opponent's gonna draw everything they need.
We will have to apologize to him after. I want to. Jesus very kindly did volunteer to be on camera.
He's like, we'll do it again.
We'll do it again.
We'll show up. I'm ready to redeem myself. And then Chris is like, have you heard of this deck called Razor Gale? Because we're gonna see all. We're gonna see every Razor Gale.
Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, Chris is smiling too. He knows it's pretty fun.
There is a way, we had the question on the side, is there a way to get rid of Razor Gale? Yes, there is in game 1, we actually saw it get banished by
Unfortunately, if you want to pull it up. Mystic Purifier, it's a norm card. We're going to pull it up here on stream, and it is one of the main ways, especially in sideboard, to out a Razor Gale.
Yep. It is a way of just, you play it, you pay the additional 2, and say, hey, destroy that Fantasia. Like, I'm sick of looking at it. I'm going to go ahead and destroy it. And we saw game 1. You could tell that he's like, I have 1 card down here I don't want to get rid of. Let's just pray that I don't see it. And unfortunately, game 1, he was like, nope, I saw it. And you saw 3 Razor Gales.
Yeah. The cool thing, of course, it does get rid of Fantasia, meaning we can also get rid of fractals.
Yep.
Just every fractal that we talked about today that was very strong. Mystic Purifier is the norm answer to it. There are other answers, but in water, it's going to be Mystic Purifier.
Yeah, and the cool thing about it is we've even seen with Waterless that when you start turn 1, you look at those 6 and you say, you know what? Let's go Fractal Rain to start out my game plan. And if your opponent returns...
Stifling on the double dungeon.
Oh, no.
That is tough.
That exact call that we made coming in, just right immediately. We're just seeing it in action.
How could commentators with total deck knowledge be so good about knowing calls? But yeah, no, I mean, that is obviously the right call. That double dungeon guide, the double dungeon guide turn for Diana can be so ridiculously powerful, and stopping it right there, huge blow, actually.
And you would, at that point, he knew he was going down to a 1-card hand into level 3 Diana. He knew it was about to happen if he does that, but he's like, you know what? I have to send it. I've got to ship it, and I gotta go for a kill here.
Yeah.
And at that point, with Chris already at 4 life, eating the 7.
Oh yeah, that would have been amazing. And at that point, that is the point. I don't know if you really want to draw too many more cards as Razor Gale.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
It's gonna be tough.
Because you're 4 away from lethal at that point?
Yeah, he's got the Zephyr in hand. That will deal with a gun that comes out unless it is Seekers. Cyclical Breeze. Yeah, so one thing, and we did point out before, Cyclical Breeze is sort of your other counter, though, against things like Mystic Purifier. Where
he's put out the Zephyr
I think we're going to
go...
Whoa, no. Okay, hold on.
Tempest for 5.
So he does have to pay for it, though, because he's not a mage. Yeah, and he realized that.
Yeah,
I think he's
like,
putting the cards
He's like,
down.
hold on,
Yeah.
you don't get that for free.
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, now that of course was powerful. It is 5 damage, but it would be really great if he could have played the other one in his hand. But that's okay. Yeah, great. They did catch that. So, yeah, once again, Tempest Downfall needing to be a mage in order for that class bonus to be free from a Zephyr.
Yeah, it's good. It's not that good.
Yeah. All right, Lunette coming back, of course, at end of turn.
At this point, do you just say, we're gonna get rid of my entire hand. We're gonna go for it. We're going level 3 Diana. While in recollection, get rid of the speed. Go ahead.
And then
get the gun.
So Chris only has 2 cards in hand, meaning he can and he just uses Zephyr. So he cannot, he's not going to Zephyr your Shadow Twin. He's not going to do anything crazy like that.
Yeah, the best thing he's going to do here is probably most likely Veiling.
Veiling, yeah.
Yeah, if he's got it at the same time. We said it every single match. We'll say it again. This is Texas. If you got it, you got it.
It's 60 cards. How many of them could be Veiling? There's no way.
Oh, he is. I think he has a Veiling down. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I did see him put the Veiling down. I didn't think, yeah.
At this point, you just shortcut it with your opponent. You're like, don't even pick them. We're putting all 4 of them out of here.
Yeah. Well, just to be proper, the regional level, of course. Frostbind, Deploy, and Fracturize coming out.
Are we gonna see? Just say, you know what? Let's ship it.
Yeah, we are.
We're seeing it.
So, all right, he's gonna let him lineage release. He's gonna show him the Shadow Twin.
Oh, maybe he's going for the. He's going Shadow Twin.
Shadow Twin. He's gonna pay for it. All right, that's good. It's paid for.
No cards in hand. He's like, everything's gone. We're doing this. It's one.
Top deck mania.
One shot, one opportunity. Let's do it.
Didn't see what he drew, but that wasn't his plan this turn anyway. He's gonna load the bullet.
Go for the 7.
And go for it. Yeah, it looks like it came in already. Yep. He's gonna mill 2 for that. Shadow's Twin going off twice. Fracturize and Freezing Round. I believe both floating, right?
Yeah, both floating. So he will be able to
floating off that class bonus.
And I think we have at least 1 card that he can draw off when it comes to play. Because we saw it. We did see it when he was on stream the first time. We saw that smoke. We saw that
the flash grenade. Yeah.
So he can definitely bring that in. Go back to a 3-card hand. And so this isn't over yet. And at this point, we are forced to level here. Because
if we let him take out that bullet and just shoot us,
it's over.
It's over.
And at this point, already at 14, so we can't take that risk.
Yeah, and now it is that much riskier to draw extra cards.
I missed the word. Oh, the other 3 allies. I was like, where did the 3 damage come from?
Oh, yeah, the other 3 allies. So that's actually another thing, right? There are just 3 allies on board.
Yeah, turns out.
Just hanging out. Turns out that 1 damage really does matter. Veiling in hand, he's definitely going to keep the Veiling now in hand.
Yeah, he put it down last time. I saw him when he finally flashed his memory. He put it down. He's like...
I feel like this is probably going to be like Windmill Engineer.
At this point, how much damage? Because he needs to do, at this point, 14 damage.
14. So he gets 2 off of each Razor Gale. He has 1 Tempest in hand.
So Tempest is for 5 if he does it there. If he has anything to suppress an ally, which I unfortunately doesn't think he does.
He might put out that Baby Gray. It's not going to trigger the curses. And it might just eat an attack. Well, of course, there are allies. See, I say that. There are 3 allies on board. They're just going to clear it before he shoots me.
I believe this will
going to present the Tempest.
He is drawing to memory. I believe this will be a... Let me double check.
It should count for... Yeah, it should count for triggering it.
Let me double check. On enter, it's draw a card in your memory.
Yep, draw a card.
Okay, they caught it too. He's like, hey, it is still drawing a card. Even if it's in your memory, you are drawing that card.
1 away.
Oh, and that's 1 away.
Oh, this might be... I think you play...
So he doesn't have...
No, what's even to be said because the Lunette's out. Oh, yeah, this is entirely on Veiling.
Yeah. Which he does have the shield. So if he can go shield, play the shield, prevent 3, Veiling to reveal the rest, he can't block the gun. The problem is, in this case scenario, he's not going to care. He's going to go, I'm going to make the bobble.
Yeah, he's going to make bobble. Yeah, he's going to make Bauble of Abundance and just force it.
Yeah, and he's going to force the game and say, hey, we're going to go ahead and end this right here, right now.
Yeah, okay, right here. Let's see the bobble. I think he knows.
And it's
there it is. Yeah, it's unpreventable damage. Not much you can do there. So he's going to show the Veiling on this turn. So
He's like, yeah, that's
so
fine.
I'll take 2 more. Yeah, it'll be whatever. Yeah, his Tempest is down, etc.
And he has no cards in hand, so he's not really gonna have an opportunity to.
Yep, he's no. Yeah, he cannot really stop that bobble. It's just gonna get. Now, can he do it in response to a materialization that has an enter?
So in this case, he can. So he would be able to do it, but there's not really much of a reason for him to do it unless. So in this case scenario, there's a couple of options. If Chris goes for a Regalia that says draw a card, he's going to let that resolve, and he goes, cool. Getting your recollection before you ever pick up a card, we're both going to draw a card.
Yeah.
And we're going to go and end it right here, right now. If he goes for anything like, and he says, hey, I'm going to just play it safe, and I'm just going to go to my turn. As soon as he draws that card and attempts to play his first one,
the first card, Bobble will go right on top.
He's going to say, we're drawing a card, and you're dying right here, right now.
Ventus coming out.
I don't think much is going to happen there.
Yeah, okay. He's gonna say, hey, I'd like you to draw a card right now.
Draw a card during recollection. Pick those cards up.
Yeah, and I'd like you to draw another card.
Yep. And he's
for
like,
your
hey,
turn.
we're
There,
done.
yeah,
he knows. He's like,
he sees it. All right, great. No, hey, fantastic. We're gonna go to game 3 here.
Yeah. And that's the thing about this list, and that's what we really like about seeing this list in our locals, is you think you're safe. You think you have the game. You've got this. I'm like, I have no damage on me. I've got a minimum, like, maybe 2 or 3. Yeah. I feel perfectly fine. Hits Diana out of nowhere. You get hit for that 7. You draw that extra card, and you go, man, I went from 7. I went from having nothing to I'm almost dead.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I believe it was at Ascent Santa Clara. They mentioned the idea that Umbra sort of is partially the element of fear.
Yeah.
And I think here we see why, especially if you live around here, if you come to our locals, please do. If you're around here, it's a lot of fun. You might fear that Shadow's Twin.
Oh, you might. Listen, and the worst part about it is, like, and the whole reason for the switch to this list was nobody kept playing Baby Green. All the slime players went away from your normal standard. We stopped playing fast activation Baby Greens. Mm-hmm. We saw a lot of lists not respect that could be a possibility. We would see Fracturizers get thrown out early to turn these, and then he knew exactly. He was like, "Hey, if they're not gonna answer me, if they're not gonna stop me from doing this,
if they're not gonna deal with the gun, I'll just have a bunch of guns.
I'm gonna do it. Shadow's Twin is a very terrifying card as long as it's not answered, and that's the thing is the whole reason why people ask of like, well, why didn't we see play if Gun Shield is an answer to stop them from getting rid of it? Why don't we see this card played more? And it's because Baby Green. Baby Green is a card that if you're playing against slimes, it's pretty much they know you're on Diana. They're just going to hold 3 cards in hand and say, play the gun. Put it out. I dare you. And you go to say, I'm going to load the bullet. And you're like, in response to that trigger, we're going to go and get rid of it. Not only have you now just lost the bullet, you're now at this point, you're losing the gun too. In this case, you're resetting the gun. And it's nothing happened.
Nothing happens that turn. And and that bullet gets stuck in that weird zone, the loading zone.
Yeah, the load zone. We're going into the load zone. Talking about the load zone, we're going into game 3.
Yeah, game 3.
That was a terrible transition. I think about it out loud.
You know what? Hey, one bad transition this whole time. Everyone on stream knows we've never had a bad transition before this.
No, we've had most intellectual conversations in between matches.
We've had really nice conversations between rounds. Of course, you see that. Yeah, how else could this last game that we're seeing here on Feature Match end other than, of course, or begin rather, other than a Razor Yell being shown turn 1.
And I think that's the 3 visits.
There's the 3 visits in hand. Yes, that is.
Yep. So not only you're like, hey, I've got the 3 visits already. I showed you the Razor Gale.
All right. Okay, we're going for it. There's an Academy guide here. And of course, if you are Jesus, you're not looking for a repeat. And number-wise, it shouldn't be, but Tempest, Fairy Whispers there, so probably, I was going to say, Fairy Whispers out. And once again, I believe I mentioned it, but when you're a Razor Gale, when you're on Wind, when you bring out that ring, even if you don't have Fairy Whispers in hand, you might as well pop it, because it could be that Fairy Whispers, and you'll be able to play.
Yep, we see the one Breeze go to hand just in case, because we already know the Purifiers are a possibility. Yep. We saw them in game 1. Yep. We don't want to take that risk. We're saying, hey,
3
we're going to go
visits.
put that into hand and play it safe.
Yeah, we're going to glimpse before we draw, which is Cyclical Breeze and Baby Green.
Which honestly, pitch
both
both.
Bottom. Yep, there it is. Both bottom.
You already got the one. You don't need another one. What's he going to do? Purifier you 3 times?
There's only 60 cards in deck.
How did this happen? Like, I got the Ace of Protector combo. No way he's doing this.
Yeah. All right. Baby Gray, Slime Shield. I don't think there are 2 slimes in hand, though.
No,
It's just a turbocharge.
which could have been a miscalculation inside. He may have been.
He may have
like,
wanted that Baby Green, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we're going to pass turn here.
Maybe pitched him a little bit too quickly. And I think there was already a breeze in hand, actually. So I'm actually shocked that he.
That he kept a breeze?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to. Just a little extra sound here for us. Okay, let's taking a look. So he's putting 2 down. And he did free level, by the way. Crystallian Archer coming out, and he's got that Lost in Thoughts in the graveyard that he's going to. Yep. He's going to push it out.
Gonna go ahead and get that, push some damage.
Get some extra damage there.
And at this point, this is kind of the situation you want to be on this Diana list. You want to get that early game pressure on your opponent. You want them to start making the mistakes trying to stay alive. And so that way, as soon as they say, I'm going to stay alive, put all cards down, you go, thank you for doing so.
Yep.
Here's a gun.
Shadow's Twin.
In this whole fantasy universe, we can do some magical spells, we can throw fireballs, but at the end of the day, it's about the gun.
You know, once again, if you haven't played Grand Archive, I've had a few people express interest purely because they've seen that a gun is in the game. They're like, whoa. Everyone's got swords. Everyone's got, you got magic wands and staves, and then we have this person who just shoots someone else.
Yeah, and just
dude, perfectly fine. That turbocharge coming into play there.
Of
course.
Question is with Diana, or is she a fox girl?
I don't
cat girl?
believe so. I think
that's the true conversations we're having here.
Grand
Archive is what is she like?
These are the important thing. Yeah. When I'm in the last round of anything, this is the kind of thing I'm asking my opponent to make sure that we're both on the same level of Grand Archive.
I mean, listen. At that point, if it's a cat girl, he's already got 2 cat girls on his side of the board. You're kind of wondering, where are my cat girls? Instead, I've just got this baby gray slime.
If I can't show my opponent at least 3 cat girls during the game, did I really win?
Yeah. Am I playing Grand Archive correctly? Am I doing the right thing?
It's kind of tough. Reclaim in hand, of course. Probably just waiting.
Yeah.
See what happens there. That being said, of course, he's not going to run into it.
No
other than
hesitation
the
here.
academy. Yeah.
Just saying.
Reposition going out.
Yep. Right. Oh, and I even forgot. I was like, within 2 cards. I'm like, oh no, Academy Guide stuck around.
Academy Guide stuck around.
Doing the work.
Huge value on Academy Guide if it sticks around. That's why that Ace Protector was so important in game 1.
It looks like we have a hold now currently on. Not sure if which hold on this side's coming from. Probably thinking about do we get a gun here now? Do we start putting pressure?
There is a tactical. Okay.
Oh, giving distant. Interesting.
So he's gonna look. Yeah, he's gonna look for that +2 damage there. Do you want to explain distant, Derek?
Yeah, I can go ahead and do that.
A quick explanation, yeah.
So quick explanation on distant is a mechanic that came out of ALC, and the way this works is certain cards in the game will have a mechanic called range. Range says specifically that if a champion, or in this case a unit, be either a champion or a ally, has range, then you can essentially say, hey, if this card is distant, it's going to do more damage. So if you have a card that says range 2, then if it becomes distant, you're getting 2 extra damage when that card attacks. And Diana, as a level 2, actually has an inherited effect of your champion has this range 2. So in this case, we were seeing him stop an attack. He had no reason to stop an attack in this matchup, so why not use that card, get the floating memory, and say, hey,
a Frostbind on the... So first thing, while we were explaining distant here real quick, Crystallian Archer taking that tactical...
and the dungeon guy.
Taking the tactical retreat out to draw a card as well as get the +2 damage. Having Chris, think about putting that veiling. He puts the veiling, Frostbind, baited, and then a dungeon guide. This is actually an amazing turn.
The worst part is I thought it might have been when he first drew, but I couldn't. It wasn't for certain.
Yeah, Academy Guy going out.
He got the range because he was planning on this case scenario just going for the Seeker's Rifle.
That's what I was thinking.
And then drew the dungeon guide and was like, oh, I didn't need to do that.
Yeah, well, no. So in this case, I think really what it was, he did not draw the dungeon guide except for Crystallian. Yeah, there it is. That's it. That's the power. Yep. At 9 damage with that Shadow's Twin, you're not going to survive. And your Veiling Breeze is already out. You're done.
Yeah, 100%.
Amazing. There you go.
Yep. Jose got it, and he got it in.
Jesus
got it. At this point, the joke is just becoming ingrained
the joke is just real for Derek,
unfortunately. It is my reality at this point. Yeah. I'm just going to mess up the name as much as possible. But no, we got to see Water Diana kind of show that the deck is not necessarily dead. It is not.
No, not at all.
And we didn't.
He's smiling. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it definitely requires a different kind of play than it used to.
It requires a very specific way to pilot that list.
Yeah, you've really got to think about what that's going to look
like.
But
it is incredibly fun to watch.
Oh no, absolutely
incredibly fun to watch him.
I love Shadow's twin. I love Shadow's twin, and I'm not afraid to say it. I don't care who wants.
I'm just going to say it. I'm
just going to say it.
I think Diana is the best deck possible. I'm just going to say it right now. I think it has all the options. It has a gun.
Do you think it's going to win Worlds?
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Okay. Well, you heard it here.
It's a sleeper.
If it wins Worlds, we are geniuses. And if it doesn't, we were right all along anyway.
No, and it is really cool to kind of see these decks not only for this regional where normally you see just like the Water Arasana, or you look at the other regional lists and say, oh, these are the top 3 decks, I'm going to play those.
I mean, definitely, especially with the past 2 regionals, I believe being 5 out of 8 Water and 8 out of 8 Water, I think, for NorCal.
So it's something that is like kind of cool to see, that you see these players are not necessarily saying, you know what, these are the best decks, but I kind of want to do something different. I want to do something, either one, it's fun for me to play, or they have seen a gap in that meta, they've seen a gap in a lot of these play styles, and they kind of go for it. And that's what we saw with, of course, the introduction of the Water Sylvie. They saw the gap where their problem was. They said, you know what, we can take those extra turns, push some damage, use that Minotaur advantage, and try to win that way. And then, of course, we saw this Diana list come out where it says, hey, as long as I don't have to play against allies, which unfortunately we saw had to play against the allies, but it's like, if the decks are going to go slower, they're going to give me the time to build up resources. Let's just hit them for a lot of damage and force them to say, you want to draw cards? We're going to tax you for drawing cards. And hey, it works.
This is a card drawing meta, and that's what Diana really loves. And of course, the last thing, against our Diana, just straight up robots. Just robots coming back in.
You don't want to see it. You sit down, and you're like, I really hope this guy is. Nope, it's robots. All right, cool. Good game.
Yeah, and you look at your sideboard and you go, I did not take the repositions off my shelf today.
And your opponent. And the worst part about this is being the person in that situation where you don't have the reprograms in your sideboard. You open that box, and the person looks at you and goes, and they kind of watch you a little bit intently, and they go, how many cards you pulling out? Yeah, and they see you pull one card, and they go, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. And then you just go. And then, of course, we did see some lists come out of other regionals where they did just mainboard the reprograms because they were that terrified of it. Yeah. But here, I think Kyle W is the only one we saw
the only person we saw with the reprograms.
And in that top cut with him in the sideboard.
And I would say there's a reason he's near the top. That man predicted that sort of thing, and he respected the robots.
He looks back at Store Championships and he's like, nope, we lost 1 Store Championship to robots. We're not doing it again. We're not losing another one.
I do believe historically we have lost 2 to robots.
We have. We've historically lost 2 to robots.
Why am I saying lose? I was on robots too.
No,
we lost them to Slimes that one time. That was ridiculous.
And the worst part, it wasn't that I got crushed by
you.
Kyle
Were not. You were not. Yeah, Kyle W.
Kyle W.
What a force!
You can take him out. You can take him out in Swiss, and then he'll be like, "I'm not losing a top 8. I'm not losing this game in top 8." He's like, "I don't care what I gotta do. I'm not losing in top 8." And 100%, he it turns it around, locks in. He's like, "I'm not losing this."
Oh yeah, absolutely. He knows. Pretty much every deck, pretty much every line. Very, very good.
Yeah, we can take a quick look here. We can of course, estimate some of these standings. Kind of look at. Let me do a quick refresh here. We can kind of talk a little bit about these.
Yeah, some of our results are definitely going to start coming in here.
Yeah, of course, we saw, as we talked about, we saw those IDs. We saw IDs across the table and table.
Yeah, tables 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. They're like, you know what? Why do this? We're locked in. I believe we have this.
So what do we see on table 4 there?
We see table 4. We see Vin did win it in.
Oh, Vin, okay. Yeah, Vin on
currently
FISA, I believe.
4-1. That will put him, if he wins, that does put him at that. I think it puts him at what? Actually, that puts him at 15 points. So there is a chance Vin may be in contention. Well, nope. Kyle's going to go 16. Never mind.
I spoke too soon. I was going to say, he might be 3rd, I believe.
Yeah, he's going to be. He's definitely locks him. Actually, I think it locks him into 2nd.
Oh, okay, 2nd. Oh,
does lock him into 2nd, I believe, if we are looking at that correctly. And then we see on table 5, we see Alexander F. also take the win, and that will put him at 10, putting him to 13. So I'm pretty sure it does put him in that bubble contention. I will say that. It does put him in that thing of all the other, with Table 4, Table 5 IDing, that does put you in kind of a risk of possibly bubbling out. But we're definitely seeing here, Vin is probably going to be taking second of this event.
Oh, wow.
It looks like
Fantastic.
Kyle W, most likely, uncontested. Didn't even need to play it. Didn't even need to play it. He's like, I'm taking number 1.
5 wins.
And he's most likely taking home our Hatsune Miku
Water barrier.
Taking it home, taking first place. That's even more points for him, kind of helping secure that spot in the ladder where he is now.
Absolutely.
Which,
you think he'll put him back in the top 10 though? I don't know if that's enough points.
I don't know if it's enough points to put him back in top 10, but he wants it. He wants that top 10.
That man is really grinding for it.
He's seen those top 10 players and he's like, I want that spot. I want to be in that top 10. And to be fair, with the way he's played, the way he has played this season, he's on that track.
Yeah,
definitely.
Any top 10 players watching this stream, he is coming for you.
He wants that spot. He wants that spot for sure.
That's not us though. That's not from us. It's just we're making a promise on his behalf. And if he doesn't do it, he will have failed us, not really himself.
He will let us down.
Yeah, he'll let us know.
He'll let all of Dallas down, and we're not putting that on him, but we are going to put it on him right now.
Yeah.
And no, we saw some amazing games today.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we saw a lot of different diversity into this, and kind of looking.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the meta at the very start. We had a lot of predictions that, in a way, were kind of proven wrong.
Yeah.
Some of these meta calls were just absolutely different than what we had thought we would see at this regional.
Which most likely, if we're right on where the standing is going to fall, that means Water Sylvie took the whole thing.
That is
Water
true.
Sylvie
Water
swept the whole
Sylvie,
thing
number 1.
with Fire Xander bringing up
2.
second. Like, we talked about it. They are sleeper decks that are still there. There's still problems you have to worry about, and prove that, hey, I'm still a threat. I'm still playing this game. I'm going to try to take this from you.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of these things are, of course, like we said, people who have chosen what I think in other games that you say is a pet deck, but in Grand Archive, a pet deck is usually pretty effective as a rogue deck instead.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
and
99% of the time.
100%, and of course, let's give it up to Vin. We don't. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him. We didn't get to see him on stream any of this event. But when he plays Fire Xander, he methodically thinks about every play.
Yes.
He thinks about is this enough damage to kill the person. He thinks about what are the options if this doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Can I recover from doing this? And you'll see him in major tournaments where he'll kind of play it. He'll play out his hand.
Oh, yeah.
He has lethal in hand, but he will not take that risk. He'll say, you know what, if I just take an extra turn, I can lock in this win 100%.
Yeah, he's able to think one turn ahead, which is one turn faster than me.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. That's 2 turns faster than me.
Yeah.
So, 100%. I'm a slime player. I play in the turn prior is what we do.
Oh, wait, look. Storm Slime. That's just it. This man. So I think just about 8 or 9 minutes left in the round for everybody.
I believe so. We are getting ended. We are into the day, and we'll probably get wrapped up. I don't think we have any really post-game interviews. Most people have been here since noon.
Oh, yeah,
some even earlier than that.
Yes.
They're ready to call it a day. A lot of people are ready to go out and celebrate. I think we have how many? It looks like we're possibly seeing 2 to 3 locals for our area making top 8. So I mean, they're ready to go out. They're ready to grab some drinks. Get some Korean barbecue like normal from this area and just kind of call it a day. So. With that, I think we'll just go ahead and sign it off.
Big thanks to the Reaper Game Store here in Denton, Texas.
Yep, thanks. And of course, big thanks to Reaper John for doing a lot of the setup.
You can't see him. You can't see him. He's over there.
You can't see how much of this wacky build kind of went. We currently have cardboard overlaying some of the actual play area.
They're going to be like they're not a professional outfit.
No, I mean it's what we do here. We make it work, and John did a great job getting everything together.
Very good.
Big shout out to him. So give him some love in the chat if you're still in here. And of course, at the end of the day, thanks to all the players coming out. Thanks for everybody who tuned in and watched. Yeah. The whole reason we're able to do this is because you guys want to play. The whole reason we had to kind of scramble, get things together is we went from expecting 30 players to be at this regional to saying, having unfortunately to say, hey, we don't have the capacity to put everybody
it's definitely,
for this event.
It kind of sucks to turn people away, but in a big way for us, it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's really cool to see the game growing as fast as it is, and it's cool to see what the next chapter of Grand Archive brings to the table. So.
Yeah. Oh, also, of course, last thing, thanks to our judges.
Oh, God, thanks.
Today, yeah.
Big thanks to our judges for coming out. They want that Arsana promo 100% wide.
Whoa, don't tell people the real reason. But yeah, if you're thinking of jumping into the game, now's an amazing time.
Now is a great time to do it. And of course, a lot of people, the community is very welcoming. A lot of the community is very proxy friendly for teaching how to play the game. And of course, their website, their database as well, lets you print out the cards that you want to test.
Yeah,
and
the
play.
index.
So, and again, it's very easy to jump into, play with your friends, enjoy the game.
Yeah. And if not, well, at least you can watch these streams.
Yeah, so you can watch these streams. So I think that'll be us from here in Denton, Texas. Thanks for everybody coming out, and you guys have a great night.
All right. Bye.
Later, everyone.